There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. See, Mosey was within the painting of heaven and earth, his right hand raised and brought down. Instantly, the ground turned into ink, and amidst the rumbling sound, waves of ink surged up. Under C. Mosey's hand movements, it was as if ink clung to a brush, painting the entire landscape. With just a few brushstrokes, this painting completely depicted the entire cultivation planet, and unexpectedly, Wang Lin's figure was also within it. My clown is enough to kill you under this heaven-shattering Tao. See, Mosey's eyes flashed with cold light, and he fiercely swung his right hand towards the ground. His roar was like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and earth, seemingly the furious roar of the heavenly Tao. See, Mosey's raised right arm trembled slightly. He sharply raised his head and stared intently at Wang Lin. In that brief moment, Wang Lin took a step forward, his right hand raised, his index finger suddenly pointing fiercely forward. The heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds swirling. Wang Lin's figure vanished, reappearing before C. Mosey, his right index finger, like a sky-covering force, descending fiercely towards C. Mosey's forehead. C. Mosey's expression changed drastically. Having lost the opportunity to unleash his divine power because of Wang Lin's roar, he now had no time to think. He fiercely swung his right hand forward, shattering the painting of heaven and earth with a single stroke. With a single stroke of his brush, the landscape in the painting was instantly torn apart with a thunderous roar. As it crumbled, Wang Lin's figure within it also twisted and contorted. A tearing force suddenly surged from within Wang Lin's body, transforming into excruciating pain, causing his face to turn pale. Blood gushed out, but he swallowed it back. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with killing intent, and his right index finger pointed fiercely. The power of this single finger strike caused fear to appear in C. Mosey's eyes. He hastily retreated, raising his right hand and sweeping the ink-like substance from the ground to block it. Unexpectedly, he vaguely sensed a life-or-death danger emanating from Wang Lin's finger, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. What kind of divine ability is this? The pitch-black ink immediately blocked Wang Lin's path precisely at his right index finger. In that instant, countless streams of sword energy erupted from Wang Lin's finger. This was Wang Lin's ultimate move, one of the 3 moves he had prepared for C. Mosey. Sword energy surged like a tidal wave 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, a million. A million. This single finger contained 39,999 streams of sword energy, and with his finger added, that was 40 million streams of sword energy. The power of 40 million streams of sword energy was truly earth-shattering, erupting wildly in an instant. Outside Wang Lin's finger, 2 illusory deer-like creatures rotated, following the roaring sword energy. C. Mosey's pupils contracted rapidly, revealing an expression of disbelief. This is a deafening roar echoed. The ink screen formed by the ground, upon contact with the sword energy erupting from Wang Lin's finger, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Pierced through by the sword energy and hurtling straight towards C. Mosey, 40 million streams of sword energy roared and moved, forming a sword wind centered around Wang Lin's body. Boom! A terrifying whirlwind erupted, the dense sword energy emitting a deafening screech, continuously spinning and rushing forward. From afar, it looked like tens of millions of spiritual snakes writhing, shaking the very soul. Everything happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 40 million streams of sword energy condensed in his finger, crashing down on C. Mosey. C. Mosey spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body instantly splitting into 4 or 5 pieces. It wasn't that his body shattered, but rather, through some special method, he directly avoided Wang Lin's fatal blow, appearing 1,000 feet away. Wang Lin's position remained within the heavens and earth, but before him now appeared an extremely bizarre image. At this moment, whether it was the sky or the earth, the entire heaven-shattering Tao was in fact a world created by divine power, forming a prison, merging into the enemy's body, and killing them by shattering C. Mosey's illusion. Wang Lin was trapped within this illusory world of the heaven-shattering Tao and couldn't break free. C. Mosey's expression was ferocious. After appearing, he formed a hand seal, forcefully opening and then closing it, fiercely slashing down, roaring, "Shatter the heavens!" With this shout, the world around Wang Lin roared. The sky, which had become an illusion, was shattered over a large area. Wang Lin's illusion within it was also torn apart, becoming distorted. In this instant, all the cultivators on this cultivation planet were shaken to their core. Even the elders of the Fire Sparrow clan had long since spread out their divine senses to observe this battle. Upon seeing the scene before them, their eyes showed a look of horror, and they sighed, revealing a complex expression. This person is undoubtedly doomed. Shattering Heaven Tao, truly a supreme divine technique. C. Mosey. C. Mosey. I didn't expect him to be here. If so, the person who sold me the elixir must be extraordinary. It's a pity I don't know where the blood in that soul elixir came from. The old man of the Fire Sparrow clan shook his head, concluding that Wang Lin's fate was sealed. In the sacred land of the Dragon Armor clan, the young clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan also simultaneously extended his divine consciousness to observe, and at this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. This person is very strong, but unfortunately, under C. Mosey's divine technique, he couldn't escape. This shattering Heaven Tao is truly terrifying, capable of shattering the sky. In the sacred land of the Dragon Armor clan, the clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan also withdrew his gaze from the sky, his expression becoming much more relaxed. He doesn't know his own limitations. C. Mosey was a third-stage cultivator, and even though he was a clone, he was no ordinary opponent. This person could kill an elder of the Lightning clan, but in C. Mosey's hands, he had no chance of survival. However, the fact that he could injure C. Mosey was also not simple. Fortunately, he was no longer alive. Otherwise, if he sought revenge against our Dragon Armor clan for helping C. Mosey, it would be truly troublesome. But just when everyone believed Wang Lin would surely die in the heaven and earth transformed by the heaven-shattering Tao, a sudden change occurred. A sharp pain surged through his body, causing Wang Lin's eyes to turn bloodshot. 40 million sword chests whirled around him, soaring straight towards the sky like a painting. 40 million sword chests shatter the heaven and earth of this painting for me. Wang Lin's body transformed into a rainbow, becoming a sword chest himself. This sword chest increased to 40,000 sword chests by one. Sword energy swirled around his body, radiating destructive power, spinning and carrying Wang Lin forward. The distance to the painting of heaven and earth grew closer and closer, and in an instant, they clashed with a thunderous roar. More than 40 million streams of sword energy burst forth, causing the heavens and earth to be replaced by a deafening roar. Break it for me. Wang Lin's roar was hoarse and muffled, the pain in his body intensifying. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his right hand fiercely swung up, and the sword energy roared. The heaven and earth formed by the heaven-shattering Tao collapsed. The collapse of heaven and earth transformed into a surging shockwave, sweeping across the cultivation planet. Wang Lin rushed out. The moment he rushed out, the old man of the Fire Sparrow clan's eyes widened in disbelief, taking a deep breath. Not only him, but the young clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan was also shaken, his body subconsciously recoiling several steps, exclaiming, this. The Dragon Armor clan chief's expression also changed, becoming extremely gloomy. C. Mosey, the battle between you and me has just begun. After rushing out, Wang Lin's body flashed, his right hand raised to the sky, and he softly shouted, you use heaven and earth to surround me. I will use heaven and earth to suppress you. As Wang Lin spoke, the heavens and earth instantly transformed in his pupils. Heaven and earth reversed, sky became earth, and earth became sky. In that instant, the heavens and earth outside rumbled and immediately reversed. the heaven-turning divine technique of the Blue Dream Taoist. See, Mosey's expression became extremely serious. His right hand waved, and a magic robe appeared. A 10-jon-long fin suddenly appeared beside C. Mosey. Countless restrictions materialized around this fan, revealing an aura of ancientness. The year's restriction. This 10-jon-tall banner fluttered, seemingly covering the heavens and earth. The time-restricting seal surged forth from within, transforming into countless restrictions that swept across the area, swirling around C. Mosey's entire body, forming a massive vortex of restrictions. At this moment, the heavens and earth reversed, the sky beneath his feet and the earth above his head. This scene shook the hearts of all who witnessed it, especially the patriarch of the Dragon Armor clan. His eyes narrowed in shock. This person unexpectedly possesses the divine power of the Blue Dream Tao Venerable. Humph, even so, I believe he will die under C. Mosey's divine power. Wang Lin roared softly, his right hand fiercely flipping, causing the heavens and earth to rumble and press together, suppressing C. Mosey, who was trapped within the heavens and earth. C. Mosey's entire body was enveloped in restrictions, his eyes emitting a strange light. Time-restricting seal. In the passage of time, even heaven and earth will vanish, collapse, and disintegrate. C. Mosey swung his hands outwards. Immediately, the four-sided Forbidden's formation scattered outwards with a thunderous roar, clashing against heaven and earth. A deafening tremor resounded, and under the impact of the Time Forbidden's formation, heaven and earth seemed to be engulfed by the passage of time, radiating a desolate aura, and unexpectedly showing signs of collapse. Time Forbidden's formation, heaven and earth will perish. The frenzied voice of C. Mosey rang out. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and just as he was about to unleash his divine power, a soft chuckle suddenly echoed from the void. This chuckle was very faint, yet it clearly reached the ears of all living beings on this cultivation planet. Interesting. If you can defeat this third-stage clone within 5 breaths, I guarantee your safety in this land of madness. Great Emperor. In the sacred land of the Dragon Armor clan, the 9th elder of the Luo Sheng Society's face changed drastically, his voice filled with shock. C. Mosey's expression also changed simultaneously, his face extremely panicked. 1. The voice emanating from the void began to count. 5 breaths. 5 breaths is perhaps too short a time. Even for a cultivator, 5 breaths is just like a flash of lightning across the horizon. To fight within 5 breaths, neither the Dragon Armor clan chief, nor the Fire Sparrow clan elder, nor C. Mosey would believe it. To finish within 5 breaths is simply impossible. After all, Wang Lin is facing C. Mosey. But upon hearing this, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. A single one echoed from the void, and before the sound faded, Wang Lin's hands swung forward, his entire cultivation instantly erupting. The technique of heaven and earth. C. Mosey understood this from the Time Forbidden's technique, and it only differed superficially from Wang Lin's time flow. At this moment, as he unleashed his power, the whirlwind generated by the Forbidden's technique roared, spreading wildly in all directions. The heavens and earth reversed within the whirlwind, expanding and shaking violently. The sky turned a dry, yellowish expanse, vaguely showing pus-filled blisters. The blisters grew larger and larger, bursting one after another, revealing a thick, yellowish liquid. The entire sky became desolate and fell. The ground rumbled, revealing countless cracks and layers of wrinkles, as if the earth was rapidly aging. Everything happened in an instant, but in the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth pressed down, collapsed within the Time Forbidden's formation. The moment it collapsed, the Time Forbidden's formation vortex swept across, engulfing the collapsing heavens and earth, transforming into an unimaginable destructive force that struck directly at Wang Lin. And at this very moment, while the resounding one was still echoing, Wang Lin's entire cultivation power surged, and a dazzling light erupted from his body. In Wang Lin's eyes, the starry sky, the cultivation planet, and all living beings radiated light, rapidly converging around his body, forming a massive light image. Light shield. In an instant, as the time-space Forbidden's formation approached, the light shield materialized, crashing violently against the time-space Forbidden's formation. The moment the light shield materialized, it flashed intensely around Wang Lin's body. Under the cover of the time-space Forbidden's formation, the flow of time-space techniques within Wang Lin intensified several times. This time-space Forbidden's formation would be extremely difficult to resist for anyone else. But for Wang Lin, he also possessed the time-space forbidden's formation and understood the second divine ability of the time-space flow. In the instant of the collision with the time-space vortex, Wang Lin swung his right hand. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and suddenly a stone door appeared behind him. This door contained an endless, desolate aura merging with Wang Lin. From afar, Wang Lin appeared as if he were standing on that stone door, enveloped by the passage of time, unmoved by the changing winds and clouds. At that very moment, the power of the light shield erupted, emitting a dazzling light that instantly refracted outwards, causing C. Mosey's expression to change. Without hesitation, he retreated step by step, raising his right hand and fiercely pressing it towards Wang Lin. Under this single press, an earth-shattering palm print appeared. This palm print contained the full power of the fifth stage of heavenly humanity, carrying all its strength and surging killing intent, shattering the time seal surrounding the light shield and striking it directly. Earth-shattering tremors echoed violently in all directions. The light shield trembled and quickly collapsed. But in the instant it crumbled, Wang Lin's low roar rang out, and the light shield reformed once again. Repeating this process, in the brief span of a breath, the light shield appeared 3 times. After 3 appearances and subsequent collapses, the force of the palm strike, combined with the power of time, was reflected back by more than half, transforming into a shockwave that struck C. Mosey. 2. The voice from the void echoed once more. Only 3 breaths remained. None of those witnessing this epic battle with their divine consciousness believed that Wang Lin could win within 3 breaths. The instant the 2 sounded, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. The light shield collapsed, and he was also struck by the shockwave, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But he looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar, directly charging forward. In that instant of charging out, Wang Lin unleashed his full speed, moving at an unimaginable pace. In the split second he charged out, lightning flashed in his right eye, and a lightning mark materialized in his pupil. 9 lightning marks rotated. He let out another long roar, causing thunder to surge forth, forming a colossal thunder diagram 10,000 feet in front of him. The thunder diagram was earth-shattering, containing a dense concentration of thunder essence. 9 bolts of lightning roared, especially the last 3, the ultimate tribulation lightning, the bloodline lightning, and the fate-defying lightning. These 3 bolts of lightning unleashed immense energy, causing the thunder diagram to emit a dazzling light. At that very moment, countless silver snakes suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth. Lightning flashed continuously, filling the sky, and all converged towards the thunder diagram. The earth-shattering, 10,000-foot thunder diagram, upon appearing, was pushed out by Wang Lin's hands like a third-stage cultivator's attack, striking towards C. Mosey. The thunder diagram, filling the heavens and earth, rushed straight towards C. Mosey. C. Mosey's expression was extremely serious. Throughout his pursuit, his greatest fear was the opponent's lightning technique. He had never encountered or fought against this lightning technique before, but the scene on the True Word Clan's nearby planet was enough to terrify him. At this moment, seeing the lightning diagram rushing towards him, a scene he had witnessed of the opponent's attack on the True Word Clan's cultivation planet flashed through his mind. He formed hand seals, and with a wave, the years Forbidden's technique reappeared, transforming into a whirlwind that enveloped his figure. Let's see whose lightning power is stronger, yours or my years Forbidden's technique. Wang Lin's speed was like lightning. As he moved, activating the lightning diagram, he absorbed even more lightning from the heavens and earth, seemingly becoming a divine thunderbolt, transforming into an immortal lightning bolt from ancient times, striking directly at C. Mosey in a manner like a heavenly tribulation. The distance between the 2 narrowed rapidly, and in a short time, the voice from the void echoed once again. 3. The moment this 3 sounded, Wang Lin's entire body merged with the 10,000-foot lightning diagram. His figure vanished, becoming indistinguishable from the lightning, striking directly into the whirlwind formed by C. Mosey's time-space Forbidden's technique. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, spreading in all directions. In this violent impact, the whirlwind formed by C. Mosey's Forbidden's technique violently shook, collapsing with a bang, as if torn apart by a powerful force, allowing the lightning to strike directly at C. Mosey. Along with the lightning diagram also approached. Everything happened too quickly. In an instant, the lightning diagram immediately struck C. Mosey's chest. His face changed drastically, blood gushed out uncontrollably, and his body recoiled backward, Lightning surged through his chest, crackling loudly, causing even more severe injuries to see Mosey's body as he retreated. His expression showed terror. Even though he highly valued Wang Lin's lightning power, he couldn't believe this earth-shattering force. The time-space forbidden's formation was shattered in the face of this lightning. Wang Lin, too, was instantly swept away by the lightning's impact with the time-space forbidden's formation, his face aging drastically, as if he had become a weathered old man in an instant. But in that single breath, boundless vitality erupted from Wang Lin's body, reversing the passage of time, causing the aging to dissipate, restoring him to his normal state. However, his complexion was extremely pale. Clearly, fighting against the clone of a third-stage cultivator was incredibly difficult for him. Seeing Mosey retreat, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. He lunged forward, intending to pursue. But at this moment, a voice echoed from the void. For before the voice could finish, Wang Lin shouted, cutting it off. His speed like a rainbow streaking across the sky, he roared after Mosey, his hands swinging forcefully forward. Immediately, a fingernail-sized yellow pill appeared from the void, hurtling towards Mosey at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it was less than 10 meters away from him. Explode! Without waiting for the pill to get any closer, Wang Lin roared without hesitation. Following this loud cry, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. This sound seemed as if an entire cultivation planet had exploded, transforming into boundless sound waves and unleashing a destructive force. Mosey was too close. When the pill exploded, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with terror. He hadn't expected his opponent to possess such a magical artifact. The power of the golden pill had deeply impacted his entire body, tearing his flesh and blood, even breaking his bones. If his main body hadn't been at the third stage, and he hadn't spent so much effort gathering materials and refining a nearly indestructible protective shield to create this clone, his body would have been shattered. This clone was created when Mosey realized his cultivation was stagnant at the early stage of the Void Nirvana realm, unable to advance further due to a lack of spiritual power. He wanted the clone to reach the third stage and enhance his own divine abilities. Now, the explosive power of the pill struck the clone, instantly sending it reeling backward. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped forward, raising his hand. The compressed flame fire exotic crystal flashed forth countless times. Nitrogen monoxide. Without hesitation, as soon as the flame fire exotic crystal approached Mosey, it exploded with a loud bang, just like the golden pill, releasing a second wave of destructive power. The whole thing takes a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. Not good. The Dragon Armor Clan Chief, who was observing the battle with his divine consciousness, saw this scene and his expression changed drastically. The aftershock of the exploding elixir still lingered, and a deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Mosey was injured by the impact, blood gushing from his mouth. At this moment, his pupils contracted, an unprecedented fear engulfing his eyes. He frantically retreated, a deadly threat descending upon him, seemingly transforming into an invisible pressure that threatened to crush his entire body. The explosion of the flamefire exotic crystal was even more violent than that of the ice dragon elixir. It contained the flames of heaven and earth, and under Wang Lin's control, it had been compressed countless times, forming a force capable of threatening the life and death of a cultivator at the fifth stage of heavenly human tribulation. Mosey's body was injured, and almost instantaneously as he retreated, Wang Lin's earth-shattering cry of "explode" rang out. The flamefire exotic crystal suddenly emitted a blinding light. This light instantly enveloped the entire cultivation planet, covering the heavens and earth. Mosey let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire body enveloped in this light, instantly bursting into flames. The flames of this heaven and earth were a deep blue, not burning his clothes, only his flesh, blood, and soul. The mournful, agonizing scream shook the hearts of all who heard it. If that were all, it would be fine. After receiving 2 of Wang Lin's deadly attacks, Mosey was severely wounded but not dead. His eyes were glazed over, revealing an unprecedented terror, and his mind held only one thought: escape, escape, escape. But the moment this thought arose, the flames were filled with blood, as if fresh blood was overflowing the heavens and earth. At the same time, a sword's clang echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In a short time, a short sword flew out from the blood-red light and lunged straight at Mozi. The speed of this short sword was incredibly fast, imperceptible to the naked eye, and even divine consciousness couldn't focus on it. The speed of the crossbow seemed to defy the rules of heaven and earth, suddenly closing in on Mozi. Mozi, already severely wounded, was fundamentally unable to dodge. With a loud bang, the blood sword pierced through his chest. Fresh blood gushed out from both the front and back of Mozi. A continuous banging sound echoed within his body, yet he was not dead but hastily retreated. Mozi's clone, after all, was a 5th-stage heavenly human cultivator. It couldn't be easily killed like that. Everything Wang Lin had prepared for the battle with Mozi, the Ice Dragon Pill, the Blazing Fire Exotic Crystal, and thousands of sword showers unleashed at the most crucial moment. In this short time, Wang Lin had deployed all his divine abilities, yet he still couldn't kill the 5th-stage heavenly human cultivator. But to be able to inflict such serious injuries on him, Wang Lin was already renowned throughout the outer realms. It's worth noting that he currently only has one perfected Dao of origin. If he reaches the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th perfected Dao, then even without opening the Void Gate, Wang Lin could still fight against a cultivator at the 3rd stage. Seeing that Mozi was still alive, Wang Lin's expression darkened. He took half a step forward, raised his right hand, and pointed a finger upwards, unleashing a divine ability to pursue and kill. But at this moment, a voice echoed from the void, "The land of madness. Is it a place you can come and go as you please?" As these words rang out, Mozi had already fled to the horizon, ripples appearing around his body, about to completely teleport away. But at this moment, a distortion suddenly appeared in the sky. An invisible wave of air suddenly rose, forming a giant vortex. Just as Mozi's body was about to disintegrate, from the midst of the vast vortex in the air, a finger shot out with a thunderous roar, fiercely pointing towards Mozi. This finger was enormous, seemingly capable of supporting the heavens, formed by air waves, appearing transparent from afar, indistinguishable from the sky. At this moment, it descended with unimaginable speed, arriving with a thunderous roar, as if wanting to pierce the ground below, wanting to shatter the entire starry sky. Wang Lin frowned. After a long while, he sighed, waved his sleeve, and once again collected the silver-robed woman into his storage space. This matter is too unpredictable for me. Thinking too much is useless. Right now, it's best to refine the Themling's magic treasures first, and prioritize collecting the essence of the Fire Sparrow clan. Wang Lin remained silent for half a day, no longer contemplating matters related to the statue, but instead took out all of Themling's magic treasures and began to refine and study them once more. 99 flying swords were obtained by the greedy Volf from beside a skull in an ancient tomb. He remembered that the skull's eyes lacked any starlight. The 99 flying swords surrounding the skull were stained with fresh blood, forming a sword formation. Wang Lin raised his right hand. These 99 swords circled around his body, each one brimming with icy coldness. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his divine consciousness spread out, carefully scanning these 99 swords. Indeed, these are treasures of the ancient demon tribe, containing a dense demonic aura. In my hands, I may not be able to unleash their full power, but if my second clone were to achieve mastery, the power wielded by that ancient demon clone would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Should I keep these treasures or refine them? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand again. After imprinting his seal and enchantments on the 99 swords, they were once again stored in his storage bag. If I refine it, the demonic energy within will dissipate wastefully. Let's keep it until I return to the inner realm and give it to my second clone to absorb. It's a pity that the Wind Realm formation prevents me from contacting my clone. Otherwise, I could have transformed it myself. I wonder how my second clone has been doing these past few years. Wang Lin fell silent, then took out another magic treasure. It was the Bone Protection Stone tablet. 9 stone tablets flew around, emitting familiar auras to Wang Lin. This was the aura of an ancient god. Even though Mozi's clone was severely injured, he could kill it with a single finger. That great emperor's cultivation was definitely a notch above Shui Daozi, and I wonder how it compares to Lan Meng Daozhen. And this person is clearly helping me. Wang Lin's eyes secretly flashed. He had originally wanted to leave. After all, his injuries needed immediate treatment. But when Wang Lin's gaze fell upon this cultivation planet, A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The ninth elder of the Luosheng Society dares to help Simo Zi. That means he's my enemy. Ninth elder, I want to see what a subordinate of the great emperor is like. Wang Lin's character was vengeful. He didn't provoke others, but once someone provoked him, Wang Lin rarely let it go. At this moment, he snorted coldly, his body shifted slightly, and he flew rapidly towards the dragon armor clan. His speed was incredibly fast, like a rainbow across the sky, transforming into a series of thunderous explosions, causing all the cultivators on this cultivation planet to change their expressions drastically. After witnessing the battle between Wang Lin and Simo Zi, no one dared to step forward to stop him. The young clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps, and exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Father, he." The Dragon Armor clan chief's mind was also shaken, and he secretly groaned in distress. He hadn't expected the other party to actually have the audacity to come and cause him trouble. Although his mind was shaken at this moment, when he thought of the other party's injuries, his expression turned ferocious. All second-step Dragon Armor clan members, prevent all outsiders from entering the Dragon Armor clan even half a step. A booming voice rang out. Immediately, the aura of the Dragon Armor clan surged, and nearly 10 second-step cultivators flew out, their minds tense, wanting to stop them. But at this moment, the heavens and earth rumbled, and lightning like shooting stars descended. Wang Lin, a half-step cultivator, appeared, his figure materializing in the sky above the Dragon Armor clan. In an instant, as the second-step cultivators rushed forward, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed it downwards. "Get out of my way!" A voice as cold as ice echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. As Wang Lin's palm strike descended, the world trembled. A gigantic palm print materialized, relentlessly striking downwards. Nearly 10 second-stage cultivators of the Dragon Armor clan who were struck by the palm print immediately spat out blood, and 3 of them were instantly shattered. Unable to offer even the slightest resistance, they were allowed to be pierced through, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, causing the earth to shake violently, and the entire Dragon Armor clan territory to collapse. Just a small clan daring to plot against me, truly seeking death. Wang Lin sneered, his body descending, his gaze like a torch falling on the 2 father and son clan leaders of the Dragon Armor clan, whose faces were pale. The clan leader's eyes showed terror. He couldn't believe that Wang Lin, even injured, still possessed such immense power. He wasn't confident he could withstand that palm strike. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold, his right hand raised, pointing towards the sky. Immediately, thunder rumbled and condensed. The Dragon Armor clan chief's face changed drastically. He hugged his son and immediately retreated, shouting, "You dare kill me? I am the chief elder of the Luosheng Society, personally appointed by the Great Emperor. Don't even think about killing me. Even if you injure me, the Great Emperor will surely chop you into 1,000 pieces." At this moment, a sword light suddenly roared from afar. The sword light was earth-shattering, appearing like a rainbow covering the sky from afar, arriving in an instant. The moment he saw this rainbow-like sword light, the terror in the Dragon Armor clan chief's eyes vanished, replaced by ecstatic joy. The Great Emperor's messenger. Haha, the Great Emperor's messenger has arrived. You are just an outsider, yet you dare provoke our Luosheng Society. Today you are doomed. Not only him, but even the young clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan showed a look of joy, breathing a sigh of relief, his expression very relaxed. Wang Lin raised his head, not yet ready to act, but coldly looked back. From within the rainbow-like sword light, a middle-aged man in a red robe stepped out. This man had no trace of cultivation aura, not even Wang Lin could detect it. Obviously, he cultivated some kind of supreme cultivation concealment technique. The 9th elder of the Luosheng Society pays respects to the envoy of the Great Emperor. "The envoy has arrived, please be the judge for me." The clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan was extremely respectful. His son beside him also bowed. The middle-aged man's expression was cold, and with a wave of his right hand, a red jade slip appeared in his hand. An edict from the Great Emperor. The clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan trembled, bowing even more respectfully. Strip the Dragon Armor clan chief of his 9th elder title, and grant him a pill to swallow immediately. The middle-aged man finished speaking, and with a wave of his sleeve, a pill flew straight towards the Dragon Armor clan chief. The chief's body trembled, his face turned pale, and he stood there stunned, staring in astonishment at the black pill hovering before him. Poison, poisonous life-threatening pill. Here, here. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "There are some people you cannot provoke or plot against. If you do, you will pay a heavy price." After saying this, he immediately looked at Wang Lin, his expression no longer icy but smiling, and respectfully clasped his hands together, saying, "Your subordinate greets the young emperor." Young emperor. Upon hearing this, the dragon armor clan chief felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. His face drained of color, and he stared blankly at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with terror and utter despair. Not only him, but the dragon armor clan members standing outside also turned pale, their hearts trembling, their expressions showing utter disbelief. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his expression unchanged, his icy gaze sweeping over the messenger. Young emperor. The middle-aged messenger, still respectful and smiling, hastily bowed and said, "The great emperor has issued a decree, informing all the clans in the Madland that you are the young emperor chosen by the great emperor. Your position in the Madland is higher than that of the 13 elders." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, saying nothing. At this moment, the dragon armor clan chief, clutching the elixir in his hand, remained silent for a while before speaking softly to the emperor's envoy. "Envoy, sir, could you spare my only son?" The smile on the envoy's face vanished, replaced by a cold expression. He slowly said, "I only came to deliver the elixir and deliver the emperor's decree. The life and death of others are none of my concern." The dragon armor clan chief's eyes showed despair. He glanced at his son, who was in a state of panic and shock. Gritting his teeth, he bowed deeply to Wang Lin, his voice filled with sorrow and reverence as he whispered, Young emperor, I have offended you before. Please be merciful and forgive my son. I will bear all the consequences alone." "Please, young emperor, show mercy." He abruptly raised his head, his right hand reaching forward, instantly grabbing his son. The stunned young clan leader of the dragon armor clan suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. The clan leader's primal energy surged into his body like a force of nature, unleashing earth-shattering bangs, instantly destroying all his meridians, shattering his primordial spirit, and causing his cultivation to vanish in an instant, turning him back into a mere human. The excruciating pain surged through the young clan leader of the dragon armor clan, causing him to spit out fresh blood, his face ashen. The world around him twisted, as if a surge of energy was constantly escaping from within him, finally causing him to fall unconscious under the overwhelming pain. "Young emperor, my son has lost all his cultivation, and from now on he can no longer cultivate, nor can he pose any threat to you. Please grant him a way to live." The clan leader of the dragon armor clan bowed, pleading desperately. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment before nodding. The clan leader of the dragon armor clan showed gratitude, waved his right hand, and moved his unconscious son to a safe place. He took a deep breath and swallowed the pill without hesitation. The pill instantly transformed into a black flame that automatically entered his body. This black flame, with its eerie appearance, raged within his body. In a short time, it incinerated his primordial spirit and his entire body, flesh, bones, and blood. From the outside, the dragon armor clan chief's entire body glowed red, revealing a black hue. Black flames erupted from every pore, transforming him into a black fireball. After the flames dissipated, not even a trace of residue remained. What kind of fire is this? Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The entire cultivation planet fell silent. Many people witnessed this scene, their hearts trembling. The awe-inspiring presence of the great emperor in this land of madness was like that of a god. No one dared to defy him, especially the surrounding members of the dragon armor clan. Their eyes showed fear, and they bowed their heads. Cultivators at the 4 stages of heavenly humanity are all exceptional individuals within the inner realm, and even in the outer realms they are elders of great clans holding noble positions. Yet in this land of madness, a single decree from one person is enough to make them dare not resist, swallowing poisonous pills to their deaths. The aura of this great emperor has clearly permeated people's hearts. And the reason he bestowed the poisonous pill on the dragon armor clan chief was probably to show me, indirectly warning me. The death of the dragon armor clan chief represents the end of this matter. The middle-aged messenger smiled, bowed respectfully to Wang Lin, and said, the Dragon Armor clan cannot be without a leader for even a day. The newly appointed clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan awaits the young emperor's decision. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his expression changed, and he looked at a young man with nirvana cultivation in the distance, saying, "Let this person take the position." The young man, trembling under the emperor's majesty as he sentenced the clan leader to death, was momentarily stunned by Wang Lin's words. In that brief moment of bewilderment, he felt as if he had just been in the hellish flames of hell and then suddenly been transported to the immortal realm. This drastic change caught everyone off guard. His cultivation wasn't the highest in the Dragon Armor clan. He could never become the clan leader, only an elder. But now, after being chosen by Wang Lin, the young man's mind was in turmoil. His body trembled, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy and excitement. He hastily took half a step forward, respectfully clasped his hands towards Wang Lin, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, young emperor, for your consideration. From now on, my Dragon Armor clan will obey your commands, even if it means annihilation." Wang Lin waved his hand, cutting him off, and slowly said, "Bring out all your ice dragon pills, the flame fire exotic crystals, and the puppets. I want them all." The young man quickly nodded in agreement. He wouldn't hesitate to take the treasures Wang Lin ordered, or even the souls of his Dragon Armor clan members. Becoming the clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan was an immense stroke of luck for him. At this moment, he had long forgotten how the previous clan leader had died. His heart was immersed in excitement and exhilaration, and he desperately wanted to flatter Wang Lin. The middle-aged man, the emperor's envoy, bowed to Wang Lin and smiled, saying, "Young emperor, I bid you farewell. I must return to report to the emperor." He then waved his right hand, producing a green jade pendant, and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. "Young emperor, this jade pendant was sent by the emperor, representing your status. With this pendant, it's as if the emperor himself is present. No one in the land of madness would dare to harm you." The emperor also said that in 3 months, the selection of elders for the Luosheng assembly will take place, and he wishes for your attendance. After delivering the jade pendant, the envoy bowed respectfully and departed, transforming into a rainbow and disappearing into the distance. Wang Lin held the jade pendant, carefully examining it. The jade pendant was of ordinary material, with only the word emperor inscribed on its surface. The brushstrokes of this character are simple, as if continuously pressed down, revealing a mournful aura, but the more one looks at it, the more one feels a strange force pressing down on them. Outside the Madfall star domain, in the primordial star realm, at the moment when C. Mosey's clone died, in the hazy starry sky, C. Mosey's main body was sitting in a large crack. He opened his eyes wide from his meditation. The moment his eyes opened, a burst of light erupted, like lightning flashing through the crack in the void, causing a thunderous tremor all around, as if the crack was about to collapse. A violent aura emanated from C. Mosey's main body, transforming into a whirlwind swirling around his body, wildly sweeping in all directions. C. Mosey's clothes fluttered, his long hair billowed, his expression was as gloomy as water, the light in his eyes faded, replaced by intense killing intent and icy coldness on his face. The death of the clone had no impact on his main body's cultivation. He had refined that clone because his cultivation couldn't break through, and he wanted to cultivate a third body. But the clone's death destroyed his plan, causing his long-planned scheme to collapse. Therefore, it was like destroying years of his hard work. The Mad Emperor. C. Mosey gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. And that little lightning cultivator, he unexpectedly possesses a trace of fire element besides lightning. And he even knows my name from back then. Could this person be from the inner realm? C. Mosey's eyes flashed, and he fiercely grabbed forward with his right hand. The crack rumbled violently, opening a hole. C. Mosey stood up, stepped forward, grabbed the hole with his right hand, and softly shouted, "7-colored divine void nail, appear for me." A 7-colored light suddenly emerged from the hole, shining with immense brilliance. The light flooded in all directions, dispelling the pitch-black night and illuminating everything. A 7-colored nail quickly flew out from the hole, hovering before C. Mosey. A moment later, a total of 29 nails flew out, rotating around his body, causing the 7-colored light to intensify, obscuring C. Mosey's figure completely, leaving only a screen of 7-colored light. The Grand Elder bestowed upon me the 7-colored divine void nail, specifically for killing third-stage cultivators. I cannot resist that mad emperor alone, but if we gather all the third-stage cultivators of the Grand Elders Association, we can certainly kill him. It all depends on the Grand Elders Association's decision. See, Mosey waved his right hand, and the 7 colored nails surrounding his body instantly retracted into his hand, disappearing completely. His body took half a step forward, and he vanished. In the Madfall Star domain, a group of cultivators were flying by at this moment. This group numbered nearly 1,000, all with considerable cultivation levels, including about 10 cultivators who had reached the 2nd stage, surrounding one person. This person was dressed in luxurious clothes, an old man with an ordinary appearance but an extremely gloomy demeanor. The great elder of the Greedy Wolf clan, the cultivation planet of the Dark Scorpion clan, is not far from us. We have investigated, and the corpse of the ancient scorpion is most likely located here. The old man, surrounded by the crowd, had an arrogant expression, slightly nodding and proudly saying, "Excellent. If this is true, you will all benefit greatly." Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators showed expressions of joy. If someone else had said this, they wouldn't have shown such undisguised joy. But the person who said it was Greedy Wolf. In recent years, no one in the Madfall Star domain was unaware of Greedy Wolf. Tham Lang never goes to places without treasures. The cultivators in the Land of Madness all agree with this statement. Therefore, the benefits this person offers are absolutely extraordinary. This Tham Lang is known to most cultivators in the Land of Madness. His origins are mysterious. No one knows when he first appeared in the Land of Madness. His cultivation level is mediocre, only at the Nirvana stage. However, since his appearance, he has always astonished people, and the elixirs and magical artifacts he produces have caused turmoil in the Land of Madness. Although Tham Lang's cultivation isn't high, he is extremely cunning and possesses a few bizarre and powerful supernatural abilities. He also has strong defensive artifacts, making it incredibly difficult for even those with higher cultivation levels to capture him. Especially noteworthy is his ability to escape, instantly increasing his speed to 97 times its normal speed, making him virtually impossible to pursue. Tham Lang is also extremely cautious, often fleeing without hesitation when he senses a slightly unfavorable situation. Therefore, he rarely encounters danger. Time passed. For some unknown reason, Tham Lang's cultivation steadily increased, and no one knew he had become a pure Nirvana cultivator, possessing unpredictable and bizarre supernatural abilities. Gradually, some powerful figures from various tribes in the Mad Land became greedy for Tham Lang and began to hunt him down. Just when everyone thought Tham Lang was doomed, he suddenly unleashed numerous never-before-used magical artifacts. Each artifact possessed earth-shattering divine power, causing 3 pure Nirvana cultivators pursuing him to be injured by Tham Lang's artifacts. Surprisingly, one of them was killed. The other 2 were severely wounded and fled. This caused a huge stir in the Mad Land. It was an unbelievable event. A monk at the pure Nirvana stage unexpectedly survived the pursuit of 3 monks at the shattered Nirvana stage. Instead, he managed to kill someone. Tham Lang's name spread like wildfire, becoming famous throughout the Land of Madness. However, he also angered the tribe whose cultivator at the shattered Nirvana stage had been killed. Although this tribe didn't have an elder from the Luo Sheng society, their strength was considerable. To kill Tham Lang, they dispatched a powerful cultivator at the 1st stage of Heavenly Human Realm. A cultivator at the 1st stage of Heavenly Human Realm chasing and killing a cultivator at the pure Nirvana stage. This was like a mighty tiger trampling an ant under its feet. The event caused a huge sensation. But just when everyone thought Tham Lang couldn't escape this calamity, a miracle occurred once again. Tham Lang produced various magical artifacts. Among them was one rumored to be a damaged statue. As soon as this statue appeared, the entire Land of Madness was enveloped in swirling, ominous clouds, and numerous sounds, like the earth-shattering roars of ancient times, echoed throughout the region. The first-ranked heavenly human cultivators were unexpectedly annihilated under the power of this artifact. If that were all, it would be fine, but this surge of power shocked all the cultivators in the Tribulation Heavenly Realm in the Land of Madness. This power was enough to destroy a cultivator in the 3rd stage of the Tribulation. Even a cultivator in the 4th stage would easily be severely injured by this power. However, no one knew whether Tham Lang possessed even more powerful artifacts besides this one. After all, Tham Lang's collection of artifacts was immense. Such artifacts surpassed everyone's imagination. Even they themselves couldn't have imagined that there could be such a treasure in this world that a cultivator in the pure nirvana realm could use to kill a cultivator in the tribulation heavenly realm. After this battle, Tham Lang disappeared. It was rumored that the great Emperor of Madness held him in high regard and searched for him. Tham Lang took the opportunity to offer another artifact. After receiving it, the great Emperor of Madness bestowed upon him elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Several years later, Tham Lang once again appeared before the world, his cultivation having reached the mid-stage of the shattered nirvana realm. This time, his appearance attracted the attention of the fourth stage heavenly human cultivators in the land of madness. Secretly, one fourth stage heavenly human cultivator coveted his possessions, attempting to steal them, but ultimately suffered serious injuries before leaving. From then on, the name Tham Lang resounded throughout the land, and no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards him anymore. Gradually, the story of Tham Lang's treasures spread. Besides his divine abilities and magical treasures, Tham Lang possessed another unique ability. Wherever he appeared, rare treasures would inevitably appear. Even on a desolate planet, his presence could uncover treasures that would terrify everyone. Because of this, the rumor that Tham Lang never went to places without treasure spread even wider. Besides his magical treasures and innate talent for finding treasures, Tham Lang also had a peculiar trait. Anyone who showed any strange behavior or even mentioned it in his presence would be met with his revenge. His Achilles heel was the stench on his body. This greedy Volf, it was unknown what kind of divine power he cultivated, but whenever he went out, a foul stench permeated the air, often noticeable from a great distance and lingering for a long time. More than 10 cultivators surrounding the greedy Volf also smelled this unbearable stench, yet dared not show the slightest sign of abnormality, maintaining respectful expressions. The group moved at incredible speed, and soon they saw the cultivation planet of the Dark Scorpion clan. Greedy Volf's eyes flashed like lightning, staring intently at the distant cultivation planet, his eyes filled with excitement. He had risked his life to reach the outer realm years ago, and through his own efforts, he had achieved his current strength, becoming immeasurably more powerful. Even his magical artifacts had completely changed in recent years. Among them were several magical treasures that he had almost risked his life for, incredibly powerful. Today, he was no longer a minor figure in the inner world as before. His status was naturally extremely noble. But what diminished half of his excitement was the foul stench emanating from his body, like a ghost haunting his heart. Although he himself couldn't bear it, every time he witnessed the expressions of those around him, he would fly into a rage. He had tried many methods to dispel this stench, but this foul smell was deeply rooted in his primordial spirit, completely integrated, and no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of it. This torment had plagued Tham Lang until now, making him hate Wang Lin, Jie Yunzi, and Wang Yue to the core. Jie Yunzi, if you hadn't forced me into Luocha back then, how could I have fallen into such a miserable state? And Wang Yue, I swear I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. But most importantly, there's Wang Lin. This person is my nemesis, the bane of my greedy Volf. He stole all my magical treasures, my teleportation cauldron, my primordial thunder dragon, my mountain and river map. Even the immortal mountain soul extraction and all sorts of magical treasures that I spent tens of thousands of years collecting, he robbed them all. Every time I think of this, I feel extreme pain. But besides hatred, I also harbor a deep-seated fear of Wang Lin. After several encounters with him, I've become extremely wary of him. This wariness has only grown stronger, turning into a kind of fear. Even though my cultivation has improved, this fear hasn't diminished at all. On the contrary, it's become even more intense. I don't understand the reason, but every time I think of Wang Lin, my heart and body tremble. He truly is my destined nemesis. On the Vermilion Bird Star, the heaven-defying artifact I coveted was ultimately stolen by this person. In the Demon Spirit Land, even though my cultivation was clearly higher than his, he devoured my ancient thunder dragon. That ancient thunder dragon had grown up with me since childhood. If it were still here, I could completely integrate and refine it into a thunder cultivator. And under the coercion of people like Jie Yunzi, I was forced into Luocha to find this person, only to be swallowed into the excrement of that damned Wang Yue, suffering all kinds of torment. Now I've encountered Wang Lin. He stole the Great Cauldron, the mountain and river map. He stole everything from me. Them Lang constantly reminisces about the past, and also about his encounters with Wang Lin. That is the cause of his suffering. The treasures he collected throughout his life were ultimately stolen by Wang Lin time and again, and he nearly died. For him, it was a nightmare. Today, I have replaced my entire body with a new magical artifact, and my cultivation has far surpassed what it was back then. Within this artifact are things infinitely more powerful than anything I possessed before. I also don't believe that you, Wang Lin, could have traveled from the inner realm to the primordial star realm, and then to this land of madness to seize my treasure. If such a thing were to happen, then you, Wang Lin, would truly be my nemesis. Them Lang sneered. He didn't realize that such things were possible. In his view, it was simply unthinkable. This cloud concealment tribe has a treasure that can dispel the scent on my body. However, this treasure cannot be taken from the cloud concealment tribe. It can only become a subordinate of the cloud concealment tribe, to be studied thoroughly before deciding what to do. By then, the world will be vast, and I can move freely, and I will definitely not encounter that nemesis again. Them Lang's thoughts raced, filled with sorrow, recalling his entire life. He felt utterly dejected. My magical treasure from that year. Oh, my nemesis, the nemesis of my destiny. Fortunately, I am in the outer realm, so I will definitely not encounter that nemesis. Otherwise, my entire magical treasure would change hands again. Them Lang's apprehension towards Wang Lin stemmed from that nightmare. Even though his cultivation was now high, the nightmare couldn't be dispelled, leaving him vaguely terrified of Wang Lin. He was like a bird struck by an arrow. Although he survived, although he grew stronger, even becoming the top among birds, the scene of his injury from the year remained deeply etched in his heart, never to fade away. Even just hearing the sound of a bowstring made his heart tremble. This was a crack in his Dao heart. Unless Them Lang could personally kill Wang Lin and destroy this nightmare, he would be like a bird afraid of a broken branch for the rest of his life. In the starry sky, Wang Lin soared away. He had left the cultivation planet of the Dragon Armor clan, taking all of their accumulated wealth. His storage space now contained numerous ice dragon pills and a considerable amount of flamefire exotic crystals. Countless puppets, the highest cultivation among them a puppet reaching the first stage of heavenly human realm, were also present. This was the entire accumulated wealth of the Dragon Armor clan, now handed over by the new clan leader. As he flew, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he remained pensive throughout the journey. He had fought a battle with Si Mozi, the mysterious appearance of the Mad Emperor, who ultimately bestowed upon him the title of Young Emperor. What is the relationship between that emperor and the four sacred sects? If there is, who is he otherwise? What is his purpose in helping me? He only gave me the jade pendant and hasn't even shown any intention of meeting me. What secrets are hidden within this? Wang Lin frowned, his speed increasing. The pensive look in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. As he advanced, his body suddenly froze. He thought of a possibility. I possess 5 fundamental forces. This Mad Luo Great Emperor has profound cultivation and is very likely to have seen through them. Or perhaps when I unleashed the flame fire Yi Jing, I revealed my fire fundamental force. If this Great Emperor is connected to the 4 sacred sects, he could obviously recognize me as the vermilion bird at a glance. Perhaps this is what caused him to change his mind. However, all of this is just my speculation. I don't know the truth yet. His verbal decree to punish the Dragon Armor clan chief through that messenger is also a warning to me. 3 months from now is the Luo Sheng Assembly's elder selection, and he wants me to attend. This is rather strange. I must go there in 3 months to see what this Mad Luo Great Emperor's true intentions are. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He withdrew his thoughts, stepped forward, and used the technique of shrinking the distance to reach the cultivation planet of the Dark Scorpion clan. The Tham Lin group moved at an extremely fast speed, and the distance to the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet was already very close. Over 1,000 rainbow-colored beams roared, creating a powerful wave that swept across with earth-shattering noise, heading straight towards the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet. A moment later, these more than 1,000 rainbow beams descended. Hundreds of cultivators advanced like a force of nature, directly breaking through the planet's layers of strong winds and plunging downwards. Tham Lang, surrounded by his group, looked arrogant as he descended. On the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds swirled, and the sky seemed to be ripped open, with countless sword lights roaring out from within. All the cultivators on this cultivation planet had drastically changed expressions, looking at the sky with terrified faces. The heavens and earth rumbled. Following the dramatic changes in the sky, the earth trembled, seemingly unable to withstand the relentless pressure emanating from the cultivators. In the new territory of the Dark Scorpion clan, outside Wang Lin's cave dwelling, Zhang Daohong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face serious as he reprimanded several members of the Dark Scorpion clan. Behind Zhang Daohong was the old man surnamed Zhang, his expression slightly respectful, yet with a hint of self-satisfaction, especially when he saw that the high-ranking members of the Dark Scorpion clan dared not utter a word under Zhang Daohong's reprimand, their faces showing obedience. He felt even more satisfied. I'm not saying this to criticize you. Look at yourselves. It's been several days, hasn't it? Several days, and you haven't even managed to gather a single piece of information. When the master returns, will you be able to bear the consequences of his reprimands, Humph? Zhang Daohong waved his sleeve and snorted coldly. His cold snort instantly caused the faces of the Dark Scorpion tribe members before him to turn pale. One of them hesitated, clasped his hands together, and began to speak. Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically, and he looked up at the sky. In that instant, all the Dark Scorpion tribe members looked up, their faces filled with terror. The Dark Scorpion tribe chief, who was meditating in the valley outside Wang Lin's cave, had returned earlier at Wang Lin's instruction. Now his eyes widened in fear, and his body flashed as he soared into the air. Zhang Daohong was also startled, looking up at the sky. Upon seeing the scene in the sky, his face turned pale, and he looked terrified. The old man surnamed Zhang beside him took a deep breath, standing frozen in place. The entire sky was filled with ripples, seemingly transforming into a vast ocean with towering waves surging. Numerous sword lights flew from afar, descending in a continuous barrage of thunderous roars. The sound was initially faint, but it quickly became earth-shattering, a simultaneous roar. The Cloud Concealment Clan is here to find something, using this cultivation essence for 3 months. The entire Dark Scorpion Clan must leave immediately, without exception. A low roar echoed from over 1,000 rainbow-like sword lights in the sky, transforming into a frenzied roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Cloud Concealment Clan, what do you intend to do? Although our Dark Scorpion Clan is small, we are still a clan of the Luosheng Society. The Dark Scorpion Clan chief's face changed drastically, and he immediately spoke from midair. But before he could finish, a cold snort descended from the sky. Enough talk. This voice was icy cold, instantly overwhelming all other sounds, clearly falling to the ground. From among the more than 1,000 cultivators in the sky, one person emerged. As soon as this person appeared, their cultivation immediately began to circulate. A pungent, foul stench permeated the surroundings, instantly causing the Dark Scorpion Clan chief to recoil several steps, exclaiming in shock, "Greedy Volf." The stench was so strong, it lingered for a long time, covering the entire ground. Several members of the Dark Scorpion Clan nearly vomited. Jun Daohong's cultivation was insufficient, and he was unaware of Greedy Volf's identity. He inhaled the foul air and immediately vomited. His vomiting caused Greedy Volf's expression to darken considerably. He waved his sleeve, and the heavens and earth instantly changed color. A large fan suddenly appeared. This fan, simmering with light, swung forward with immense force. A deafening roar shook the earth. Countless mountains collapsed. Even Wang Lin's cave dwelling was instantly destroyed. Over 100 members of the Dark Scorpion Clan were unable to resist the onslaught. They all spat out blood, their bodies like withered leaves swept away by the wind, violently thrown backward. The Dark Seed Clan chief struggled in agony, but his body was uncontrollably pulled backward. The ground collapsed, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Old Man Zhang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and immediately fainted, his body flying far away, leaving no trace. This single blow shook all the cultivators present. Jun Daohong was pulled by a powerful force, directly dragged to the front of Tham Lang. The closer he got to Tham Lang, the stronger the foul stench became. Jung Del-hong was overwhelmed by the smell, his face extremely grim. Is it that foul? Tham Lang stared at Jung Del-hong, slowly opening his mouth. Not foul, not foul. Jung Del-hong's mind trembled, hastily enduring the stench. After saying this, fearing the other party wouldn't believe him, he immediately gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, his face showing a look of ecstasy. However, this breath only intensified the foul stench, causing him to vomit again. Seeing the murderous intent in Tham Lang's eyes, Jung Del-hong immediately struggled to shout, "My master's cultivation is heaven-shattering. If you kill me, you will surely die." The Dark Scorpion clan chief couldn't even withstand a single divine technique from my master. "Your cultivation may be high, but you're no match for my master." Tham Lang sneered. "My master is on his way back. He could arrive here soon. If you dare touch me, you're dead for sure. The Dark Scorpion clan became my master's slaves because they injured me. You will be the same." Under this life-or-death situation, Jung Del-hong blurted out everything he knew. "Heaven-shattering cultivation. If you won't speak, then so be it. Since you have a master, I want to see what kind of abilities your master possesses. A servant who dares to offend me, and a master who is also at fault. Those who commit this offense must die." Tham Lang raised his right hand, channeling a surge of power into Jung Del-hong's body, causing him to spit out fresh blood, his entire body nearly shattered, leaving him lying on the ground not far away. "If your master were from the Dark Scorpion clan, I wouldn't dare kill you. But if not, I want to see how your master can kill me." Tham Lang flicked his sleeve. Immediately, a fierce wind appeared in the heavens and earth, sweeping away the Dark Scorpion clan members from all sides, driving them out of the cultivation planet. Having done this, Tham Lang flicked his sleeve again, proudly saying to the Cloud Escape clan cultivators around him, "You all wait for me to deal with this slave's master. And I'll also show you some of my Tham Lang's magical treasures." To see me unleash my magical treasures is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. My magical treasures are unmatched in this world. Let me show you how I, this old man, use my magical treasure to kill the first-ranked heavenly human cultivator, a feat you will never forget for the rest of your lives. These words from Tham Lang were extremely arrogant. He swung his right hand, and immediately 9 ancient stone tablets appeared before him. The moment these tablets appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. He swung his hand again, and 99 long swords materialized, creating a surging wave of sword energy. With another wave of his hand, a beam of green light appeared. This beam of light struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Amidst the rumbling sound, a giant tree instantly sprouted on the planet. The trees grew densely, forming a thick forest in an instant. This scene invigorated the Cloud Concealment clan cultivators. Witnessing Tham Lang wield his magical treasure was something they had long dreamed of. I've heard rumors about the great treasure of the Tham Lang clan's chieftain in this land of madness for a long time, and today I'm fortunate enough to see it. Perhaps I can gain some insight. It's rumored that Tham Lang can use his treasure to kill cultivators who have reached the heavenly tribulation. I've never seen anything like it before, and I can't understand what kind of treasure it is that possesses such earth-shattering power. Today, I've finally seen it. The great Tham Lang clan's chieftain possesses countless treasures. No one knows them all. To be able to see them firsthand is truly fortunate. The Cloud Concealment clan cultivators around him were excited and respectfully nodded in agreement. Jung Del-hong on the ground stared blankly at this scene, his heart pounding with fear. He didn't know Tham Lang's identity, but hearing the cultivators around him speak like this, his heart was filled with trepidation. Tham Lang's eyes gleamed with pride, and he raised his right hand once more. Immediately, faint howling sounds emanated from the forest on the ground. It was as if the entire forest had awakened, twisting and turning momentarily, creating an earth-shattering roar, presenting a scene that made all the cultivators gasp. An unexpectedly vast expanse of dense forest came to life on the ground. This wasn't just any forest, it was clearly a figure formed from countless giant trees. All the giant trees condensed, forming an enormous tree man, slowly rising. This tree man's body was unimaginably huge, and an extremely powerful aura instantly surged forth. Tham Lang's body flashed, and he stood atop the tree man, his expression even more arrogant. He raised his right hand again, flicking it forward. Immediately, a deafening roar erupted, and a huge crack appeared before him. A massive furnace slowly emerged from within, hovering to one side. The Heavenly Emperor Furnace. This was Tham Lang's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Emperor Furnace. It's rumored that back then, when Tham Lang's cultivation was still at the pure nirvana stage, he used this very treasure to counterattack during the pursuit of the three shattered nirvana cultivators, killing one and severely injuring the other two. Tham Lang's right hand swung up again. The heavens and earth changed color, a fierce wind howled, and a black mist suddenly appeared, swirling before him, finally quickly contracting into a long spear. This spear, formed from mist, instantly revealed a world-destroying power. The appearance of this magical artifact caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble, their eyes filled with awe and fear as they looked at Tham Lang. Even Zhang Daohong was extremely bewildered, his face showing distress. Tham Lang thoroughly enjoyed this kind of gaze. Under this gaze, he could forget the foul stench on his body, the humiliation, and the terrifying ghost of fear he felt towards Wang Lin all those years ago. This is just a small part of my countless magical treasures. I haven't even unleashed my truly powerful ones yet. I possess countless magical treasures, their power comparable to that of a third-stage cultivator. Consider yourselves lucky today. Observe carefully and see how many breaths this heavenly tribulation cultivator before me can withstand. Tham Lang's voice echoed, stirring up a storm of excitement among the surrounding cultivators, who eagerly awaited the battle. Zhang Daohong's face turned pale, a wave of regret surging through him. He thought to himself, "It's over. It's all over." He hadn't expected this person to possess so many magical treasures. He looked incredibly powerful. Judging by the expressions of the people around him, this person had even killed a heavenly tribulation cultivator and was extremely famous in this land of madness. It's all over. At this moment, the gigantic figure formed by the dense forest suddenly raised its head, its eyes revealing a dazzling blue light. Tham Lang, with his arrogant demeanor, also looked up at the sky. His surrounding magical artifacts vibrated violently, showing signs of activating. The surrounding cultivators became agitated, simultaneously looking up at the sky. They were waiting to witness Tham Lang unleash his magical artifacts. Under everyone's focused gaze, ripples swirled in the sky. From the center of the ripples, a figure slowly emerged. The figure was tall and slender, vaguely visible, yet radiating a chilling aura that permeated the heavens and earth. Tham Lang's expression was extremely arrogant, but the moment he saw that figure, his body trembled violently, his pupils contracted sharply, his mind was shaken, and his eyes showed disbelief. Subconsciously, he rubbed his eyes, carefully looking again. Looking once more, his expression changed drastically. He never dreamed he would see Wang Lin, the source of his fear, the one who had stolen all his magical treasures, the one who had become his unshakable nightmare in this place. This is impossible. I must be hallucinating. Tham Lang's mind reeled. Cold sweat instantly drenched him, his heart churning with turmoil, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The figure became clearer, and when Tham Lang looked again, it was as if a million thunderbolts were exploding in his mind, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. The nightmarish scene from his memory resurfaced. The ancient thunder dragon was stolen, the great cauldron was snatched, the mountain and river diagram was taken, the soul-extracting mountain was seized, and all his other magical treasures were taken. This memory surged like a tide, engulfing him in terror. It's him. How could he be here? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. He's in the inner realm. How could he appear in the outer realm? My nemesis, he's my nemesis. He knows I possess a powerful magical artifact and has come to steal it. Everything happened in an instant. The moment that figure became clear, taking half a step forward, the surrounding cultivators were still excitedly anticipating seeing Tham Lang use his magical artifact to instantly kill his opponent. Tham Lang let out a roar, a chilling, earth-shattering sound. Almost without hesitation, without a second thought, he retreated sharply backward, his entire cultivation erupting, the elemental energy in his body accelerating its circulation, increasing his speed by more than 90 times. His retreat was incredibly fast, invisible to the naked eye, and impossible for the divine consciousness to focus on. He suddenly fled. He fled with unimaginable speed, like a frightened bird, not even having time to retrieve his summoned magical artifact, abandoning it to escape. This scene was so sudden that the surrounding cultivators and Zhang Dahong were all stunned. What kind of divine power is Grand High Priest Them Lang displaying? His speed is incredible. In the blink of an eye, he's gone. Could he be about to unleash some powerful magical artifact? He just screamed so loudly, it seems a little illogical, as if he encountered something terrifying. I think Grand High Priest Them Lang is fleeing. Fleeing Them Lang. Wang Lin's figure, emerging from the heavens and earth, was also extremely surprised. Wang Lin never expected to see Them Lang in the primordial star realm. In his memory, Them Lang should have been dead, having perished in the moon-gazing realm all those years ago, completely wiped out. At this moment in the primordial star realm, even with Wang Lin's composure, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Looking back, Them Lang had already fled, leaving behind over 1,000 cultivators gathered, their eyes wide with astonishment. His eyes flashed as Wang Lin pondered. With Them Lang's cultivation level, he absolutely couldn't have escaped the Great Wine Boundary Formation, yet today he appeared here. And Them Lang's speed in fleeing was incredibly fast, astonishing even Wang Lin. In an instant, he had escaped this cultivation planet, not even having time to retrieve the few magical artifacts scattered on the ground. The tree-like figure, transformed from the dense forest, stood there bewildered. Without the control of the greedy Wolf, it possessed no destructive power whatsoever. Beside the tree-like figure was a colossal furnace, emanating an aura of desolation that instilled a terrifying pressure even before approaching. To one side stood a spear formed from black mist. It wasn't entirely solid, the mist surrounding the spear constantly transformed, often changing hundreds of times in a single breath. Around it were 9 gigantic stone tablets, seemingly forming a formation, emitting a dark aura and creating a delicate protective barrier. And outside, 99 flying swords rotated, their sword energy roaring incessantly like countless sword dragons, shaking the heavens and the earth. Looking at these treasures, Wang Lin took a deep breath, his pupils contracting. This Them Lang, it's been many years since we last met, and I didn't expect him to possess so many magical treasures. Wang Lin licked his lips, his body taking a step forward. Not even glancing at the thousands of cultivators present, he raised his right hand and fiercely grabbed downwards. Immediately, a phantom hand appeared, enveloping the 99 flying swords. The 99 flying swords trembled, as if the hand conjured by Wang Lin was filled with a powerful suction force, directly drawing them all in. After capturing the 99 flying swords, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of primordial spirit essence, transforming it into a whirlwind that enveloped them. Loud begging sounds echoed, and all of Them Lang's spiritual imprints instantly shattered. In the instant Them Lang's spiritual imprints were forcefully erased, in a star domain far away from this cultivation planet, Them Lang's expression was filled with terror as he hastily fled. The moment he saw Wang Lin, all other thoughts vanished from Them Lang's mind. Not even a hint of resistance could arise. Fear of Wang Lin instantly consumed his body and mind. Before his brain could even process what was happening, he unleashed his full speed, fleeing frantically. He worried that if he was slow, his actions would result in all his magical treasures being stolen, just like back then. All of this happened in an instant. Now, upon reaching this point, he seemed to awaken from his daze. His body froze, and he stood in the starry sky, his expression filled with hesitation. My cultivation is now countless times higher than it was back then, practically approaching the heavenly tribulation stage. I possess even more magical treasures and am much stronger than before. I would even dare to fight a heavenly tribulation cultivator. Why should I run away from this mere junior, Wang Lin? Them Lang gritted his teeth, recalling the scene that had just unfolded with rage. He wasn't angry at Wang Lin, but at himself. I'm not running away. I'll return and kill this Wang Lin, avenge the hatred of that year. Them Lang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was about to turn back when suddenly his expression changed drastically, his body froze, and his pupils contracted. The divine consciousness on the 99 flying swords has been forcefully erased. Damn it, what kind of cultivation does this Wang Lin have now that he can forcefully erase my divine consciousness imprint? Them Lang's body stopped abruptly, his face as grim as water. At this moment, he recalled the nightmare of the past. His thoughts raced, and Them Lang stopped his foot, not retreating but instead heading straight towards Wang Lin's cultivation planet. However, after 3 steps, he froze again, his face even paler, revealing a look of terror. the divine consciousness imprint on the 9-bone guardian tablets. Unexpectedly, it has also been forcefully erased. This bone guardian tablet is something I left behind in a mysterious ancient tomb tens of thousands of years ago. My divine consciousness imprint has completely merged with it, and it's absolutely not something an ordinary person can erase. How long has it been, and yet he was able to erase my divine consciousness from it? Them Lang hesitated. He vaguely sensed that the opponent's cultivation was far from simple. It's a pity I fled too quickly just now. I didn't have time to assess Wang Lin's cultivation, but even if he stole the bone tablet and the flying sword, he absolutely couldn't have obtained my heavenly emperor cauldron, the mist demon spear. And my burial heaven would spear it in such a short time. Today, I'll take a gamble. Them Lang's expression turned ferocious as he rushed forward, reversing his escape route. However, in the time it takes to Them Lang, who was charging forward, suddenly reappeared with a loud bang, spitting out fresh blood. His face was pale, his expression drastically changed. The mist demon spear, he took it. Them Lang's expression was one of terror. A tidal wave of fear surged through his mind, completely engulfing him. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of returning to cause trouble for Wang Lin. The frantic thought of fleeing that had just occurred once again seized his mind. Without hesitation, Them Lang immediately turned and, with his speed increased by more than 90 times, dashed away into the distance. My nemesis, this damned Wang Lin, I'll chop him 1,000 times. He's truly my lifelong nemesis. Them Lang's heart was filled with anguish, resentment, and immense anger, mixed with a deep sense of injustice. Years ago, he had barely escaped the Great Wine Boundary Formation, surviving countless near-death experiences, and finally, through a great stroke of luck, obtained a supreme treasure, which he thought would be enough to shake the heavens and earth. In fact, he had already achieved that in this land of madness. His blissful life didn't last long, however, as he encountered Wang Lin. Greedy Wolf was heartbroken, fleeing and roaring with rage. But then, as he roared, his body trembled, and he spat out blood again. His body staggered, and his escape speed increased even more. Damn nemesis, even my heavenly emperor cauldron has been stolen. My heavenly emperor cauldron. Greedy Wolf's heart ached, as if a hand had struck his chest, tearing out blood. I should never have made such a fool of myself in front of that Cloud Escape clan cultivator, bringing out so many treasures. If only I had taken one, or nothing at all. Greedy Wolf regretted it deeply, his face pale, and he roared with anger as he fled. His speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he was far from Wang Lin's cultivation planet, heading deep into the land of madness. On the cultivation planet of the Darkseed clan, Wang Lin's sky-covering hand swept across, continuously collecting 9 stelas, the mist-transforming spear, and the giant furnace. His gaze then fell on the enormous tree-like figure on the ground. The treasures that Them Lang brought this time are countless times more powerful than those from back then. Just these 99 flying swords alone could conquer the entire realm back then. And those 9 stelas, they seem to have been formed from bones, containing a very powerful aura. Most importantly, this mist-transforming spear unexpectedly possesses the aura of an ancient demon. This aura exudes a sense of desolation, probably having existed for at least tens of thousands of years, perhaps even more. As for that furnace, it's absolutely not simple either. Them Lang's method of leaving behind his divine consciousness is fundamentally incorrect, like the ancient god's great cauldron, only controlling a little. In fact, this furnace has a profound connection to the ancient demon. There was no demonic energy inside it, but I could vaguely sense that this object was connected to ancient demons. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and his colossal, sky-covering hand slammed down, directly at the unmanned tree spirit standing bewildered on the ground. With a loud bang, Wang Lin's hand landed on the tree spirit. This single blow caused the tree spirit to roar but remain completely motionless. Instead, Wang Lin's hand was repelled, a green aura emanating from the tree spirit, striking it. Unexpectedly, it caused Wang Lin's hand to tremble, shattering into pieces with a resounding crash. Wang Lin's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected this tree spirit to possess such defensive power. His previous strike could have killed a shattered Nirvana cultivator, yet this tree spirit was unharmed and even counterattacked. It's worth noting that this was under the control of an unmanned artifact. If it were controlled, its power would increase several times over. Most of my treasures come from the greedy Volf. This Tham Lang truly possesses great fortune, a darling of the heavenly Tao with countless treasures, enough to shake all cultivators. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out his primordial spirit essence, transforming it into a huge light net that directly enveloped the tree man. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he instantly swept the tree man into his storage space. Having done all this, Wang Lin turned to look at the thousands of cultivators whose minds had been shaken by his actions, snorted coldly, and raised his right hand. A jade pendant appeared in his palm. Do you recognize this? 1,000 cultivators surrounding him immediately saw the jade pendant, and an old man's body trembled violently. His face showed disbelief. He immediately stepped forward, carefully examining it. After a quick glance, his face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in shock, "The Emperor's decree. Until I return, not a single one of you is to leave. All of you wait here." Wang Lin said coldly, pointing a finger at Zhang Dahong, who was excitedly standing not far away. "Obey this man's orders." After giving the command, Wang Lin's body flashed, transforming into a rainbow and soaring towards the horizon. With each step, ripples appeared, and his figure vanished. In the vast starry sky of the Mad Land, Tham Lang transformed into a rainbow, fleeing frantically, muttering curses under his breath along the way, as if only this could bring him some relief. Otherwise, the thought of his magical artifact being stolen would drive him mad with grief. Just as he sped away, ripples suddenly appeared in the starry sky ahead of Tham Lang. The moment he saw these ripples, Tham Lang's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he turned and extended his right hand. Immediately, a large, three-handed sized dry leaf appeared. As soon as it appeared, Tham Lang grabbed it and fiercely hurled it towards the ripples in the starry sky. At first glance, this yellow, withered leaf seemed ordinary, devoid of any magical power. But the moment it fell into the ripples, a light burst forth from it. An immense sealing force surged forth. Suddenly, the yellow, withered leaf seemed to be magnified countless times, directly imprinted into the starry sky, enveloping the ripples, preventing them from escaping its grasp no matter how much they struggled. After throwing the leaf, Tham Lang didn't dare look at the result. His body flashed, and a purple light appeared beneath his feet, instantly transforming into two streams of purple mist. This mist swirled and churned, vaguely emitting a mournful howl, and then formed two enormous purple demonic figures. Surprisingly, these two figures resembled ancient demons. Stepping on the two figures, amidst the howling, Tham Lang's speed increased, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. As his figure vanished, Wang Lin emerged from the ripples sealed by the leaves in the starry sky. His expression was grim. Upon appearing, he swung his right hand forward. With a resounding crash, Wang Lin's right fist collided with the sealing leaf, creating a deafening tremor. But the leaf didn't budge. A powerful counterforce struck back at Wang Lin. What kind of leaf is this? Wang Lin's pupils contracted. Instead of attacking further, he took a step back, his body merging with the heavens and earth, bypassing the leaf to pursue Tham Lang. After Wang Lin left, the ripples dissipated, and the leaf flashed with golden light before disappearing. Tham Lang sped through the starry sky, to demonic figures beneath his feet roaring, making his speed imperceptible to the naked eye. As he sped away, his expression changed, and he raised his right hand, revealing the dried leaf he had just thrown away. Looking at the leaf, a hint of smugness appeared on Tham Lang's face. Even a cultivator at the 5th stage of heavenly human cultivation would need considerable effort to break through my one-leaf sealing heaven technique. I don't believe Wang Lin's cultivation has reached the 5th stage of heavenly human cultivation. Tham Lang retracted the leaf and flew forward rapidly. A moment later, his body froze again, a cold smile appearing on his face. He swung his right hand once more, and the leaf flew out, heading straight towards the void ahead. The moment the leaf fell, ripples appeared in the void. But Tham Lang, using some unknown method, unexpectedly knew the exact location where Wang Lin was about to appear. My divine ability, the art of escape, is the most powerful. In this world, when it comes to escaping, few can compare to me. Otherwise, the magical treasures on my person would have been stolen by others countless times already. Tham Lang snorted coldly, his body flashed again, and he immediately began to flee at high speed. But suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying blood-red light appeared in the starry sky. This blood-red light, seemingly from an infinite distance, instantly enveloped the entire starry sky. A series of sharp, earth-shattering roars echoed. Tham Lang's face instantly changed drastically. He couldn't dodge in time. The blood-red light, like a tidal wave, immediately surged forward, looking incredibly terrifying from afar. The blood-red light filled the sky like a huge mouth, directly lunging to devour Tham Lang at unimaginable speed. As the blood-red light pierced through Tham Lang's body, a series of banging sounds echoed throughout him, like the clashing of metal. A blood-curdling scream rang out. As the blood-red light passed, Tham Lang's body was flung apart. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale, and a dark patch appeared on his chest. It turned out he had hidden a suit of armor. Countless cracks appeared on his chest, spreading in all directions. Besides his body, the blood sword was flung more than 10 meters away. Tham Lang raised his right hand, and the two demonic figures at his feet instantly transformed into two streams of black energy swirling around his body, forming a black whirlwind that spun violently, sweeping Tham Lang away. Everything happened in an instant. Just as Tham Lang was fleeing in the black whirlwind, Wang Lin emerged from the ceiling leaf. After appearing, Wang Lin didn't hesitate, his right hand reaching forward and immediately grabbing the leaf. Tham Lang, severely injured and fleeing, naturally couldn't control the leaf anymore. After being seized by Wang Lin, he immediately sealed it with countless restrictions without bothering to study it, and directly threw it into his storage space. When he looked up, Tham Lang had disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's expression was cold, but a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. This Tham Lang is quite something. Every time I've encountered him, I've been incredibly lucky, acquiring countless treasures. Back then, I stripped him of all his treasures, thinking he was dead, but unexpectedly, he has even more. I understand his character a little. Unless I provoke him, he rarely reveals the kind of treasures he had on that cultivation planet. He only knows how to take them out one by one. And this person has many secrets, leaving aside where he obtained his treasures. I want to find out what method he used to enter the primordial star realm. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. However, seeing their speed, these people dared not pay any more attention to them. A person with such speed obviously possesses immense cultivation. While fleeing, Tham Lang groaned incessantly. Wang Lin was like a parasite clinging to his bones, making escape impossible. Along this path, Tham Lang had more or less discerned Wang Lin's cultivation level. He vaguely felt he couldn't resist, but surrendering was not in his character. At this moment, as Tham Lang rushed forward, his expression changed, sensing a subtle shift in the starry sky to his right. He gritted his teeth, flipped his right hand, and grabbed at the void. Immediately, a black jade bottle appeared in his palm. This jade bottle was icy cold, and waves of demonic energy permeated it. A pattern was carved on the outside of the jade bottle, surprisingly resembling an ancient demon. Spitting a mouthful of fresh blood onto the jade bottle, Tham Lang shouted, "I borrow 300 demon souls to seal this person and return 30,000 living beings' souls." The fresh blood he had just touched was instantly absorbed by the jade bottle. At the same time, two fangs protruded from the jade vase held by Tham Lang, piercing his fingers. A large amount of fresh blood from his body was immediately sucked into the vase. Everything was completed in an instant. After absorbing enough blood, a sound like a sigh echoed from within the jade vase. Simultaneously, a large amount of black mist spewed out from the vase. The scene was like the vase had become a volcano erupting. The black mist immediately transformed into a ferocious demonic spirit. This demonic spirit had a horn on its head. It turned out to be an ancient demon. The ancient demon's eyes radiated boundless madness and hatred, as if it had been suppressed for countless years, enduring unimaginable suffering, and now it was unleashed. Immediately, an overwhelming aura of resentment surged forth. A mournful cry erupted from the mouth of this demonic soul, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, in the middle of the starry sky, 300 demonic souls surged out from around Tham Lang's body. Each demonic soul radiated an aura equivalent to a first-stage, heavenly human cultivator. They swirled around Tham Lang, creating a whirlwind that shook the heavens and the earth. Demonic energy raged, swirling and howling as they rushed towards the starry sky ahead. In this instant, ripples in the starry sky vibrated, and Wang Lin's illusory figure appeared. But before he could even emerge, the whirlwind had already arrived. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. With a single glance, he recognized the image of the ancient demon within the whirlwind. This ancient demon was extremely similar to the tower of the ancient demon from back then. The only difference was that in the ancient demon's left pupil, there was no star point, but a swirling mass of energy. As this energy flowed and fell into Wang Lin's eyes, an ancient god star point automatically materialized on his forehead, rotating. The aura of an ancient god. Wang Lin's expression changed. He clearly sensed that the energy within the pupils of the ancient demon statue in the sudden whirlwind was condensed from ancient god power. 300 ancient demons sealed by a powerful ancient god force. In that instant, Wang Lin understood completely. The moment the ancient demon whirlwind approached, a banging sound emanated from within Wang Lin, and he roared to the heavens. Roar, this wasn't a roar created by magic or divine abilities, but the roar of an ancient god. The ancient god star point on Wang Lin's forehead rotated, and the immense ancient god power surged throughout his body, transforming into an earth-shattering roar. This roar caused the approaching demonic wind to tremble violently, unexpectedly stopping and not daring to advance. The eyes of the 300 ancient demons showed unimaginable fear. From this roar, they sensed the existence of an ancient god. Deep in their memories, the scene from the year surged up, engulfing them. With a loud bang, the demonic wind instantly shattered. 300 ancient demons scattered in all directions. This transformation was so rapid that Tham Lang couldn't react in time, standing there stunned. He couldn't understand how a supreme treasure could be destroyed by a single roar. I finally know where you, Tham Lang, found these treasures. I never expected it. I never expected you could go there. Wang Lin's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy as he took a step towards Tham Lang. He's my nemesis, he's my nemesis. Even my magic treasures are cursed by him. Tham Lang shrieked, his body recoiling rapidly. Seeing Wang Lin pursuing him, Tham Lang forcefully threw the purple jade bottle in his right hand in one direction. He had done this before after arriving at the primordial star realm. Every time he recalled that incident, he felt heartbroken and enraged, vowing never again to abandon his magic treasures to lure his opponent into a trap. In his opinion, having his magic treasures stolen was more infuriating and agonizing than being killed. Like the great teleportation cauldron, like the primordial thunder dragon from back then. If he knew how many times the great teleportation cauldron had saved Wang Lin from certain death, if he knew that it was thanks to the primordial thunder dragon that Wang Lin had the opportunity to cultivate lightning, further enhancing Wang Lin's illustrious reputation in the Luotia star domain, and even ultimately giving birth to the primordial lightning. If he knew all this, he would surely vomit blood, heartbroken to the point of death. I have been blessed with great fortune and great opportunities, a favorite of heaven and earth, favored by the heavenly Tao. At 8 years old, I dug up and swallowed a 100-year-old huangjing, a type of medicinal herb. At 13, I found a 500-year-old Ju fruit tree on the mountainside for the first time. And at 18, during my foundation establishment, I obtained the primordial thunder dragon. After achieving the golden core stage, I slayed a powerful enemy, and when I realized I couldn't defeat him, a huge cauldron suddenly fell from the sky and killed me. From then on, my life went smoothly. The mountain and river map, the soul-extracting mountain, the divine needle, all kinds of treasures I obtained. My life only had one misfortune, the heaven-defying one. Until I met this damned nemesis. He took away all my magical treasures, stole all my hard work. Fortunately, I was lucky. I survived the great calamity, and instead had other fortunate encounters, obtaining even more magical treasures and gaining even stronger cultivation. But this nemesis, who deserved 1,000 cuts, unexpectedly wouldn't leave me alone, even going all the way to the primordial star realm. Recalling everything, Tham Lang's face was filled with grief and indignation as he hastily retreated. Wang Lin took a step, his face showing a half-smile. Seeing Tham Lang throw the purple jade bottle in another direction and run in the opposite direction, he stopped chasing Tham Lang and instead darted towards the bottle. Tham Lang, seeing Wang Lin change direction, quickly raised his hand, and a large fan appeared. The fan was golden, and as soon as it appeared, it shone with dazzling golden light. Engraved on its surface was a strange beast, ferocious in appearance, with a dragon-like body but no claws, instead possessing many wings. Half of its body was embedded in the clouds, as if flying at high speed. Tham Lang swung the fan forcefully. Immediately, a loud cry emanated from the fan, and outside, a terrifying howling wind erupted, transforming into a thunderous roar. Suddenly, the beast on the fan seemed to come alive. With a roar, it materialized from within the fan, instantly wrapping around Tham Lang, transforming into a dark cloud and flying away at incredible speed. Wang Lin ignored Tham Lang, quickly chasing after the purple jade vase. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly seized the vase, and with a long laugh, turned and used the technique of shrinking the distance to chase after it once more. This Tham Lang is truly a lucky star on my cultivation path. Wang Lin laughed loudly, his figure disappearing. Tham Lang's body was enveloped in clouds, with the bizarre beast, hundreds of meters long, coiled around it. It had nearly 100 pairs of wings, each flap increasing its speed, making its speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In the starry sky, a ripple appeared, relentlessly pursuing him. The ripple resembled the waves of the distant sea, rumbling closer, and within it, Wang Lin's figure vaguely appeared, chasing faster and faster. But Tham Lang's speed had reached its limit at this moment, consistently maintaining a certain distance from Wang Lin. Even with Wang Lin's perfected thunder essence and lightning power, he couldn't catch up in a short time. But Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land is naturally a joyful occasion. At this moment, Wang Lin was even more delighted. Meeting Tham Lang surprised him and made him even happier. Especially now, Wang Lin had realized that all of the opponent's magical treasures were related to the 3 great ancient clans, and he had determined where Tham Lang's treasures came from. That place might not be of much use to others, but for Wang Lin, it was an unimaginable opportunity. The more Wang Lin looked at Tham Lang, who had brought him this opportunity, the more pleasing he found him. Undying ghost, undying ghost. Tham Lang was extremely uncomfortable, as if needles were constantly piercing his heart, causing him pain. The cause of this suffering is having to witness the theft of my magical treasures. He stole my flying sword, the bone protection shield, the heavenly emperor furnace, the mist demon spear, and even the eternal wood spirit, and even the ancient breath leaf and the demon soul bottle. Half of my magical treasures are now his. This damned Wang Lin won't let me go. He won't stop until he's stolen all my treasures. The more Tham Lang thought about it, the more indignant he became. As he roared, his anger flared up. He gritted his teeth, decided not to run anymore, and turned sharply, glaring fiercely behind him. I'm not running anymore. I'll fight you to the death, you despicable wretch. Tham Lang's eyes were bloodshot. He was a cold-blooded, bloodthirsty man. If it weren't for Wang Lin's intimidation, which had created a crack in his Dao heart and turned Wang Lin into a nightmare, he would definitely not have fled without fighting, and certainly wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. At this moment, driven to madness by Wang Lin, he instantly forgot the nightmare of his past life, his hands forming a hand seal and waving forward. Immediately, a huge spatial rift opened before him with a thunderous roar. Demon Wolf descends, punishing and destroying the heavenly Dao. Greedy Wolf roared, his clothes fluttering, his hair blowing without wind. Suddenly, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from the rift before him. Wang Lin recognized this aura. It was the aura of an ancient demon. The demonic aura surged from the rift, instantly filling the starry sky. A red mist spread rapidly from within, instantly entering Greedy Wolf's 7 orifices. Wretched screams erupted from Greedy Wolf's mouth. His entire body was covered in bulging veins, his face contorted ferociously, and with a low growl, his clothes tore apart, revealing a pitch-black suit of armor. At the same time, behind him, the starry sky seemed to reverse. A colossal phantom appeared. This phantom was a Wolf, a demon Wolf. The appearance of this demon Wolf in the starry sky caused the demonic energy in the starry sky to increase exponentially, transforming into a gigantic vortex centered around the Greedy Wolf, spreading out like a massive wave in all directions for tens of thousands of miles. Within tens of thousands of miles, the entire area became a colossal vortex. This vortex rotated, emitting a rumbling sound. In the center of the vortex, the demon Wolf's entire body emitted a red light, especially its 2 eyes, which were purple, and it tilted its head back and let out a Wolf howl. This howl was earth-shattering, causing all living beings who heard it to tremble and feel fear deep within their souls. Ancient demon. Wang Lin's expression became slightly serious. Under the attack of that demonic energy, he, who was merging with the heavens and earth, had to reveal his figure. The moment his figure appeared, the demon Wolf roared again, lowering its head to stare at Wang Lin, and its body suddenly lunged forward. It lunged forward, making Wang Lin feel as if a celestial body was hurtling towards him. It also caused the swirling vortexes formed by the demonic energy to contract and condense wildly, seemingly turning the demon Wolf into a bottomless pit. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, the demonic energy continuously contracted, engulfing the entire starry sky, forming a massive gravitational pull. Under this pull, it was difficult for anyone to retreat. Everything happened too quickly, almost in an instant. The demon Wolf roared again, lunging towards Wang Lin. "You stole my magic treasure back then. You deserve to die. Now you've come to steal it again. You deserve to die. I, Them Lang, have never been humiliated like this since I began cultivating. You deserve to die. Die, die, die." Them Lang's shrill voice rang out like a madman. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He snorted coldly, and in an instant, as the demonic energy surged for 10,000 miles, a banging sound erupted from his body. His entire body swelled, quickly transforming into a nearly 1,000-foot-tall figure, becoming a 6-star ancient god. The ancient god star point on his forehead rotated rapidly. Wang Lin took a step back, raising his right hand forcefully. With a low roar, a blood-red light appeared, filling the sky. From afar, it seemed as if Wang Lin was holding an entire world of blood-red light in his right hand. The blood-red light emitted a dazzling radiance, and beneath Wang Lin's raised right hand, it transformed into a 100-foot-long blood sword. Holding the blood sword, at the very moment the demon Wolf was less than 10 feet away from him, Wang Lin fiercely slashed down. The 100-foot-long blood sword slammed down, emitting a torrent of 10,000-foot-long sword light. The sword glowed a deep crimson, like fresh blood. From afar, it seemed as if Wang Lin wasn't wielding a sword, but rather a massive, extended whip, directly clashing with the demon Wolf. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the crimson sword light struck the demon Wolf's head. Immediately, it let out a mournful cry. Its head instantly split open by the sword's force, creating a deep chasm. The sword quickly cleaved into the chasm, making it larger and deeper, until with a resounding crash, it pierced through the demon Wolf's body. This single sword strike split the demon Wolf in two. The two halves, under the initial momentum, now scattered to either side of Wang Lin, dissipating into the starry sky behind him, leaving only an unwilling howl echoing behind. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his eyes like torches fixed on the greedy Wolf. Them Lang's eyes revealed extreme fear. With a piercing scream, he retreated backward, raising his right hand and, without hesitation, unleashing his most powerful magical artifact. It was a damaged wooden statue. The moment this wooden statue appeared, Wang Lin's calm voice echoed through the starry sky. "Freeze!" Them Lang's body suddenly froze, unable to move an inch, the terror in his eyes instantly intensifying. "Don't be afraid. Answer a few questions for me, and I won't kill you." I never expected him to use such a powerful immobilization technique. A wave of fear surged through Them Lang's heart, his eyes filled with terror. This nemesis is truly despicable. He possessed this immobilization technique but didn't use it from the start, waiting until I unleashed my most powerful artifact before using it, cutting off my last hope. Them Lang's primordial spirit and internal energy, even his consciousness, were completely paralyzed, unable to move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Lin approached from afar. The damaged statue emitted no aura, silently hovering to Them Lang's right. Wang Lin's body gradually shrank as he moved. When he stood before Them Lang, he had transformed into an ordinary person. Ignoring Them Lang, he reached out and grabbed the damaged statue. Seeing Wang Lin take away his most powerful magic treasure, Them Lang felt as if a sharp sword had pierced and then been pulled out hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times in his heart. The intense pain caused Them Lang to be consumed by rage, and blood gushed from his mouth. "It's just a small treasure. Senior Them Lang wouldn't be so stingy, would he? You gave me many magic treasures back then, and today you've given me more. I, Wang Lin, wouldn't dare be disrespectful, so I'll accept it." Wang Lin smiled, his gaze shifting to the dilapidated statue, observing it closely. Upon closer inspection, Wang Lin's expression changed. The statue looked quite ordinary, yet it was heavily damaged, appearing rather bizarre. It depicted a figure. The figure appeared to be middle-aged, clad in a flowing cloud-patterned Taoist robe. His appearance was unremarkable, but a subtle aura of majesty emanated from him, not enough to inspire fear or awe. But the moment Wang Lin's eyes met those of the statue, his entire body trembled violently. It was a tremor throughout his body. Before Wang Lin's eyes, the starry sky instantly collapsed, torn apart, and an unimaginable force erupted from the statue, directly entering his mind through his eyes. In Wang Lin's ears, the heavens and earth roared, as if even the thunder had been shattered. The starry sky, the heavens and earth, all existing things instantly collapsed, turning into nothingness. Within this nothingness, Wang Lin lost his mind, his entire being struck by this force, falling into a daze. He didn't know how long passed 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 100,000 years. Until one day, Wang Lin saw a continent appear in the starry sky, which had ceased to exist. This continent was boundless and infinite. In a daze, Wang Lin felt a sense of enlightenment. The scale of this continent surpassed even the primordial star god, surpassing even the inner realm. Even if the two realms combined, they would still be far from equaling even 1/10,000th of this continent. In his mind, everything had been examined, yet now it all turned into nothingness. Wang Lin was stunned, trembling, and came to his senses. In the starry sky, or rather, in this vast expanse of heaven and earth, the fear in the eyes of the greedy vault still radiated intense terror, immobilized by the body-fixing technique. Wang Lin fell silent. No matter how many years he had been immersed in that strange state, he had actually woken up in an instant. Wang Lin understood clearly that everything had happened in a flash. To be precise, that time was only the split second when his eyes met the statue. It was just an illusion. Wang Lin's expression was complex. He didn't want to think about it anymore, but the scene he had just witnessed in his mind was imprinted in his heart, impossible to erase or forget for the rest of his life. What is this thing? Wang Lin's gaze fell on the statue once again. Looking at it a second time, the feeling was completely different from the first time. Everything seemed normal. At this moment, the statue exuded an unimaginable majesty. This majesty could make all the cultivators before it seem like mere ants. Even the entire heaven and earth would have to submit before it. Wang Lin could even vaguely sense that even a third-stage cultivator would tremble before this statue. Who exactly is he? Wang Lin pondered. He had encountered many statues in his life. Only the statue of Qinglin in the demon spirit land had ever truly moved him, capable of causing the viewer's mind to crumble. However, compared to this statue before him, although the feeling of mental collapse wasn't as intense, Wang Lin vaguely felt that Qinglin was nothing more than an ant in comparison. The statue depicted an ordinary middle-aged man. This man was holding his head high, his expression calm, neither happy nor sad, his face devoid of emotion. Where did you obtain this statue? Wang Lin kept his gaze fixed on the statue, not looking at Tham Lang, and slowly opened his mouth. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, slightly loosening the immobilization spell on Tham Lang, allowing him to speak. In a tomb. Tham Lang remained silent for a moment, sighing inwardly before speaking. To enter the primordial star realm, you must break the Great Ceiling formation. With your cultivation level, you absolutely cannot open this formation. How did you get in here? Wang Lin's voice was icy cold, containing a chill that penetrated Tham Lang's mind, causing his body to tremble. It was also in that tomb, all my magical treasures, the talisman scripture sword, the bone tablet, the mist demon spear, the heavenly emperor furnace, and even the eternal wood spirit, ancient breath leaf, and demon soul vessel were obtained from that ancient tomb. Tham Lang spoke in a low voice, ignoring all resistance. He understood that if he told the truth, he might still be able to save his life. If he didn't, he would be ruthless in front of this man filled with murderous intent. Even if he aroused suspicion and the other party used soul-searching techniques, he would either die or become an idiot. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he looked at Tham Lang, slowly saying, "What ancient tomb? Tell me the details, don't make me search your soul." Tham Lang dared not conceal anything and hurriedly spoke in a low voice. That year, I escaped from Wang Yue and, not dying, went into hiding in a desolate cultivation planet in the Luotia star domain, avoiding your pursuit and focusing on healing my wounds. After a long time, I thought you wouldn't pursue me, perhaps you even thought I was dead, so I rested peacefully on that cultivation planet. Only when all my injuries were completely healed did I leave this place. At that time, you were no longer in the Luotia star domain. The entire Luotia star domain was extremely deserted. The vast majority of cultivators had gone to the Alliance star domain to engage in slaughter, so I also had a chance. I was safe all the way there, and I was wondering whether I should return to the Alliance star domain. Moreover, after Wang Yue devoured me that year, my entire body, including my primordial spirit, was tainted with an unbearable stench that could be smelled from afar, making it impossible for me to endure. Therefore, I traveled through the starry sky, searching for a way to dispel the foul odor on my body. 1 year, I was on the edge of the Luotia star domain, vaguely discovering the barrier of the inner realm, and also seeing a strange vortex. The vortex appeared very suddenly, seemingly directly in front of me. Such a thing surprised me. I've encountered far more bizarre things in my life. Even back then, when Yadan was fighting someone and was about to be defeated, the great cauldron of Nadi descended from the sky and directly killed his opponent. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and said, "Get to the point." Tham Lang's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "As soon as that current appeared, I felt an extremely intense sensation in my mind. I've never felt such an intense feeling in my life. Even when the great cauldron struck and killed my opponent and fell before me, I didn't feel such an intense sensation, not even when I first met Wang Yue." He stopped speaking and saw Wang Lin frown again. His heart turned cold, and he quickly stopped rambling and said directly, "I jumped into that vortex without hesitation. As soon as I entered, the vortex dissipated. From the moment it appeared until it disappeared, it was less than 3 breaths." Wang Lin's eyes flashed, gradually becoming icy cold as he stared at Tham Lang, slowly opening his mouth. "It sounds like this vortex opened specifically for you." Tham Lang's expression changed drastically, and he hastily said, "I'm not lying. These words are completely from the heart. I know you probably won't believe this kind of thing, but it's true. Things like this haven't only happened to me once. At 8 years old, I was playing outside the village and I could pick up Huang Jing falling down a mountainside. I could find Zhu Guo. Then there was the primordial thunder dragon. While fighting someone, the great Nadi cauldron descended from the sky. Others who wanted to go to the immortal realm had to seize the immortal cauldron, but I was flying, and the immortal cauldron automatically flew to me. Others had to carefully search for the immortal sword jade to enter the immortal realm, and even then, there were very few. The first time I entered, I was immediately teleported to an immortal king's cave. There was also an ancient ruin in the Star Alliance from back then, where others found it very difficult to find the entrance. I only took 3 steps before I was teleported inside. Tham Lang was afraid Wang Lin wouldn't believe him. If this were a lie, then so be it, but Tham Lang knew that everything he recounted was true. Sometimes even he himself found it hard to believe. "Continue," he said. "What did you see after entering the vortex?" Wang Lin interrupted Tham Lang, speaking up. Inside that vortex seemed to be another world, extremely chaotic, filled with turbulent spatial currents. A single wrong step would lead to eternal damnation. There were countless floating boulders, swirling around, and in the deepest part, a thick fog enveloped everything, obscuring visibility. I couldn't find my way out and was trapped there for hundreds of years. The place was filled with death energy, and from my observation, it seemed to be a tomb. I even found a skull on a rock there. This skull was enormous, approximately 100 feet tall, extremely ferocious, and it even had a star-shaped mark on its forehead. I also discovered the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron there. At that time, a fragrant aroma emanated from the furnace. It seemed as if a ritual was being performed. The deeper we went, the more skulls we discovered inside, all exuding intense resentment and unwillingness to accept their fate. Some of them even had 1 or 2 horns, and some of them had magical artifacts placed in front of them. Tham Lang's eyes showed a look of reminiscence, vaguely mixed with fear. These magical artifacts of mine, except for the statue and the 10,000 ancient with spirit, were all obtained in front of these skulls. However, for several years I cautiously moved around the periphery, not daring to venture inside, and therefore didn't understand what was inside. Until one day, while moving between 2 giant rocks, I encountered a large amount of spatial turbulence. If I had been caught in it, with my cultivation level, I would surely have died. Faced with this danger, I quickly retreated, stepping deeper inside. Upon entering this place, I immediately felt the mournful cries coming from all directions. The sounds made my body tremble, a tremor that reached my very soul. I dared not wander around here, and even years later, I still lacked the courage to leave. Returning to the outside, I vaguely sensed that the depths were not a place I could enter. If I continued further, I would undoubtedly die. But just as I was carefully considering leaving, a massive whirlwind struck, severely injuring me and rendering me unconscious. When I awoke, I was in a dense, withered forest. This forest was so vast, its end invisible to the eye. Even my divine consciousness couldn't encompass it all. The trees before me were all dead and withered, devoid of leaves. Terrified, I pressed forward, not knowing how many years had passed, when suddenly I saw a single ancient tree that hadn't completely withered. On that ancient tree was a withered, yellow leaf. This was the first leaf I saw in this place. I then took the leaf, along with the still intact ancient tree, and placed it in my storage bag. Gradually, I felt as if I had experienced hundreds of thousands of years. The further I went, the more severe the withering became, until finally, it seemed as if the entire place would turn to dust at the slightest touch. Until one day, I reached the center of this dense forest, where I saw a statue. The moment I saw this statue, I vaguely felt that perhaps it was because of this statue that the entire boundless forest had withered and died. I felt that this statue must be a treasure, so I took it. The moment I touched it, a vortex immediately appeared before me. This vortex was exactly the same as the one I had entered. I was overjoyed, and without hesitation, I immediately jumped into the vortex. When I emerged, I was in a strange star field. Only later did I learn that this place was outside the Great Wine Boundary Formation. After saying this, Tham Lang looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. A scrutinizing glint flashed in Tham Lang's eyes. From the moment he finished speaking, he felt his body was no longer restricted. It seemed the effect of the body-fixing technique had worn off. At this moment, while Wang Lin was deep in thought, Tham Lang felt extremely nervous but slowly retreated, then rushed forward, fleeing. But the moment his body darted out, Wang Lin casually raised his right hand and grabbed him. Suddenly, Tham Lang let out a mournful cry, his body seemingly seized from a distance, flying towards Wang Lin's right hand. Just as his head was about to be captured by Wang Lin, a strange suction force emanated from Wang Lin's palm, penetrating deep into Tham Lang's head. A flood of fear engulfed Tham Lang. He cried out mournfully, "You promised not to kill me." As he spoke, Wang Lin's right hand suddenly landed on his head, his divine consciousness surging forth, entering his primordial spirit to examine his memories. At the same time, under Wang Lin's vast divine consciousness, thunder roared down. Lightning flashed and swirled in the starry sky, converging on Wang Lin's right hand and penetrating Tham Lang's primordial spirit. With Wang Lin's thunderous power, he could thoroughly scan Tham Lang's memories in one go. Tham Lang's body trembled, his body drenched in sweat in an instant. But at this very moment, Wang Lin swung his right hand, throwing Tham Lang far away. "I didn't take your magic treasure for free. You can go now." Tham Lang's face turned pale. He immediately bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, transforming into a flashing rainbow and disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the starry sky, Tham Lang's eyes showed terror after narrowly escaping death, and also a deep sense of injustice. "This is the second time he's stolen my magic treasure. I swear I will never let this happen a third time. Now that I've lost all my magic treasures, this mad land is too dangerous. I must quickly return to my cave to retrieve the remaining items and leave the mad land." As Tham Lang fled, his sense of injustice intensified. After changing direction countless times and confirming that Wang Lin wasn't pursuing him, his body flicked and he vanished completely. When he reappeared, he was on a cultivation planet. As soon as he appeared, he flew straight towards a mountain, transforming into a rainbow and plunging into the mountain, his sleeves fluttering. A rumbling sound erupted from the mountain, and a crack appeared. Tham Lang entered without hesitation. But the moment he stepped into the cave, his body froze. A foul stench emanated from within the crack, almost causing him to faint. "Why is it so smelly?" Tham Lang muttered, then suddenly froze, exclaiming in astonishment. He quickly raised his hand to his nose, carefully sniffing, then looked in disbelief. The foul smell on him was gone. Even his sense of smell had returned to normal. The stench originated from his internal organs. He was used to it and couldn't smell it anymore. Them Lang's eyes lit up with joy. For hundreds of years, he had always dreamed of getting rid of the foul stench on his body. After encountering Wang Lin and losing the opportunity to seize the ancient scorpion's corpse, he had been in despair, but now, unexpectedly, he could eliminate the stench on his body. I won't take your magic treasure for free. Them Lang immediately recalled Wang Lin's words before leaving, his expression becoming complex. Having let Them Lang go, Wang Lin turned and walked away, returning to the cultivation planet of the Dark Scorpion clan. Them Lang, undeterred by the distance between the inner and outer realms, had waited for him all the way to this primordial star to deliver the magic treasure. Furthermore, the joy of reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land prevented Wang Lin from killing him. This Them Lang is truly my lucky star. I can't kill him. I must let him go. I'm very much looking forward to meeting him a third time. Perhaps then I'll have even more magic treasures. Wang Lin smiled, shook his head, and instantly appeared on the cultivation planet of the Dark Scorpion clan. Nearly 1,000 cultivators of the Cloud Escape clan dared not leave, still waiting there. Jun Dahong, excited and with an overwhelming aura, pointed at the Cloud Escape clan cultivators who were treating his injuries, lying there and constantly snorting coldly. Each cold snort sent shivers down their spines. Their eyes, as they looked at Jun Dahong, showed awe and fear. They weren't afraid of Jun Dahong himself, but of his master. Especially the clan leader. Upon seeing Wang Lin's jade pendant, his gaze and words clearly indicated that they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to offend, and that disaster was imminent. The Dark Scorpion clan, who had been scattered, were now respectfully invited back by the Cloud Escape clan and given healing elixirs. Even the old man surnamed Zhang who had accompanied Jing Dahong was invited back. If only I had known this, why would I have done that in the first place? Humph, I told you long ago, but you still wouldn't believe me. What's the point of keeping eyes like that? Behind Jing Dahong, 2 female cultivators of the Cloud Concealment clan were massaging him. He looked very relaxed, his voice arrogant. It's not that I look down on you. Your cultivation level is nothing to my master. 1 palm strike is enough to send you all flying, no different from killing a bunch of ants. Jun Dahong raised his head, scornfully lecturing. The Cloud Concealment clan cultivators around him continuously nodded in agreement. Although this person was a bit arrogant, the entire clan was facing a great calamity, so they dared not contradict him. The Cloud Concealment clan chief and several elders respectfully stood beside Jun Dahong, their faces full of obsequious smiles, constantly nodding. Please forgive me, sir. I truly didn't know your identity. Please speak on our behalf. Afterwards, we will offer you a generous reward. The Cloud Concealment clan chief felt a pang of unease. His cultivation was clearly far superior to the other parties. He could have killed them 100,000 times over with a single finger, yet now he had to carefully serve him. Jun Dahong, comfortably massaged by the female cultivator behind him, arrogantly said, if you know you've made a mistake, I'll give you a chance to correct it, but... The Cloud Concealment clan chief hurried forward a few steps, his right hand flipping up to reveal a jade bottle. A hint of reluctant sorrow flickered in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and quickly offered it. A small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, sir. Jun Dahong took it, opened it, his eyes showing joy, then cleared his throat and arrogantly said, I'll give it a try. Just then, ripples swirled in the sky, and Wang Lin's figure emerged from within. The moment he appeared, Jun Dahong's expression instantly changed. He leapt to his feet, afraid of being slow, pushing aside the nun behind him, and said obsequiously, Welcome back, master, in triumph. For days, Jun Dahong hadn't seen or heard his master's words and couldn't even enter a meditative state. He felt empty inside, and each time he wanted to call out his master's name 100 times before he could enter a meditative state. But even so, he couldn't express the longing in his heart for his master. Only by seeing his master and being by his side could his heart find peace. Jun Dahong stepped forward, raising his head and displaying his invincible divine power, even more cautiously fearing that his overly exaggerated words would displease Wang Lin. At this moment, his arrogance was gone, replaced by an unceasingly obsequious demeanor. This was the first time the Cloud Escape tribe cultivators had witnessed such a scene. Everyone was instantly wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Even the Cloud Escape clan chief who had just presented the generous gifts was slightly stunned. He couldn't imagine how a person could transform so drastically in such a short time. Get out of the way. Don't stand there blocking the path of the Master of Sea Mosey. Perhaps did you made a mistake here. The Cloud Concealment clan ultimately couldn't leave this cultivation planet. Without Wang Lin's permission, they didn't dare. Upon his return, Wang Lin immediately unleashed his divine power, creating a massive cave dwelling, and then began his seclusion. The cave dwelling was surrounded by numerous layers of restrictions, preventing any cultivators within a radius of several hundred miles from entering. Within a radius of several hundred miles around Wang Lin's cave dwelling, the Dark Scorpion clan naturally held the highest status, occupying a vast area. The Cloud Concealment clan was forced to find another place to temporarily reside. Zhong Dahong, extremely arrogant, entered the territories of the two clans as if it were his own, enjoying himself immensely during this time. He had never experienced this feeling of being constantly cared for while in the Lightning clan. Inside the cave, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his eyes filled with contemplation. He had previously been told by the Emperor's envoy that in 3 months, a crucial day would arrive in the Land of Madness, the day of the Luosheng Elder selection. Perhaps some of the current elders would retain their positions, while others would be replaced. However, Wang Lin didn't care about this. It had no bearing on him. What he was concerned about was the Fire Sparrow clan, and how he could achieve his goal through this Luosheng Elder selection. The bait has been cast. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he closed them, his consciousness silently spreading out, sensing a strange connection within the hazy realm. Gradually, his consciousness seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, becoming a part of them. After a long while, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. A familiar aura seemed to emanate from the distant starry sky, seemingly from nowhere, drifting further and further away. Outside the Land of Madness, in the Black Star domain, 3 members of the Fire Sparrow clan were flying rapidly. Among them was the man from years ago, his expression extremely serious, touching his forehead as he flew, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. The elders instructed me to bring the blood from that elixir back to the clan for research. This is extremely important to our clan. There can be absolutely no mistakes. If the elders' analysis is correct, the clan leader and the great elders will certainly issue orders after seeing this blood. The man's eyes showed determination, and he and the two beside him accelerated, quickly disappearing into the distance. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his consciousness dissipating, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The blood in the soul pill contained extremely high temperature and a trace of primordial energy. Nothing could replace it except his own blood. Therefore, he could rely on the connection between their blood to vaguely sense their approximate location across vast distances. That blood with a trace of primordial energy, once brought back to the Fire Sparrow clan, will surely cause a stir. At that time, combined with my plan, obtaining the Fire Sparrow clan's primordial energy will surely be accomplished. Now that the blood has been taken, it's time to proceed with the second step. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a sinister expression, and he raised his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a spatial rift opened before him. As soon as the rift opened, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. The scream was so mournful it sent shivers down one's spine. Grandpa Su, little Bao was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive me, Grandpa Su. I won't dare do it again. Ah! Another pathetic scream rang out, accompanied by Suligu's lewd laughter. Falling into your Grandpa Su's hands is also a stroke of luck. Your Grandpa Su has been lonely for thousands of years. He absolutely won't kill you. He will definitely cherish you. Little darling Jin Bao, rest assured, Grandpa Su won't hurt you. The pathetic screams continued. Utterly tragic. Wang Lin frowned and coughed softly. This sound echoed in the storage space, causing it to suddenly fall silent. Immediately afterward, Siliku's voice, a mixture of joy and fear, resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and he transformed into a black light, rushing out of the storage space. Suligo was carrying a person in his arms. The man's clothes were tattered, as if he had just been raped. His complexion was extremely haggard, and his eyes showed fear. He was held in Suligo's hand and appeared before Wang Lin. Master, what do you need me to do? Don't worry, little Su will definitely do a good job this time. It won't be like what happened with the Lightning Clan. Suligo threw Jin Bao aside, rubbing his hands nervously, assuring him. Wang Lin still didn't look at Sila Guo, but at Jin Bao beside him. Jin Bao, under Wang Lin's gaze, immediately trembled violently, his heart filled with unimaginable fear. After being thrown into the storage space, he had been tormented by Su Liguo all day, suffering all kinds of hardships, and the thought of Su Liguo's cruelty made him feel like a nightmare. Jin Bao, do you know your mistake? Wang Lin slowly opened his mouth. These words caused Kimbu to tremble even more violently. With a thud, he knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and said, Senior Immortal, I know I've made a mistake. I know I've made a mistake. I beg you, Senior Immortal, to give me a chance to correct my errors. I will never dare to deceive others again. Wang Lin crossed his legs, his right index finger gently tapping his knee, his eyes revealing a strange light as he looked at Liu Jinbiao and said in a low voice, Tell me, if you didn't have that jade pendant, how could you have deceived people? Liu Jinbiao wiped away his tears, his expression filled with remorse, and hurriedly said, Senior Immortal, my deceptive techniques relied on that jade pendant to function. Now that you have taken the jade pendant, I can no longer deceive anyone. I beg you, Senior Immortal, to forgive me and let me go. I absolutely cannot deceive anyone again. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He nodded and slowly said, If you don't have the deceptive techniques, then keeping your life is unnecessary. Liu Jinbia's face showed joy, but it quickly turned into astonishment. When he understood Wang Lin's meaning, his expression changed drastically. Especially when he saw the cold glint in Wang Lin's eyes, his body trembled even more, and he hurriedly pleaded in a loud voice, Senior Immortal, you've misunderstood. Senior Immortal, you've misunderstood. I misspoke. Even without that jade pendant, my deception skills are earth-shattering, unmatched throughout the Cloud Sea Star domain. I've long thought that I shouldn't rely too much on that jade pendant, so I usually don't use it unless absolutely necessary, always deceiving people myself. I've practiced this regularly, and now I've reached a level of perfection. If you say so, then what explanation do you have for your deception skills? Wang Lin's right index finger still tapped on his knee as before, his words calm. But this gesture, in Liu Jinbia's eyes, made his heart leap along with Wang Lin's finger. Deception skills, to put it bluntly, require meticulous planning and the use of all means. As long as others believe or misunderstand or even have prejudices, the goal can be achieved. The methods must also involve disguise, even making oneself completely believe what one says before others can believe it. Liu Jinbiao carefully explained, then looked up at Wang Lin's expression. Seeing Wang Lin nod slightly, he felt a little relieved. The art of deceiving petty people is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is deceiving others. The second stage is deceiving oneself. The third stage is reaching a relatively high level. After understanding it, one sees mountains as mountains, but they are not mountains, returning to the original state of deceiving others. Talking about these 3 stages seems simple, but in reality, most of us swindlers are stuck at the first stage. To put it bluntly, they don't even believe themselves. Their deception is just for the sake of deception, without any real achievement. Liu Jinbiao remained completely calm, but spoke cautiously as before. Only after reaching a certain stage do you gain enlightenment regarding deception, naturally moving into the second stage, deceiving yourself. Utilizing all methods and experiences in life, constantly deceiving yourself, slowly making yourself believe. Therefore, the art of deception becomes quite successful. Liu Jinbiao took a deep breath, seemingly forgetting his own circumstances, his expression becoming serious. Among my contemporaries, there are those who can reach the second stage. In my years of traveling the world, I have met many fellow practitioners. Each time they met, they would engage in a discussion of the Tao, verifying and comprehending each other's insights. But when they saw these people, even those in the second realm, they didn't dare to delve too deeply. After all, those in the second realm are extremely dangerous to us. This danger stems from self-deception, making it easy to get lost, to become immersed in it and lose self-control, either becoming a gentleman, a scoundrel, or even a madman. There are also some who are so deeply immersed in the second realm that they even forget they are fraudsters. Every time I meet such a person, I feel sorrowful. How sad, how sad. Liu Jinbiao at this moment completely forgot his own situation. his words revealing a strange meaning. Su Liguo, standing beside him, stared, speechless, and scoffed. Isn't he just a fraudster? How can he talk as if he's cultivating the Tao? Before Su Liguo could finish speaking, Liu Jinbei spun around, glaring at him with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. However, within that arrogance lay a touch of loneliness. It was the air of someone standing at the pinnacle, looking down upon all beings. How can a child who knows nothing understand the heart of this old man? I began swindling at 4, and by 9 I was already considered a prodigy, using a human body to deceive even foundation establishment cultivators. At 16, I could read people's thoughts just by looking into their eyes. From then on, I traveled the world, seeking the ultimate art of deception. The world is vast, and it is often said that there are 3,000 great paths. But who can say they know all 3,000 great paths? Who can say that among those 3,000 great paths there is no art of deception? Cultivators practice cultivation, which can be called the Tao. Isn't my cultivation also a Tao? How many living beings are there? From the dawn of time to the present, how many have perished? From the beginning of time, there have been living beings, and where there are living beings, there is the art of deception. If the art of deception were useless, it would have long since been extinct in the passage of time. How could it still be passed down to this day? My purpose in seeking is to ask heaven, among the 3,000 great Taos, which group does the art of deception belong to? If there truly is no art of deception among the 3,000 great Taos, then I am willing to create a Tao outside of the 3,000 great Taos. Su Liguo's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Wang Lin felt a slight tremor of fear. At this moment, Liu Jinbei looked rather dejected. He stood there, his clothes tattered, yet he exuded an indescribable aura. This is my way. The art of deception reaches the second level. You might consider it easy. Deceiving yourself once is easy, but it's harder to deceive yourself for a lifetime, constantly deceiving yourself, ultimately affecting your very soul, even your memory, causing it to change. Even under the powerful divine abilities of cultivators, for those of us who have reached the second level, attempting to search their memories is futile, because their memories have completely collapsed. But those who reach the second level are deceiving themselves. When they reach the peak, they can no longer restrain themselves, becoming a different person, or they may be reborn from nirvana, breaking through the second level and regaining their senses. Such individuals are extremely rare, but only such people can reach the third stage, returning to their true nature. If it weren't for that jade pendant, which made my Tao heart unstable and overly reliant on external objects, even a high-ranking immortal wouldn't have found it so easy to capture me. Now, you've taken my jade pendant, destroying my reliance, and giving me an opportunity for nirvana. And you've placed me in this storage space? Your deception has reached the peak of the second stage, half a step into the third. Liu Jinbei waved his sleeves behind his back, his expression cold. Quite interesting. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, a half-smile playing on his lips. After being reprimanded by Liu Jinbei, Su Liguo didn't argue back. After a moment of surprise, his gaze towards Liu Jinbei changed slightly. He bowed to Liu Jinbei, saying in a low voice, "These words of Taoist Jinbei have suddenly made me understand. Among the 3,000 great Tao, there is the Tao of deception. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I, Su Liguo, also want to know if what I am searching for is found within the 3,000 great paths." Upon hearing this, Liu Jinbei's eyes instantly lit up with joy, as if he had become a different person. His cold demeanor vanished in an instant, and he bowed, a hint of fear still on his face. He said in a low, flattering voice, "It's just a little trickery, nothing to praise. Master Su, please don't bully me in the future. I'm already satisfied." His sudden transformation startled Su Liguo once again. He muttered a few curses under his breath, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he carefully observed Liu Jinbei several times, then slowly said, "I can give you a chance. If you do well, I will return your freedom and give you a great opportunity." Liu Jinbei's body trembled as he looked at Wang Lin. "You often deceive individuals or sects. This time, I want you to deceive an entire tribe. Do you dare?" Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it sent a shock through Liu Jinbei's heart. It doesn't matter who you deceive. It just requires devising a scheme, knowing all the details. Liu Jinbao hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. No problem. You have 3 months to prepare. According to what you just said, you've reached the second realm, self-deception, making yourself completely believe it's true. Even your memory and mind, then I'll give you some memories now. A blue flame flashed in Wang Lin's left eye, directly erupting from it, transforming into a roaring wave of fire that engulfed Liu Jinbao, forming a fireball that flared outwards. Su Liguo hastily retreated, his eyes filled with fear. This killer's cultivation level was unexpectedly high. Time passed slowly, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Su Liguo had originally intended to leave his cave dwelling to enjoy himself, but as soon as he tried to go out, he was stopped by a restriction and forced back. After several attempts, Su Liguo cursed loudly, his eyes staring blankly towards the outside world. One day, while still in a daze, Su Liguo's expression suddenly changed, and he spun around. He saw that from deep within his cave dwelling, the blue fireball that had been burning for over a month was now spinning wildly, emitting a rumbling sound. Soon, the flames erupted with a fierce roar, transforming into a sea of fire that shot upwards, becoming a gigantic vermilion bird. The vermilion bird soared through the flames, emitting a clear cry. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly emerged from the fireball. This figure was initially somewhat blurry, but then slowly took a step forward, and only then did it become clear. The pupils in Su Liguo's eyes contracted, and he was stunned. He vaguely felt that the person emerging from the flames looked somewhat familiar. Looking closely, his eyes suddenly widened. The person who emerged from the fireball stood before Su Liguo, his clothes still tattered, but radiating an aura of majesty and power. This person's appearance, or rather, his disguise, as seen by Su Liguo, was very different. The Liu Jinbao before him now seemed to have become a grandmaster, a cultivator with great supernatural abilities. Standing there, an invisible pressure emanated, causing everyone who saw him to tremble. A flame swirled around Liu Jinbao, transforming into the shape of a vermilion bird. His eyes were cold, his demeanor calm, his expression not angry but imposing. Especially his eyes, like torches, when they swept over Su Liguo, unexpectedly made Su Liguo gasp for breath. Liu Jinbao's cultivation level, at first glance, seemed inconsistent, sometimes extremely powerful, sometimes very ordinary. But it was precisely this variability that gave him an air of mystery. His eyes were cold, yet deep within them lay a hint of weariness. This weariness was something ordinary cultivators could never possess. Only cultivators who had lived for tens of thousands of years, seen through the ways of the world, and possessed incredibly long lifespans could develop this kind of weary feeling. This weariness stemmed from his very existence, naturally arising from the passage of time. Su Liguo stood completely still. He couldn't tell if the other person was the same Liu Jinbao he had bullied in the storage space. Although the two looked identical, there was an indescribable difference in their appearance. Hey, you! Su Liguo had barely opened his mouth when Liu Jinbao gave him a cold glare. Su Liguo felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a few steps back. I am the 6th vermilion bird of the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect, and I came to the primordial star realm to find the 4th generation vermilion bird. Due to being suppressed by a formation, my injuries haven't healed yet. Liu Jinbao slowly opened his mouth, his voice revealing the aura of someone revered by thousands. This kind of feeling could only be possessed by those who had held high positions for a long time, wielding the life and death of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, he had long forgotten that he was a fraud. His entire memory had been altered. He believed that he was the head of the Vermilion Bird Secret Sect, that he was the 6th generation Vermilion Bird. Even a cultivator with great divine abilities using soul-searching techniques couldn't find any flaws. All these memories were real. Liu Jinbao coldly raised his foot and stepped forward. At this moment, Wang Lin's voice came from within the blue fireball in the cave. Su Liguo, serving the 6th generation Vermilion Bird, obey his orders. If you disobey, your existence will be erased from heaven and earth. Su Liguo's body trembled, and he hastily nodded, following Liu Jinbao out of the cave. The cave's restrictions automatically opened, allowing the two to fly away. Except for Liu Jinbao, no one knew what Wang Lin had left on him during this past month. After the two left, the fireball gradually shrank, finally transforming into a sea of fire, completely absorbed into Wang Lin's left eye. He remained seated cross-legged, his expression calm. However, a shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. The second bait has been released. Fire Sparrow Clan, don't disappoint me. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. He waved his right hand, and immediately a storage space appeared before him, from which a statue flew out. This statue was the artifact the Greedy Wolf. This time, Tham Lang brought quite a few treasures, and it's necessary to leave a spiritual imprint on them. Only after understanding their power can we unleash their full potential in future battles. This statue is obviously the most powerful artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it out last. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Tham Lang wasn't a fraud like Liu Jinbiao, who had reached the second stage of cultivation. His memory and mind couldn't be altered. Wang Lin had examined Tham Lang's memories and found that his words were mostly true, and he also knew two things. One was the location in the Luotia star domain near the inner realms barrier, where the vortex appeared. The other was in the primordial star domain, the location where Tham Lang emerged from the mysterious ancient tomb. These 2 points should be useful to me. I need to investigate the location in the primordial star domain. There might be some gains. As for the ancient tomb he passed through, it's very likely the legendary ancient tomb of 10,000 years. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression as his gaze shifted towards the statue. Why did this statue appear in that ancient tomb? Wang Lin had pondered this question many times without finding an answer. After a long period of contemplation, Wang Lin extended his divine consciousness towards the statue. But just as his consciousness was about to touch the statue, his eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps you will know. Wang Lin's eyes brightened and he raised his right hand, opening a second spatial rift. This spatial rift was the one Wang Lin had initially opened for only one person. A light like a full moon emanated from the rift, filling the cave and making it seem as if it were enveloped in moonlight. A stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the rift. It was the silver-robed woman from before. Do you know him? Wang Lin asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the silver-robed woman calmly looked towards the statue. But in that instant, her pupils contracted, she froze, and then immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. A piercing scream rang out, filled with unimaginable fear. It seemed this statue had once inflicted immense trauma on the silver-robed woman. Therefore, even though her memory hadn't fully recovered, the moment she saw the statue, she let out such an extremely mournful scream. The sudden change in the silver-robed woman surprised Wang Lin. He had never seen this expression on her face before. His pupils contracted, and he jumped up, raising his right hand to quickly retrieve the statue. The silver-robed woman had now retreated to the back of the cave, her eyes filled with extreme terror, her body trembling violently, her face pale. Looking like a lonely boat in a stormy sea, utterly pitiful. As Wang Lin was about to approach, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with unimaginable fear, and cried out, "Don't come any closer." This cry was full of helplessness and bewilderment, expressing a complete distrust of all living beings in heaven and earth. Even Wang Lin, at this moment, could not gain this woman's trust. Wang Lin stood there silently, regret surging in his heart. He only wanted to know the identity of this statue, but unexpectedly, he had terrified the silver-robed woman so much. A soft sob emanated from the woman. 2 streams of tears flowed down her face to her chin, falling to the ground with a faint rustling sound. The tears shattered on the ground, creating damp patches that spread outwards. "Don't come any closer. Don't come here. I didn't make a mistake. That door wasn't opened by me. It wasn't me." The woman bit her lip, hugged herself with both hands, leaned against the cave wall, and slowly sat down, tears streaming down her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. This scene evoked pity in those who witnessed it. Wang Lin remained silent, sighing softly after a long while, and whispered, "I'm sorry." The woman buried her face in her hands, her sobs still filled with immense fear. Wang Lin slowly walked forward, gradually approaching the woman, silently sitting down beside her. He gently stroked her, comforting her, and softly said, "Don't be afraid, it's all over now. Don't think about it anymore. If you've forgotten it, then let it be forgotten." Thanks to Wang Lin's gentle comforting, the woman gradually calmed down, her body still trembling slightly. After a long while, she slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with overwhelming fear. Her tightly bitten lips were bleeding. "The door wasn't opened by me. It really wasn't me," the woman whispered, looking directly into Wang Lin's eyes, fear mixed with a hint of bewilderment. I know, Wang Lin said softly, but a strange glint appeared in his eyes. This woman clearly recognized the statue and had even interacted with the person depicted. Who exactly was this person? Wang Lin's eyes flashed. I know it wasn't you who opened the door. Don't think about it anymore, Wang Lin said gently. They're all dead. They're all killed. The woman seemed not to hear Wang Lin's words, the bewilderment in her eyes deepening, replacing some of her fear as she whispered, Dao Yun is dead. Zilo is dead. They're all dead. He thought we opened that door. He's dead too. I'm dead too. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, gazing at the trembling woman before him. After a long pause, he suddenly asked, Who is he? He is. The silver-clad woman's body trembled violently, the fear in her eyes intensifying. At the same time, her face contorted, as if a wave of excruciating pain surged from within her, engulfing her completely. In this agony, she let out a piercing scream, seemingly unwilling to remember or think of any news related to that man. In this pain, a green aura suddenly swirled beneath her skin, instantly forming a bizarre mark. This mark completely covered her face, instantly transforming her once beautiful features into something resembling a rakshasa. She abruptly lifted her head, the fear and bewilderment vanishing in an instant, replaced by coldness and stillness, devoid of any emotion. In that same instant, a whirlwind-like force erupted from within her body. Wang Lin's mind reeled, immediately sensing an extremely intense danger, and without hesitation, he retreated. As he did, the woman raised her right hand and fiercely struck Wang Lin with a palm strike. This strike carried no trace of the Earth's elemental energy, yet it shook the entire cultivation planet, causing the weather to change drastically. The sky, which had been clear and blue with gentle breezes and calm clouds, instantly seemed to be filled with ink. The sky turned pitch black. This blackness obscured the sunlight, separating heaven and earth, plunging the entire cultivation planet into darkness. In this darkness, the sky rumbled not with thunder, but with a sound far more powerful than thunder. Beneath this sound, the sky was suddenly torn open, revealing a massive rift. This rift was completely different from ordinary spatial rifts. It was incredibly deep, impenetrable to all the starry sky and heaven. It seemed to lead to a mysterious and unpredictable place, a strange layer of space at the very bottom of this star domain. The instant the rift appeared, a stream of green energy roared out, immediately heading straight towards Wang Lin's cave dwelling. The earth outside the cave dwelling and the protective enchantments offered no resistance whatsoever, piercing straight through and swirling around the woman's right hand. While it takes a long time to describe, it all happened in a flash. Almost as soon as the woman raised her right hand, the green energy surged forward. This isn't spiritual power, nor immortal power, nor heaven and earth primal power, nor even ancient demonic energy, nor ancient divine power. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and he hastily retreated. The woman's right hand suddenly lowered, and the surrounding green energy instantly condensed, transforming into a green palm print that slammed towards Wang Lin. In an instant, the palm print was very close. Wang Lin formed hand seals. His entire body's primal energy surged wildly, and he swung his arms out. A huge vortex appeared before his body, immediately colliding with the palm print. With a loud bang, the vortex shattered, but the palm print remained unharmed, piercing through it. Wang Lin's body, still retreating, also used the shockwave from the shattered vortex to propel him out of the cave. Lightning flashed in his right eye, and a gigantic lightning diagram materialized in front of his body. 9 bolts of lightning swirled around, making this lightning diagram earth-shattering, emitting thunder of 10,000 feet, filling all directions, and rotating to block the palm print. A deafening explosion, far more intense than before, resounded. Under the thunderous roar, the lightning diagram was swept away, the palm print trembled, and the green energy surrounding it dissipated by more than half, yet it unexpectedly struck again. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. His right foot retreated a step, his body stopped in midair, and instead of retreating further, he raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. A blood-red light appeared, and the blood sword instantly materialized in his hand. Holding the blood sword, in the instant the palm print pierced through the lightning diagram, Wang Lin snorted coldly, and with his right hand wielding the blood sword, he slashed fiercely towards the palm print. The blood-red light instantly became dazzling, seemingly transforming into a sea of blood that filled the sky, forming a blood-colored sword light that fell directly onto the palm print. A thunderous roar resounded. The blood sword paused slightly before slashing down on the palm print, splitting it in two. The palm print collapsed with a thunderous crash, but the green energy within it did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a sphere, directly flying up into the air and entering the giant crack in the sky. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, a sweet taste in his mouth, blood almost gushing out, but he held it back. His expression turned icy cold, and he, carrying the blood sword, charged forward. The moment a sphere of green energy entered the crack in the sky, Wang Lin raised his right hand and fiercely grabbed towards the sky. "Come down here for me." The heavens and earth trembled. A gigantic, illusory hand appeared in the heavens and earth, reaching towards the green energy and seizing it in its palm. In the blink of an eye, as Wang Lin caught the green energy, the large crack in the sky rumbled and finally disappeared completely. The pitch-black sky also quickly dissipated, returning to normal. The ground was once again brightly lit. Wang Lin's expression was grim. Holding the small sphere formed from the green energy, he appeared in the cave, but upon seeing the place, he frowned. The silver-clothed woman had fallen to the ground unconscious, her face ashen, her body trembling unconsciously, still muttering something. "It wasn't me who opened that door." "It wasn't me." With a grim expression, Wang Lin walked to the woman's side, carefully examining her. His left hand formed a series of incantations, causing countless restrictions to fall upon her. After doing all this, he frowned, looking at the green energy he held in his hand. This is something not within the primordial energy of heaven and earth. It's a different force. It's not the power of incense. It's not the origin, but it's extremely similar to the origin. What exactly is it? Is it related to the statue? This silver-robed woman harbors too many secrets. What is her true identity? Ancient 8 concubines? Wang Lin couldn't guess. This woman once said that incense smoke is poisonous. At first, I only roughly guessed that she had cultivated incense smoke in the past, and then was harmed by it, leading to this outcome. But now it seems that this aspect is probably not that simple. Could it be that this woman didn't cultivate incense smoke but already knew that incense smoke was poisonous? A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he stared at the unconscious woman. After a long time, he raised his right hand and directly pressed it against her head, performing a technique he had always been reluctant to use on her, soul-searching technique. "You and I have no enmity or grudges, and I don't want to hurt you. But the secrets you know are very useful to me. With my cultivation level, even using the soul-searching technique won't harm your mind." Wang Lin closed his eyes, his consciousness following his right arm into the woman's spiritual sea. The woman's sea of consciousness was very murky, with occasional flashes of green light. Wang Lin's consciousness swept across, trying to search through her memories, but no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find any information related to her memories. It was just a patch of murky space as before. Wang Lin's consciousness spread for an unknown amount of time. Then suddenly it was violently shaken, converging from all directions and rushing towards an area filled with green mist. The green mist here emitted a faint light. Wang Lin's consciousness circled around the outside a few times, then cautiously and slowly entered. As soon as he entered, a blue light burst forth from the mist, constantly flashing out and rushing straight towards Wang Lin's consciousness. This blue light was extremely similar to the blue energy outside. In an instant, as a large amount of blue light rushed in from all directions, Wang Lin's consciousness, like a silkworm thread, hastily dodged the incoming blue light, spreading deeper inside. The deeper he probed, the more blue light there was. Finally, the dense blue light formed a mass, roaring and enveloping him, giving Wang Lin's consciousness no chance to escape, rushing towards him with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin's consciousness quickly retracted in that instant. All the consciousness that had entered this place quickly transformed into needles, and in the moment the blue light rushed in, they shot out and collided with them. A thunderous sound immediately resounded. Wang Lin sat in the cave, his right hand placed on the woman's head. His face instantly turned pale, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained tightly closed. In the woman's sea of consciousness, more than half of Wang Lin's divine consciousness dissipated, finally breaking through a gap in the blue light. The remaining divine consciousness rushed out, heading straight towards the deepest part. The blue light intensified, surging forward and instantly sealing the gap. But at this moment, Wang Lin's divine consciousness finally broke through the barrier and entered the deepest part of the blue mist. The moment he entered, Wang Lin's divine consciousness was violently shaken. He saw a scene that shook his mind, a scene he would never forget. Deep within this blue mist, there was unexpectedly a person sitting in meditation. This person, clad in 7 colored robes, appeared to be a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged, his entire body enveloped in 7 colored light. He was neither a primordial spirit nor a physical body, but rather a manifestation of a seal. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's eyes widened, revealing a look of terror. He withdrew his right hand from the celestial spirit of this woman. This time, he hadn't obtained any memories from the woman, but he had gained a great deal. The image in this woman's mind and that statue are identical. Wang Lin murmured, "Again, 7 colors." The moment he saw that image, a thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind. This person is the Grand Venerable. But this thought only lasted a moment before he dismissed it. The Grand Venerable, though powerful, wasn't as powerful as this statue, capable of terrifying Wang Lin so much. He had experienced the strength of the Blue Dream Dao Venerable, a third-stage cultivator whose strength was not far behind that of the Grand Venerable. Under the oppressive aura of the Azure Dream Dao Venerable, Wang Lin could still acknowledge it. 7 colors, 7 colors. I've encountered these 7 colors many times throughout my cultivation life. Heavenly Fortune Master has 7 colors. The Grand Venerable also has 7 colors. Even some divine abilities contain these 7 colors, and there's the 7-colored realm where the Dao fruit is stored. And the 7-colored divine void nail? His eyes flashed. He vaguely felt that these 7 colors contained an earth-shattering secret. And that green energy and green light. Could they also be one of the 7 colors? Wang Lin frowned. After a long while, he sighed, waved his sleeve, and once again collected the silver-robed woman into his storage space. This matter is too unpredictable for me. Thinking too much is useless. Right now, it's best to refine the Themling's magic treasure first, and prioritize collecting the 5 Sparrow clan's essence. Wang Lin remained silent for half a day, no longer contemplating matters related to the statue, but instead brought out all of Themling's magical treasures, beginning to refine and study them once again. The 99 flying swords were obtained by Themling from beside a skull in an ancient tomb. He remembered that the skull's eyes lacked any starlight points. The 99 flying swords surrounding the skull were all stained with fresh blood, forming a sword formation. Wang Lin raised his right hand. These 99 swords circled around his body, each one brimming with icy coldness. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his divine consciousness spread out, carefully scanning these 99 swords. Indeed, they are treasures of the ancient demon tribe, imbued with dense demonic energy. In my hands, I may not be able to unleash their full power, but if my second clone were to achieve mastery, the ancient demon clone wielding these swords would undoubtedly possess extraordinary power. Should I keep these treasures or refine them? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand. He imprinted his seal and restrictions on these 99 swords before once again storing them in his storage bag. If I refine them, the demonic energy within will dissipate wastefully. Let's keep them until I return to the inner realm and give them to my second clone to absorb. It's a pity that the Great Sealing Array prevents me from contacting my clone. Otherwise, I could have transformed them myself. I wonder how my second clone has been doing these past few years. Wang Lin remained silent, then produced another magical artifact. It was the bone-protecting stone tablet. 9 stone tablets flew around, emitting familiar auras to Wang Lin. These were the auras of ancient gods. He raised his right hand and stroked one of the stone tablets. In the memories of the greedy Volf, he had obtained this bone-protecting stone tablet near an ancient god skull on a large rock. The skull of that ancient god looked very young, seemingly not yet fully mature, its eyes revealing a mixture of anger and bewilderment that would never dissipate. This stone tablet is made of the bones of the ancient god clan, but it wasn't maliciously refined. Rather, the ancestors willingly sacrificed their remains after death for their descendants to refine into treasures. Otherwise, there would be a strong surge of resentment inside, not the calmness it has now. Wang Lin sighed softly. Greedy Volf used this treasure as a protective artifact, but lacked the ability to unlock the ancient god's divine power hidden within. Wang Lin raised his right hand again. Immediately, 9 stone tablets emitted a dazzling light. Waves of intense ancient god aura spread out. With a resounding roar, the 9 stone tablets rotated around Wang Lin, finally shrinking and condensing on his right arm, forming a handguard. This handguard was grayish-white, like bone. It covered his entire fist, making Wang Lin's right hand slightly larger. Even his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into bone, and a cracking sound could be heard when he clenched his fist. The outside of this handguard bore many wounds, sword marks, and cracks, indicating that it had endured many battles when it was in the hands of that young ancient god. This ancient god's treasure also contains a trace of the ancient god's divine consciousness. Like the ancient dream recall from back then, it's a life-saving divine ability. Unfortunately, this life-saving divine ability couldn't protect the ancient god's life. Wang Lin's expression was complex. The ancient god power in his body surged into the handguard. Ancient god's 8-star divine ability, Ancestral Soul Assistance. This technique was not in Tu's memory. Wang Lin was immersed in the divine ability of the handguard, and it took the time of an incense stick to regain his composure. This divine ability, when combined with the light shield, can become an extremely powerful technique. Looking at his right arm, in his mind, the arm guard seemed to dissolve, finally disappearing into his arm, merging into his flesh and blood. Wang Lin raised his hand and grabbed at the void, and immediately the third treasure appeared with a roar. The Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. From the moment Wang Lin first saw this Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, he felt an extremely familiar aura. This aura only exists in the artifacts of the ancient God Royal family, and only the ancient God Royal family can sense it so clearly. I didn't expect that Greedy Wolf could obtain an artifact of the ancient God Royal family. Although it wasn't inherited but refined by a descendant himself, it is indeed an artifact of the ancient God Royal family. Wang Lin's eyes showed a fervent look as he gazed at the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. The ancient god star point on his forehead spun rapidly, and after a moment, light emanated from it, shining upon the Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. This treasure also shone brightly, immediately emitting a rumbling sound, unexpectedly beginning to spin, finally emitting a dazzling light, transforming into a rainbow that shot straight towards Wang Lin's forehead. It quickly shrunk, and finally, with a bang, merged with the first of the 6 star points. Thaxam merged with a third-step cultivator, while Wang Lin merged with a magic treasure. The origins of the two were different, and their future directions were obviously different. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the ancient god power in his body suddenly increased. Vibrations emanated from his body, slowly fading away after a long time. His hair fluttered even without wind, and his body became more solid than before. Although it's inferior to the blood sword and the heaven-opening axe in the Wind Realm Great Formation, this thing is not much different from Tu's God-slaying spear. If it can be completely refined, its power will be immense. More importantly, the key to this treasure lies in the word refine. The joy in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. With a wave of his sleeve, the 4th magical artifact appeared before him. This was the Mist Demon Spear, constantly transforming between illusion and reality. As soon as it appeared, demonic energy surged, filling the cave, vaguely emitting mournful howls, further enhancing the spear's imposing presence. Ancient demon treasure. It's a pity I don't have an ancient demon clone. Otherwise, this treasure, wielded by an ancient demon clone, would undoubtedly unleash immense power. Ancient demon clone. I once speculated that if I could merge all 3 races, perhaps I could create an ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared at the Mist Demon Spear, a pensive expression on his face. The ancient god was created through my own cultivation. The ancient demon is a remnant soul, a result of the 13 tribes' worship and the power of their incense, which made that ancient demon believe he was me. Therefore, I could easily create a clone of myself. As for the ancient devil, I can only create a clone myself. Of course, if I could find an ancient devil, that would be great. Wang Lin pondered, raising his right hand and grasping at the void. Immediately, the Demon Soul Cauldron, a manifestation of the Greedy Wolf, appeared before Wang Lin. The appearance of the Demon Soul Cauldron caused the demonic energy in the cave to surge wildly, swirling and creating countless demonic figures. These figures radiated outwards, filling the entire cultivation planet. From the starry sky, the cultivation planet of the Dark Scorpion tribe was now shrouded in a cloud of demonic mist. Looking extremely terrifying, I can't create a demonic body, but if I take a demonic soul and use it to control the ancient demon's magical artifact, its power will certainly be no less. If I have the chance, I'll take another demonic soul and possess an ancient demon's body, creating my third clone. I just don't know how likely that is. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. He raised his right hand and pointed forward, his gaze sweeping across the demon's soul vase. Immediately, a mournful scream erupted from within the vase. This scream was piercingly loud, seemingly carrying a penetrating force that directly entered Wang Lin's mind. A firefly dares to compete with the moon. Wang Lin snorted coldly, transforming into layers of sound waves that collided with the mournful scream, producing a series of banging sounds. Immediately afterward, black mist spewed out from the demon's soul vase. Ancient demons within the black mist roared and swirled, instantly attacking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. The moment the demon souls rushed forward, he suddenly raised both hands and swung them forcefully. Immediately, a raging whirlwind swept towards the demon souls, capturing them in his hands. Taoist technique, fusion. Wang Lin's voice rang out calmly, yet coldly. As soon as he spoke, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He unleashed the fusion Taoist technique of the Blue Dream Taoist. A series of rumbling sounds echoed through the cave. The merged demonic souls let out mournful screams, trying to escape his control. But Wang Lin's hands were like a celestial prison, giving them no chance to break free. Wang Lin simply closed his eyes, his entire mind focused on the fusion. Under the cover of this Taoist technique, many demonic souls were fused together. Time passed slowly, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Wang Lin continuously performed the fusion technique without any respite. One day, the demonic souls in his hands transformed into something resembling a cocoon. At this moment, a faint light suddenly emanated from the cocoon, growing brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire cave in an instant. A surge of violent energy suddenly erupted from within the cocoon. At the same time, a deafening roar, like the screams of countless demonic souls, resounded. It's impossible to refine my ancient demon tribe. Blood refinement, Wang Lin's eyes snapped open. Without hesitation, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood into the cocoon. This blood contained his primordial power and also the blood of his ancient god. The moment Wang Lin's blood landed on the cocoon, a mournful cry erupted from within. The cocoon's shape became even more chaotic, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The dark light within also seemed to dissipate, replaced by a blood-red hue. As the blood moved, it gradually filled the entire cocoon. After a long while, the entire cocoon turned a deep crimson. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, raised his right hand, and immediately grabbed the demonic soul bottle. His primal energy surged into the bottle. Immediately, a large mass of black mist emerged, carrying countless ghostly spirits. As soon as these spirits appeared, they were frantically absorbed by the red cocoon. This ancient demon's treasure contains 3,000 souls of ancient demons. By fusing these 3,000 souls, I can create my own ancient demon soul. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and in an instant, the cave dwelling was filled with mist, completely enveloping his body, forming a dense cloud of demonic fog. Time passed slowly as Wang Lin refined the demonic souls. Soon, a month had gone by. The Luo Sheng Assembly's elder selection was less than a month away. Wang Lin had been in seclusion in the Dark Scorpion clan for over 2 months. During these 2 months, a major event occurred in the Mad Luo land. In a corner of the Mad Luo land, on a desolate planet, a fierce flame suddenly erupted. This flame was blue, and upon erupting, it engulfed the entire desolate cultivation planet. However, this flame didn't last long. Within the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, it dissipated, returning to normal. But the mere time it takes for half an incense stick to burn sent shivers down the spines of all the fire cultivators in the land of madness. Whether they were in meditation or fighting, whatever they were doing, the moment the flames erupted on that wild cultivation planet, their minds were violently shaken. The firepower within their bodies seemed uncontrollable, suddenly wanting to escape, vaguely bowing towards the cultivation planet as if being summoned back. Such a bizarre event terrified all the fire cultivators. The Fire Sparrow clan members, especially those of the Fire Sparrow clan, felt it most acutely. The Fire Sparrow clan elder who had previously traded with Wang Lin, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly had flames erupt all over his body. transforming into a firebird spreading its wings as if about to fly away, causing his face to change drastically. This attracted the intense attention of the Fire Sparrow clan in the Land of Madness. The elder of the Fire Sparrow clan didn't hesitate for a moment, hastily leaving his secluded retreat and heading straight to that desolate cultivation planet with his clansmen. However, upon arriving, no matter how he examined the place, he found nothing. Yet, he sensed a trace of the same primordial essence as in the soul elixir. Around the same time, a major event occurred in the Fire Sparrow clan of the ancient star system, shaking the entire clan's high-ranking officials. 3 people escorted an item back from the Land of Madness, and after submitting it, they were immediately summoned. They were uneasy, unsure whether their clan would value the item. The Sparrow clan of the ancient star system occupied a vast star field, and on the main planet, Fire Sparrow, stood a statue of a fire sparrow. This statue was so tall it seemed to reach the heavens, its entire body engulfed in blazing fire. Beneath this statue, in a grand hall, an old man sat in meditation. His face was radiant with red light, and flames enveloped his entire body. He is the chieftain of the Fire Sparrow clan. At that moment, a drop of fresh blood, also being burned, floated before him. He stared at the drop of blood, his eyes showing a tremor of emotion. This is the origin. The old man's eyes shone brightly. He jumped up, grabbed the drop of blood, took half a step forward, and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was inside this cultivation planet. The space here was covered by a dense sea of fire. Even a fire cultivator would find it unbearable to enter. The old man rushed through the sea of fire, and soon reached the deepest part of this cultivation planet. The flames here were a deep purple, extremely terrifying at first glance. In the center of this deep purple fire, a vague formation could be seen, and within this formation sat a middle-aged man meditating. His clothes were also purple, and as he breathed, an earth-shattering aura slowly circulated within his body. The old man seemed hesitant to touch the deep purple flame, only respectfully saying from the outside, "Junior requests an audience with the ancestor." After saying these words, the old man stood still, waiting to be summoned. After a long while, the middle-aged man sitting in meditation within the sea of purple flames slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, 3 strange markings appeared simultaneously on his forehead and in both eyes. These were 3 flame-shaped markings, but their colors were extremely bright. The flame on his forehead was purple, the flame in his left eye was blue, and the flame in his right eye was illusory, seemingly non-existent. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint trace could be seen. This illusory flame seemed unstable and indistinct, but it was indeed a phantom flame, causing the old man outside to be shaken and bow his head, not daring to look again. This place is sacred ground. Even if you are the clan leader, you are not allowed to enter even a single step without my summons. Have you forgotten? The calm voice of the middle-aged man rang out. The old man's face was covered in sweat, his lips pressed together, and he hastily lowered his voice, saying, "Ancestor, please calm down. I was momentarily impatient. It's just that a clan member found a drop of blood. This drop of blood is extremely strange and requires your personal examination." The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing in heaven and earth could alter his demeanor. Upon hearing this, his eyes remained as cold as before. This coldness was in stark contrast to the intense fire in his pupils, making him appear even more sinister. Such a small matter can cause you such distress. Such a clan leader displeases me. Bring the blood here immediately. You may withdraw and punish yourself according to the 3rd rule of the clan regulations. The old man's face instantly turned pale. He tried to explain, but when he looked up at the ancestor in the purple sea of fire, he could only nod in agreement, raising his right hand. A burning drop of blood appeared in his palm. After letting it fly out, the old man bowed and retreated. The middle-aged man casually held it out. Immediately, the drop of blood pierced through the purple sea of fire and fell into his hand. His expression was calm as he casually examined the drop of blood. But as soon as he examined it, his body trembled violently, his eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at the drop of blood. This is. The middle-aged man's calm expression vanished in an instant, replaced by fear and disbelief. He hurriedly held the drop of blood before his eyes, his consciousness surging out, carefully examining it hundreds of times. The fear in his eyes intensified. Vermilion bird blood. This is vermilion bird blood. The middle-aged man sprang to his feet, brought the drop of blood to his lips, licked it with his tongue, and his body trembled once more. That's right, fundamentally correct. This is the blood of the vermilion bird. Vermilion bird. The middle-aged man's expression was agitated as he raised his left hand and lunged forward. The Five-Sparrow clan chief was almost out of the underground of the cultivation planet, preparing to return to the surface. At this moment, his face showed regret as he muttered to himself and rushed forward. Suddenly, a roar came from behind. He turned around in surprise, his pupils instantly contracting. Behind him, a sea of fire transformed into a giant hand that directly grabbed him and dragged him backward with a thunderous roar. Almost in an instant, the hand brought the old man to the middle-aged man's. Where did this blood come from? Before the old man could react, he heard the agitated voice of the clan's patriarch. He was slightly startled. Never in his life had the old man seen the patriarch's mood so volatile. He hastily lowered his voice and said, "It was brought back by our clansmen from the land of madness." The middle-aged man immediately burst into laughter, a hint of ecstatic joy in his eyes. Even the three flame-shaped markings blazed wildly. Good, good, good. You are indeed worthy of being the clan leader I chose. Your qualities are excellent. Immediately issue a clan order. Spare no expense. Go to the land of madness and find the source of this blood. The Five-Sparrow clan leader hastily nodded in agreement, about to withdraw, when the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly flashed. He suppressed his excitement and said in a low voice, "I cannot conveniently go to the land of madness. I can only provide support from the outside. After you arrive there, you must carefully investigate whether there is any conspiracy involved." The cultivation planet of the Dark Scorpion clan had been shrouded in a thick fog of demonic energy for some time, appearing eerie and unpredictable from afar. Even the living beings on this cultivation planet had undergone some changes under this demonic mist. One day, with only 6 days left until the elder selection of the Luosheng Society, the demonic mist on the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. From a distance, the entire cultivation planet was enveloped in swirling demonic energy, emitting earth-shattering roars. At the same time, the demonic energy rapidly contracted, all converging towards the interior of the cultivation planet. This sudden event drew the attention of the Dark Scorpion clan and the Cloud Escape clan. They hastily spread out their divine senses to observe, only to discover that all the demonic mist in the heavens and earth was simultaneously rushing towards Wang Lin's secluded cultivation cave. It seemed as if a black hole was absorbing all the demonic energy within this cave. In an instant, the boundless demonic energy in the heavens and earth vanished, all sucked into Wang Lin's cave. The entire process, if viewed from above, was clearly visible. The demonic energy surged like a tide, transforming into a massive vortex. At the center of this vortex was Wang Lin's cave. It spun and contracted rapidly, ending in a flash so fast that no one had time to react. Inside Wang Lin's cave, the condensed demonic energy formed a thick layer of mist that even divine consciousness couldn't penetrate. This mist continued to contract, and deep within it, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, a small, dark red figure hovering before him. This figure was indistinct, appearing at first glance like a primordial spirit, yet also like a soul. His appearance was unexpectedly identical to Wang Lin's, except his face displayed an extremely violent and ferocious expression. At this moment, he was relentlessly devouring the surging demonic energy. A moment later, all the demonic energy in the cave seemed to be sucked up by a whale, like a whale sucking up water. His body slightly solidified, but it was still unclear. The violent expression on his face intensified, and he turned to stare at Wang Lin, letting out a piercing shriek, and lunged to attack him. It seemed as if he would devour even Wang Lin. In that instant, Wang Lin's eyes widened, revealing a cold glint, his gaze like lightning clashing with the other man's. "Get lost!" A cold snort rang out. Without seeing Wang Lin unleash any divine power, the figure about to attack let out a cry, his body flying backward and falling to the side. "Since I created you, I can naturally destroy you." Wang Lin stood up, raised his right hand, and grabbed the small figure in the air. The figure's face was filled with fear. The moment Wang Lin's right hand reached it, the figure suddenly flickered and with a loud bang, it disintegrated into mist that scattered in all directions. After escaping Wang Lin's hand, this mist condensed outside the cave. As soon as it appeared, it immediately sped away, transforming into a cloud of demonic fog, disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. He formed a hand seal with his right hand and blew on it. Immediately, a mournful cry echoed from the horizon. Not long after, the small demonic soul, which had fled far away, flew back on its own, kneeling before Wang Lin, its body trembling, becoming much more indistinct, as if it could vanish at any moment. I only need to blow a single breath to reduce you to dust. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold as he slowly opened his mouth. The demonic soul trembled even more violently, hastily bowing its head as if begging for forgiveness. Wang Lin raised his right hand and grasped the void. Immediately, the mist demon spear appeared before him, then pointed at the demonic soul. This demonic soul, connected to Wang Lin's mind, showed hesitation and struggle on its face. Wang Lin snorted coldly. The demonic soul immediately trembled, its body transforming into a black light, flying straight towards the mist demon spear, and then merging into it. The moment it merged, the mist demon spear seemed to possess a soul, erupting with an extremely powerful aura. This aura surged out, transforming into a black serpent, shattering the cave dwelling, and soaring into the sky with an earth-shattering roar. The Dark Seed clan members on this cultivation planet stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the sky obscured by the black serpent, their minds trembling. The Cloud Escape clan cultivators on the side were the same, their eyes filled with fear as they stared blankly at the roaring black serpent in the sky. An indescribable sense of dread filled their hearts. The black serpent contained unimaginable brutality and madness, and a strong bloodlust. It seemed as if all living beings in heaven and earth were its enemies. Zhang Daohong swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Unlike Siligu, the stronger Wang Lin became, the more glorious he felt. In this moment of excitement, he immediately knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "Master's magic weapon is perfected. The divine power is invincible." As the black serpent roared in the sky, its body gradually dissipated, transforming into a black light that rushed towards Wang Lin and merged into his body. Beside the primordial spirit within Wang Lin's body, there was now a small demonic soul body. This body's eyes were tightly closed, suppressed by Wang Lin's primordial spirit, unable to resist or struggle at all. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but a hint of joy flickered in his eyes. Even though the demonic soul clone hadn't fully matured, it had begun to lay the foundation. After many more refinements, it could become a true clone. I wonder if, after my 3 bodies god, demon, and monster merge, I can achieve the same ancient ancestral form as I predicted. Wang Lin licked his lips and gestured towards the void in front of him. Immediately, 2 treasures appeared before him. One was a withered yellow leaf, and the other was a sealed tree spirit. In the Land of Madness, during the Elder selection, those qualified to compete for the elder position from all the small clans were actively preparing, heading to the place where the grand ceremony would take place. That is the most mysterious place in the Land of Madness, the Great Emperor Star. This planet is extremely famous in the primordial star realm, and is also a key research planet of the Changzun Society, connected to many rumors about the Great Emperor that circulate in the primordial star realm. It's worth noting that in the primordial star realm, most cultivation planets are spherical. Although there might be a few that aren't entirely spherical, they are generally still spherical. This is a very strange phenomenon. Many cultivators with great divine abilities have researched it, trying to uncover its mystery, but ultimately only managed to find a few clues and couldn't fully understand it. Even the Changzun Society, after years of research, could only declare one rule, the rule of rotation. They believed that all planets are always rotating, and throughout eternity, any cultivation planet would become spherical. But this rule completely changes when it comes to the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor star looked like a straight line. Even when viewed from the sky, it resembled a compass needle, slowly rotating. No one knew why the Great Emperor star was like this. This place was the sacred land of the tribes in the Land of Madness, and also the dwelling place of the Great Emperor. Normally, the Great Emperor star was filled with magnetic and conflicting forces, rendering the magical artifacts of all cultivators who came here ineffective, and even suppressing their cultivation. Only during the Luosheng Society's elder selection process did this conflicting power and internecine forces significantly diminish, and several fixed passages were established for others to enter. Besides the more than 300 minor clans participating in the Luosheng Society's elder selection, some members of the primordial star spirits also came to observe. Most of these were requested by the minor clans, and some even assisted in the battle. The Mad Luo Emperor never paid attention to this, and it gradually became an unwritten rule. However, there was one rule. If one was not a member of the Mad Luo clan, they were not allowed to become an elder, otherwise, they would surely die. Each time the Luosheng Society held an elder selection, the Changzun Society would also send representatives as guests, expressing their approval of the Luosheng Society and their respect for the emperor. Furthermore, they also wanted to observe the various tribes in the area. Except for the Elder Council, the Luosheng Council also sends out several jade slips each time they select elders, inviting some powerful figures from the primordial star realm. The Mad Luo Emperor paid no attention to this. It seemed to him that the Luosheng Council's elder selection was merely a celebratory occasion. In the starry sky, Wang Lin, along with the Dark Scorpion clan and the Cloud Escape clan, flew towards the Great Emperor Star. Outside the Mad Luo realm, within the primordial star realm, a woman with long hair reaching past her shoulders stood silently on an octagonal pattern, gazing ahead, lost in thought. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, also looking ahead with a somber expression. Cloud Luo Grandmaster, the Mad Luo Emperor killed my clone. What does the Elder Council say about this? They will compensate. The long-haired woman spoke softly, her gaze fixed on the starry sky, silently thinking to herself, to be able to command the protection of the Mad Emperor. I truly want to meet this person with my own eyes. I just wonder if he is the one mentioned in my ancestors' divination. In another direction within the primordial star system, amidst a sea of blue light, the Blue Dream Duelist slowly advanced with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, Liao Jianzhu silently followed. Further away, in a deserted star field, an extremely colossal beast, comparable to a cultivation planet, was slowly flying. Its body was covered in tentacles tens of thousands of feet long, swaying gently. It was Wang Yu. On its back sat an old man in a white robe. The old man's appearance was extremely bizarre, half his face black and the other half seemingly divided into yin and yang. Behind him stood 3 servants. If Wang Lin saw these 3 people, he would immediately recognize them. Yu Mizi, Wu Dongshan, and the one who was already dead, Ji Shantia. The day before the elder selection of the Luosheng Society, Wang Lin, escorted by the Dark Scorpion clan and the Cloud Escape clan, arrived outside the Great Emperor Star. Looking at the strange cultivation planet in the distance, Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The Great Emperor Star was shrouded in a hazy, ethereal mist, seemingly enveloped in fog. However, within the illusory mist, cracks appeared like gaping mouths filled with fangs, ready to devour anything. Also within the mist, there were constantly moving gray streaks. Upon closer inspection, these were not tangible but rather formed by a magnetic force of attraction and repulsion. Even before approaching, Wang Lin sensed an extremely terrifying force within the mist. This force could paralyze heaven and earth, shatter cultivators' divine abilities, and cause their foundations to crumble. This wasn't created by humans, nor was it the power of a magical artifact, but rather a kind of power of heaven and earth, a creation of nature. Wang Lin's pupils narrowed as he carefully observed for a long time, his body stopping outside the illusory mist. Outside the mist, there were many cultivators. These cultivators stood in groups of dozens or hundreds, many of them familiar faces, whispering to each other. The number of cultivators was overwhelming. Wang Lin's group immediately attracted many divine senses, but after sweeping over the Dark Scorpion clan and the Cloud Escape clan, they withdrew. As for Wang Lin, with his cultivation level, very few could detect him. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, coldly looking ahead. Senior, the Luosheng Society always holds elder selections on the Great Emperor Star. It's simply that countless opposing forces and magnetic forces exist here. And only after everyone arrives will a passage open up inside for them to enter. We're not too late. The passage will probably open soon, the Dark Scorpion clan chief whispered to Wang Lin, standing beside him. Wang Lin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the numerous cultivators outside the Great Emperor Star. There were probably tens of thousands of cultivators here, But even with such a large number, not all of them were from the Matfall clan in the Starry Sky. Unexpectedly, the Cloud Escape clan and the Dark Scorpion clan were so highly regarded. How interesting! Just then, a piercing sound came from the front. A middle-aged man in a blue robe emerged from among the nearly 1,000 clans. This man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were like venomous snakes, revealing a coldness, and a snake-shaped mark on his forehead made him look even more sinister. His words carried a hint of sarcasm, and he paused abruptly, his gaze sweeping over Wang Lin's group. The Dark Scorpion clan chief beside Wang Lin's expression changed, staring intently at the middle-aged man speaking, and let out a soft snort. That's the great elder of the Soul Serpent clan. The Soul Serpent clan once fought against the Cloud Escape clan in an elder selection, neither side gaining the upper hand, and neither was selected. The two clans have clashed in the past, the Dark Scorpion clan chief said in a low voice. Beside Wang Lin was clearly the Cloud Escape clan chief. Hearing the words of the great elder of the Soul Serpent clan, he remained calm, bowing his head without speaking. I heard the Cloud Escape clan invited Tham Lang as a retainer. With Tham Lang here, this selection will be difficult. But why don't I see Senior Tham Lang here? The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet imbued with his cultivation, echoing throughout the space. Tens of thousands of cultivators here are all from minor clans of the Madfall land, vying for the position of chairman of the Woshang Society. It can be said that any elder from a clan with the qualifications to compete for this position considers each other rivals. Therefore, they also gather some information about their opponents, understanding a little of their strengths and weaknesses. Securing the position of elder of the Woshang Society would bring immense benefits. At this moment, upon hearing the words of the Soul Serpent clan, people from the surrounding clans all looked towards the Cloud Concealment clan. Tham Lang is renowned in the Madfall land. With his assistance, the Cloud Concealment clan is enough to command respect from other clans. I also heard that Daoist Tham Lang has become a revered figure of the Cloud Concealment clan. Last year, Daoist Tham Lang helped me, so I still wanted to meet him. Cloud Concealment, I wonder why Daoist Tham Lang didn't come. The speaker was an old man wearing a purple Daoist robe. His complexion was slightly pale, but his voice was clear and resonant. 3 arc-shaped markings, resembling rippling water, adorned his forehead. Senior Tham Lang has left on important business and will not return. You should not speculate further. The Cloud Concealment clan chief raised his head, his gaze briefly sweeping over Wang Lin, and coldly finished speaking before bowing his head in silence. This scene caused the old man's pupils to contract. This is the chief of the River clan, a branch of the 5 Elements Water clan. He currently holds the position of the 13th elder of the Luosheng Society. The Dark Scorpion clan chief whispered, introducing him to Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm, nodding slightly. Who dares to utter my common name? The River clan chief, the 13th elder of the Luosheng Society, scolded coldly, his gaze like lightning falling upon Wang Lin and the Dark Scorpion clan chief. A mere member of a small clan sees me and doesn't kneel. The eyes of the He clan chief suddenly flashed, and he slowly opened his mouth, but his gaze fell on Wang Lin. The Dark Scorpion clan chief's expression immediately changed. In front of so many cultivators, the other party unexpectedly used the title of elder of the Luosheng Society to force him to kneel. This was truly a great humiliation. The incident here attracted the attention of cultivators from all sides. They all looked on with the mentality of wanting to watch the show. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan smiled, shook his head and said, just a small clan, even if you want to rely on a higher clan, you should choose carefully. Following the Cloud Escape clan was indeed not very wise, but you can't be blamed. The clan has always lived underground, and are a bunch of people with dull eyes. What? Not coming? Fine, come here, kneel down. The He clan chief, the 13th elder of the Luosheng Society, raised his right hand and pointed directly at Wang Lin. As soon as these words were spoken, the Dark Scorpion clan chief's expression instantly returned to normal, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Not only him, but even the Cloud Concealment clan chief, who had been bowing his head, raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of sarcasm and a subtle, almost imperceptible smugness. Wang Lin smiled at the old man who had just spoken, and slowly said, can't I even call you by your name? The eyes of the 13th elder of the Luosheng Society flashed. He had just seen the Cloud Concealment clan chief glance at Wang Lin, and his position vaguely suggested he regarded Wang Lin as the leader, hence his earlier words. He was the 13th elder of the Luosheng Society, and this selection process was aimed at establishing his authority to secure his position. Although the Dark Scorpion clan was small, the Cloud Concealment clan was not inferior, and the reputation of the chosen Thimlang, the chosen attendant, was immense. Using their name to establish authority was the best option. In this old man's view, Wang Lin was undoubtedly a temporary replacement before the arrival of the greedy Wolf. Using Wang Lin to establish authority was no different from using the greedy Wolf to establish authority. However, when he saw the mocking look in the eyes of the Dark Scorpion clan and Cloud Escape clan chiefs, the old man suddenly felt uneasy. This person was definitely sent by the greedy Wolf. Although the greedy Wolf was powerful, he was an elder of the Luosheng Society, and he wasn't afraid of him. Thinking this, the old man snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Only those with the qualifications can utter my name. I just don't know if you are one of those qualified people." The chiefs and elders of the surrounding clans were all cunning individuals. After observing for a while, they could all guess a little, and their conjectures were similar to those of the 13th elder of the Luosheng Society. Most believed that Wang Lin was sent by the greedy Wolf. Do you think that just because you're not from our Mad Serpent clan, you don't have to kneel? You should know that even your master, the greedy Wolf, would have no choice but to kneel in this situation. The eyes of the Soul Serpent clan's Grand Elder flashed. He was indeed the one who initiated this conflict. He enjoyed witnessing the Cloud Escape clan become the target for the 13th elder to assert his authority. Wang Lin smiled. Who dares say that senior doesn't have this qualification? A low word came from afar. A series of earth-shattering shouts erupted. A series of rainbow-colored streaks flew from afar. More than 1,000 cultivators in the starry sky were rushing towards this direction. Leading the group was a young man, flanked by several old men who had reached the heavenly tribulation. This group's momentum was overwhelming, and in an instant, they stood beside Wang Lin. The young man immediately stepped forward towards Wang Lin, bowing respectfully, clasping his hands and raising his head, his expression extremely respectful, and loudly said, "This junior is the clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan. I pay my respects to senior." Behind him, more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Armor clan, including cultivators with great divine abilities, all respectfully bowed, vaguely showing fear, and simultaneously clasped their hands and bent their backs, saying, "We pay our respects to senior." This scene caused all the cultivators present to change their expressions. The Dragon Armor clan. The 9th elder is the clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan. It is rumored that the 9th elder of the Luosheng Society, the clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan, was stripped of his position a few months ago, and the Dragon Armor clan has just elected a new clan leader. This news spread widely, but the fact that the 9th elder's position was revoked remains an extremely mysterious matter, known to very few. Although the Dragon Armor clan members are not numerous, they are very powerful, ranking among the top 10 in the 372 clans of the Madfall realm. Who exactly is this person who could command the respect of the Dragon Armor clan? Could he be unrelated to the Greedy Wolf clan? The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan was startled, his eyes flashing. As for the old man from the River clan, his face immediately turned gloomy. He stared at Wang Lin, then at the terrified eyes of the Dragon Armor clan members. In an instant, a terrifying speculation suddenly arose in his heart. This speculation immediately felt like a cold shower, his whole body trembling, his eyes showing horror and disbelief. It's impossible. I must be overthinking things. At this moment, the illusory mist formed by the magnetic force and the tearing force suddenly surged and moved. A series of deep, rumbling sounds emanated, continuously spreading in all directions. Immediately afterward, from within the ethereal mist, a passageway rumbled open, rushing outwards from the inside. In the passageway stood 10 cultivators with cold expressions. The one leading them was an envoy of the great emperor who had appeared on the cultivation planet of the Dragon Armor clan. Upon appearing, this person didn't even bother to look at the people around him, but went straight towards Wang Lin. This scene caused the heart of the 13th elder to pound. The great emperor's messenger moved swiftly, heading straight towards Wang Lin. In an instant, he was close, his face showing reverence. He bowed and smiled, addressing Wang Lin, who was 10 meters ahead. Your subordinate greets the young emperor. Not only did he move quickly, but all the cultivators emerging from the passage behind him also hurried forward, stopping 10 meters in front of Wang Lin. Their expressions were respectful as they clasped their hands and said in unison, "Greetings, young emperor." The entire starry sky suddenly fell silent. Hundreds of tribes and tens of thousands of cultivators' faces changed drastically, staring blankly at Wang Lin's group, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The existence of the young emperor had been announced to all tribes by the great emperor of madness a few months ago through a jade slip, but without specifying who he was. Therefore, this was the first time the cultivators had seen this person, the young emperor. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. His heart pounded, his mouth was dry and his tongue felt hot, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he stared at Wang Lin in stunned disbelief, completely bewildered. The 13th elder of the Luo Sheng Society was also in a similar state, his expression drastically changing. He instinctively took a few steps back, his mind shaken, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't believe his own conjecture had come true. The Dragon Armor Clan elder was stripped of his position because he offended this person. I never imagined I would use him to establish my authority. The chieftain of the He clan trembled, licking his dry lips, becoming panicked in an instant. The emperor's messenger hastily clasped his hands together and respectfully explained. Only after he finished speaking did the tens of thousands of cultivators surrounding them react. It wasn't yet time for the passage to officially open. Previously, they would have had to wait several more hours. Unexpectedly, the passage had opened earlier. This young emperor. In the land of madness, there were only 2 young emperors. Now a third had appeared. And this third was clearly much more highly regarded by the emperor. Otherwise, the passage would have been opened earlier for his sake. This kind of thing had never happened before. Hey, the 13th elder was truly blind, provoking the young emperor. Let's see what consequences he'll face. And the great elder of the Soul Serpent clan. That man is probably also in trouble. The 2 words of the great emperor's envoy stirred up a storm of emotions among tens of thousands of cultivators. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked at the cultivators bowing to him and nodded slightly. Young emperor, please enter the great emperor's star. The great emperor's envoy hurriedly stepped aside a few steps, respectfully making way. Wang Lin calmly walked forward, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, escorted by the great emperor's envoy towards the passage that had just opened in the midst of magnetic force. Seeing this scene, the 13th elder secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Wang Lin wasn't the type to hold grudges and wouldn't make things difficult for him. After all, he was an elder of the Luo Sheng Society. Although the other party was a young emperor, he would still show him some respect, or even try to use his power. This person had a kind heart. Although a young emperor, he was indeed someone who could still be looked down upon. While he was still rejoicing, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw Wang Lin take a few steps, then suddenly stop, turning to look at the middle-aged man of the Soul Serpent clan among the cultivators. His gaze was icy cold, and the moment it fell upon the middle-aged man, his body trembled, and sweat broke out. He felt the other's gaze become tangible, like a sharp sword instantly piercing his mind, filling his entire body with chill. The emperor's envoy walking beside Wang Lin also stopped casually, showing a look of doubt, and turned to look at the middle-aged man of the Soul Serpent clan, his face immediately turning grim. Capture this man! The emperor's envoy's voice was icy cold. As soon as the words were spoken, a person beside him flashed, flying straight towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man of the Soul Serpent clan let out a tragic laugh, his eyes filled with despair. The Soul Serpent clan members behind him also changed their expressions drastically, showing fear. Your crime isn't punishable by death, but I'm revoking your eligibility to participate in the selection of elders for the Soul Serpent clan. Wang Lin spoke softly, his voice cold but clear, reaching the ears of the surrounding cultivators. The middle-aged man who was charging towards Wang Lin froze, retreating behind him without hesitation. The middle-aged man from the Soul Serpent clan turned pale. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, his body trembled again, and the despair in his eyes deepened. These words were far more serious to him than death. He knew that even if he died, it would only be a matter of one person. But now, although he could save his life, he would become a sinner in the eyes of his entire clan. With a bitter laugh, the middle-aged man bowed to Wang Lin, saying miserably, "Thank you, young emperor, for your mercy." Wang Lin ignored him, his gaze falling on the clan chief of the He clan, the 13th elder of the Luo Sheng society. The 13th elder's heart pounded, his face ashen. Revoke his status as an elder of the Luo Sheng society, banish him to the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet to kneel for 100 years. Wang Lin pointed his right hand at the 13th elder, slowly speaking to the emperor's envoy. The emperor's envoy hesitated for a moment, but seeing the cold light flashing in Wang Lin's eyes, he nodded. Revoke the He clan's eligibility to be considered for the position of elder. After saying this, Wang Lin looked towards the Cloud Concealment clan chief not far away, slowly saying, "Cut off one of your own hands. Those under my command are no exception." The Cloud Concealment clan chief was stunned, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew Wang Lin was powerful, which was why he had deliberately looked at Wang Lin earlier, aiming his attack at him, hoping someone else would provoke him. He never expected that Wang Lin would discover his secret plan. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, but without hesitation. It was like a sword striking his left shoulder. With a thud, his left arm immediately went limp, the meridians there severed. "Thank you, young emperor, for your kindness. I know I was wrong." The Cloud Concealment clan chief's face turned pale as he spoke in a low voice. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he turned and walked towards the passage opened from the mist. Complete silence reigned all around. The eyes of tens of thousands of cultivators were focused on Wang Lin. Their hearts were shaken, filled with awe and respect. However, some were disdainful of Wang Lin's words and actions, believing him to be a mere show-off. HMPH, if he weren't the young emperor, how could he be so arrogant? He's not the only young emperor. This time he's come to the Great Emperor's Star, of course, to participate in the young emperor's trial. Only after succeeding can he become the official young emperor. That's right, the trial for the young emperor is extremely difficult. In recent years, anyone who qualified to participate, even if not chosen by the Great Emperor, has never succeeded. Although this person was chosen by the Great Emperor, it will likely be very difficult for him to pass. The young emperor's responsibilities are immense. He can even represent the Great Emperor in leading the cultivators of the Mad Land. Even the Grand Elders Council of the Ancient Star Spirits is very respectful towards the young emperor. The Great Emperor's messenger followed Wang Lin, gradually approaching the passage. As soon as he entered, Wang Lin immediately felt a tearing force permeating the passage, along with a magnetic force that seemed to want to suck out his internal energy, causing it to dissipate. However, the suction force inside the passage wasn't too strong. It would be incredibly terrifying in the fog outside the passage. After spreading out his divine consciousness to investigate, Wang Lin took a step forward. But just as Wang Lin had gone 10 yards, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look into the distance. A deafening roar, shaking the heavens and earth, suddenly erupted from afar. This roar was incredibly terrifying, instantly shattering the silence outside the Great Emperor's Star and attracting everyone's attention. Even the Great Emperor's envoy's expression changed. In the distance, a gigantic octagonal diagram was hurtling towards them. This diagram was hundreds of yards tall, radiating dazzling light, and numerous flashing symbols added to its imposing presence. In an instant, this octagonal diagram approached the Great Emperor's Star, and on it stood two people. The person in front was a woman with long hair reaching past her shoulders, extremely beautiful, her eyes like bright moons, radiating a strange, captivating light. She stood there like a fairy, her clothes flowing and her hair fluttering. Beside her was a middle-aged man. This person's expression was somber, their figure like a mountain, radiating an extremely terrifying pressure that surged forth. This pressure, like a whirlwind, spread out, causing all the cultivators' faces to change drastically, and they all retreated simultaneously. A hazy mist swirled around this man's body. Within this mist were a multitude of distorted, illusory figures, emitting silent screams. There were countless illusory faces, no fewer than several million. The power of incense, a third-stage cultivator. The cultivators all around immediately recognized the figure shrouded in mist, their expressions changing dramatically. This humble girl, Yan Luo, on behalf of the Changzun Society, has come to pay her respects to the Great Emperor, accepting the invitation of the Wosheng Society to observe the Elder Selection. I would like to introduce myself to the fellow Taoists of the crazy Luo land. The long-haired woman's voice was gentle, a weak smile playing on her lips as she softly spoke. "See, Mosey, I pay my respects to the great emperor." The middle-aged man standing beside the woman had a cold expression, his gaze fixed on the great emperor's star, and in an instant, a surge of killing intent erupted. He saw Wang Lin standing in the passage leading to the great emperor's star. Wang Lin also saw Si Mosey. Their eyes met like two sharp swords capable of destroying heaven and earth, clashing violently in midair. "Little bastard!" Si Mosey's eyes blazed with ferocity, his voice hissing through clenched teeth, filled with intense killing intent. "A defeated opponent of mine, all talk, no real ability." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly opened his mouth. Do you dare to fight me?" Si Mosey hated nothing more than the killing of his clone, and now that Wang Lin mentioned it, his killing intent soared. Wang Lin chuckled, his eyes mocking, and said, "Do you dare to enter this magnetic fog, destroy your cultivation of the 5 declines of heaven and man, and fight me?" These words caused a great stir all around. Tu Mosey was stunned, speechless, but his expression turned extremely gloomy. He didn't dare. This fellow Taoist speaks very sharply. "May I know your name? Could you please tell Yun Luo?" The long-haired woman smiled, her eyes like moonlight gazing at Wang Lin. However, to Wang Lin, this smile was completely fake, sending chills down his spine. The grand elders of the Changzun society, regardless of cultivation level, have been passed down since ancient times. You're just a little brat with milk still on your lips. Your cultivation probably hasn't even reached 1,000 years. Yet you dare to call me fellow Taoist as if you were my equal. You don't respect seniority. Is this how your master taught you to ask the names of seniors? Wang Lin's expression was cold, and his words were even colder. The woman was startled, her expression turning gloomy, but she quickly regained her composure, giving a weak smile. She bowed slightly towards Wang Lin and softly said, "I humbly request your guidance. May I ask your name, senior?" The woman's repeated requests for Wang Lin's name had caught his attention, although he had never heard of any divine abilities being used based on one's name. The grand divine technique of the Changsun society in the primordial star realm was extremely mysterious and unpredictable, especially when he thought about how the woman could pinpoint his hiding place as if she had seen it with her own eyes. Wang Lin couldn't help but think of someone deeply etched in his memory, Che Yanzi. In fact, since he began cultivating, Che Yanzi was someone Wang Lin couldn't see, making him extremely wary of him. This feeling of wariness was something even Shui Daozi couldn't match. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was extremely vigilant. He glanced at the woman and slowly said, "Sumu." His name, if someone paid attention, wouldn't be a secret. But for someone else to know it and for him to say it aloud, Wang Lin vaguely felt something was amiss. The woman's eyes flickered, silently repeating Sumu 3 times in her mind, then her eyebrows furrowed slightly. This person didn't reveal his real name. He can't perform the name puppet technique. Wang Lin turned around, ignoring the woman and Si Mosey, and quickly went deeper into the passage. The emperor's messenger hurriedly followed, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Wang Lin walked ahead, his eyes flashing. His actions towards the He clan and the Soul Serpent clan were meant as a test. In this land of madness, Wang Lin knew very little about the mysterious emperor. This person suddenly offering him benefits led Wang Lin to have many speculations. To understand the other party's intentions, one must definitely probe. A few months ago, the Dragon Armor clan did the same, and the River clan and Soul Serpent clan did the same recently. Through relentless probing, Wang Lin realized that the other party was hiding something. Discard the 2 elders of the Luosheng society and let me choose a tribal chief. I even revoked the eligibility of 2 tribes at a crucial moment. It seems the Luosheng society is fundamentally unimportant to the great emperor. Wang Lin pondered, his eyes flashing, and suddenly spoke to the great emperor's envoy behind him. The Dark Scorpion clan's chief is not bad. I want him to become an elder of the Luosheng society. The great emperor's envoy was startled, hesitating for a moment. Wang Lin's gaze casually swept over him, his pupils contracting. He vaguely sensed that the great emperor's envoy was using a special method to transmit his message to someone else. Half a day later, the emperor's messenger seemed to have no more hesitation, nodding and saying, "If the emperor values it so much, then obviously there's no problem." Wang Lin smiled, turned around, and continued forward. But after turning around, the smile gradually disappeared. That's right, that mysterious emperor doesn't need the Luosheng society at all. Who exactly is he? Wang Lin remained silent the whole way. The two transformed into two streaks of rainbow light and sped away. Before long, they passed through the passage and entered the territory of the Emperor Star. Being so close to the Emperor Star, Wang Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and carefully observed several times. Within the Emperor Star, a powerful, invisible aura was moving, slowly spreading in all directions. Under the guidance of the Emperor's messenger, Wang Lin took step after step forward, entering the Emperor Star. There's no layer of strong wind. As soon as he entered the Emperor Star, Wang Lin's heart trembled again. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered such a bizarre planet. Upon entering, he was surprised to find no strong winds. The entire Great Emperor Star had no mountains. It was all plains, covered with a strange type of plant. This plant had enormous leaves, large enough to accommodate a person lying down comfortably. The dense vegetation seemed endless, covering almost the entire Great Emperor Star. Only in the northwest did the strange plant gradually thin out, revealing gray ground. There was also a vast open space, about 1,000 miles in size, surrounded by countless restrictions. Staring at the area with the numerous restrictions, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with surprise, his mind stirred. That's where the selection matches for the Luosheng Elders Association will be held tomorrow, the Great Emperor's messenger quickly explained, noticing Wang Lin's gaze towards the northwest. Your Majesty, I was ordered to bring you here. I must now return to attend to the other cultivators. If the Emperor has no further instructions, then I beg to take my leave, the Emperor's envoy said, bowing after the introduction. Wang Lin, who hadn't intended to keep this person by his side, bowed in return and said, thank you. His nature was such that if others were polite to him, he would reciprocate. This Emperor's envoy had treated him with respect twice, so Wang Lin naturally would do the same. Your Majesty, please familiarize yourself with the Great Emperor's Star first. Tomorrow morning, the selection of elders for the Luosheng Society will take place. Someone will inform Your Majesty. The Emperor's envoy bowed and withdrew, transforming into a rainbow and disappearing into the distant horizon where a light rain was falling. After leaving, this person's gaze swept across the Great Emperor Star, as if the vast universe contained only Wang Lin. He stood there, his eyes fixed on the competition venue in the northwest. Then after a long while, he withdrew his gaze, his body flashing and disappearing. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was outside the competition area. The 1,000-mile arena, in the eyes of humans, was unbelievably vast. Even with a swift horse, it would take a day to traverse. But for cultivators, such an arena was merely average. Outside the arena, filled with restrictions, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed it against the void in front of him. Immediately, a vast force of restrictions surged from the void and condensed before Wang Lin's right hand. In a short time, a shell-like object appeared right in front of his right hand. Inside this shell, countless swirling currents rotated rapidly. Wang Lin's right hand touched the shell, and a powerful counterforce erupted. His right hand went numb, and he stumbled back 3 steps before finally stopping. Within this recoil, a faint trace of a desolate soul lingered. What a powerful restriction! This isn't the destruction restriction, nor the life and death restriction, nor the years restriction. Judging by its shape, it seems to be one of the 4 legendary, long-lost restrictions, the ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He had noticed the strange nature of the restriction on this arena earlier when he was beside the Emperor's envoy, and now, after examining it, he was utterly astonished. Interesting? Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. He knew that someone would likely be brought by the Emperor's envoy soon, and time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to waste. He flew up, lightning flashing in the center of his right eye, and with both hands forming a hand seal, he forcefully swung downwards. Instantly, the heavens and earth rumbled, the lightning mark in his right eye flashed rapidly, and with a thunderous roar, it surged out, transforming before Wang Lin, forming a gigantic lightning diagram. As soon as this lightning diagram appeared, it attracted countless lightning bolts in the heavens and earth, causing the swirling dust in the sky to seem to be enveloped in a cloud of lightning. The ground itself flickered between light and darkness with the continuous flashes of lightning. With both hands manipulating the lightning diagram in the void, Wang Lin's body, like a shooting star, hurtled from midair towards the 1,000-mile arena below. The lightning diagram roared down with Wang Lin, closing the distance to the arena rapidly. Just as the lightning diagram approached the arena, the 1,000-mile arena suddenly flashed with gray light, like a swirling mist suddenly transforming, condensing into a gigantic turtle shell beneath the lightning diagram. This turtle shell was several times larger than the one Wang Lin had just examined with his hand, and inside it were swirling currents, rapidly transforming between reality and illusion. Thunder rumbled. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The lightning bolt rushed closer, and at that moment, the turtle shell that had just appeared expanded in all directions, expanding many times its original size in an instant. Looking up at the 1,000-mile arena, what appeared was a gigantic turtle shell. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and he took a deep breath. This wasn't just any turtle shell. This was clearly a colossal turtle thousands of miles in size. To the west of the arena, beneath the colossal turtle shell, was a gigantic turtle head. Even the shell had 4 legs, and to the east of the shell, a turtle tail protruded. In a short time, a colossal turtle had appeared on the ground. A wave of ancient and desolate energy immediately permeated and spread throughout the great Emperor Star. This colossal turtle was entirely gray. Especially on its head, its bright eyes instantly lifted and let out a long roar as Wang Lin approached. This roar was earth-shattering, transforming into a swirling shockwave that caused the heavens and earth to change color with endless sound waves surging outwards. This scene was extremely terrifying. The turtle, without a leg, raised its head and roared, its appearance extremely ferocious, its entire body flashing with gray light. 4 of its legs extended sharp claws. These claws seemed capable of tearing apart the earth and sky. At its tail were several fleshy sacs, from which thorns gleamed with a dark light, obviously containing potent poison. Especially on its head, a horn suddenly emerged from the long roar. A wave of water surged around the turtle, vaguely giving Wang Lin the illusion of seeing the ocean. It seemed as if this land had instantly transformed into a vast sea. Wang Lin raised both hands. Instantly, the lightning diagram in front of him transformed into lightning and rushed back into his right eye, dissipating into the heavens and earth. He had no intention of attacking this arena. His use of the lightning technique was merely to completely break through this restriction. Now that his goal was achieved, Wang Lin immediately retreated, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, it really is the ancient soul restriction. After Wang Lin retreated, the giant turtle gradually lowered its head, its body slowly dissipating. After half a day, everything returned to normal. Among the 4 great restrictions, the ancient soul restriction is extremely mysterious and has been lost for many years. According to some remaining records, it can be said that the ancient soul restriction is related to ferocious beasts, using the souls and bodies of these beasts to create the restriction, combined with various special techniques. Its power is extremely formidable. As he retreated, Wang Lin's eyes, like torches, remained fixed on the giant turtle that was gradually dissipating, until it completely vanished. His eyes showed ecstatic joy. I never expected there to be an ancient soul forbiddance formation on this great Emperor Star. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and it took him a long time to suppress the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but be excited. If he could learn all 4 forbiddance formations and integrate them, then with such great fortune, he might be able to understand the 4 fundamental forbiddance formations. If that were true, Wang Lin's fundamental essence wouldn't be 5, but 6. 6 fundamental essences. If this news spread, it would shake all cultivators. Even the high and mighty 3rd stage cultivators would be terrified. The more one understands fundamental essences, the more they understand what 6 fundamental essences represent. The 5 fundamental principles were already incredibly powerful. Adding another one now would be truly earth-shattering. But because of this, achieving mastery of all 6 fundamental principles would be exponentially more difficult. I already possess the destruction forbiddance, the life and death forbiddance, and the years forbiddance. Even without time to practice them, if I can learn this ancient soul forbiddance, then the 4 great forbiddance techniques will be completely complete at that point. Wang Lin's heart pounded wildly. Such an opportunity was truly unexpected. Wang Lin was completely unprepared. It had suddenly appeared. What kind of person is this great emperor? He can use the ancient soul forbiddance to set up such a powerful forbiddance technique for such a large arena. Wang Lin's apprehension towards this mysterious great emperor grew even stronger. He let me go in first. Could it be that he had foreseen everything? Could it be that he calculated that I would definitely be attracted by this restriction? Wang Lin fell silent. The more he thought about it, the more his excitement dissipated. This great emperor star is full of strange things. There's no layer of strong wines, the plants are bizarre, and there's even an ancient soul restriction. Wang Lin's body flicked, landing on the sparsely vegetated ground in the northwest. On the ground was a pile of dust. After landing, Wang Lin carefully grasped a handful of soil with his right hand, observing it for a long time, his expression becoming even more profound. Just then, streaks of rainbow light appeared in the distance. Several messengers of the great emperor, along with some cultivators, had arrived. Wang Lin glanced at them, turned around, and took a few steps, his body disappearing. When he reappeared, he was in the east of the great emperor star, a place overflowing with endless vegetation, on a large leaf. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged, gazing at the gray mud in his hand, his eyebrows furrowed. This mud looks ordinary, yet I feel something is amiss. As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes closed, and the scene of the opening of the heaven-defying realm flashed through his mind. He had taken half a step inside, transforming into chaos, drifting in the void, and eventually becoming a cultivation planet. This memory left a profound impression on Wang Lin, and it was this experience that gave him a vague understanding of many things. He remembered that he had transformed into a cultivation planet, and after countless years, volcanoes on the planet erupted, spewing out all the matter within, flooding the entire planet. From then on, this matter weathered, turning into rocks, and eventually into mud. Within this mud, some primitive plants were born, undergoing growth and death, gradually giving life to the land, harmonizing with the life force of the entire cultivation planet. Cultivation planets in the starry sky don't have mud when they are first born. Mud is formed gradually. In other words, the age of the mud is the age of the cultivation planet. Wang Lin opened his eyes wide, a strange light flashing in them, staring at the mud in his hand. After a long time, he softly said, "Yi Yue." A sense of time suddenly enveloped his body, covering the mud in his hand. Years passed, seemingly trying to find the day this mud was born. However, the day this mud was born was long ago, and with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't possibly trace it completely. But he had roughly figured out some clues. After a long while, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The mud scattered in all directions. Immediately afterward, his body flashed, appearing beneath the vegetation. He grabbed a piece of soil from the base of a tree and performed a flowing moon technique once more. Half a day later, Wang Lin released the soil in his hand, letting it fall freely, his eyes revealing enlightenment. This soil is clearly naturally formed. Normally, there would be differences in its existence, but here the soil is almost identical, having been created simultaneously. Their age is the same. There are two explanations for this. First, the volcanoes on this cultivation planet erupted simultaneously when the planet was newly formed, completely destroying everything and forming the soil at the same time. But this is highly unlikely. After all, the primitive plants that grew on this soil in the primordial era couldn't have appeared and died simultaneously if the first explanation is incorrect. Then only the second explanation remains. Everything here was created by a divine technique. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was also a cultivator with great divine abilities, and he could imagine how powerful the person who single-handedly created a cultivation planet in this starry sky must be. That person must be unimaginably powerful. While silent, Wang Lin shook his head. He himself couldn't believe this judgment. In fact, if anyone knew he could make such a judgment, they would be extremely terrified. Because very few cultivators could analyze what had happened through mud and soil. Even with this ability, they couldn't understand the entire process from the creation to the destruction of a cultivation planet, so it would be difficult to analyze. To this day, only Wang Lin is the first person to analyze the cause of this cultivation planet's appearance from this mud and soil. If that mysterious emperor knew, he would certainly be shocked. What was even more terrifying to him was the feeling that Wang Lin knew who created this planet. The difference between cultivators in the Tao lies in their interpretation of the Tao. In reality, it is a kind of Tao principle. Understanding all principles, knowing all cause and effect, and combining it with a corresponding level of cultivation will lead to an incredibly terrifying and unbelievable level. Discarding the mud from his hands, Wang Lin lay silently on a large leaf, gazing at the drizzling rain, his eyes filled with contemplation. He was a contemplative person. It was thanks to his contemplation that he had been able to escape all kinds of dangers and survive until this moment. Regarding Yun Luo, the Grand Master, and Si Mozi of the Changsun Society, although Wang Lin spoke arrogantly, he was extremely cautious in his heart. He didn't know what the Great Emperor's intentions were, but he wouldn't mind borrowing the Great Emperor's power and turning it into a part of his own strength. This method was incredibly useful in the ruthless world of cultivation. Understanding how to borrow the power of others allowed him to achieve his desired results while far from home. In the distance, streaks of rainbow light flashed across the sky. Gradually, more and more people entered the Great Emperor's Star. Wang Lin looked at the distant rainbows, lay down, and slowly stroked the giant leaf below with his right hand. At that moment, his expression changed as he looked at his right hand. Just then, his right hand had brushed against the leaf, and he vaguely felt a weak trace of primal energy, beyond his control, escaping from his hand and being absorbed into the leaf. But upon closer inspection, he found nothing. It seemed like an illusion. Sitting up, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. Even though he hadn't discovered anything, he felt a constant sense of dread. He thoughtfully flew into the air, looking down below. The endless vegetation on the ground swayed slowly. The Great Emperor's Star is strange everywhere. Wang Lin didn't want to stay on the leaves any longer. He transformed into a rainbow and flew over the Great Emperor's Star, his divine consciousness carefully spreading out to observe everything. The sky darkened, and only occasional streaks of light could be seen on the horizon. Wang Lin's speed wasn't fast. At sunset, he saw an old man in white robes by a lake surrounded by countless plants. The old man sat by the lake, holding a fishing rod and casting a line, with a wine gourd beside him. Wang Lin's eyes widened. This was the first person he had seen here besides the Great Emperor's envoy. He pondered for a moment, then slowly descended instead of leaving, walking behind the old man. The old man still ignored him, sitting there gazing at the lake. Wang Lin sat cross-legged beside him, also silent. The surroundings remained quiet, only occasionally punctuated by faint rustling sounds in the distance, perfectly blending with the silence of the place, without any hint of commotion. The lake's water was crystal clear. Although the bottom wasn't clearly visible, it was clear there were no fish underwater. An old man and a young man sat on either side of a wine flask. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. A bright moon slowly appeared in the sky. A gentle breeze rustled the surrounding vegetation, yet it didn't disturb the peaceful atmosphere. The surface of the lake rippled, as if reflecting the moon at its bottom. Looking at the lake, it was impossible to tell where the moon was. Whether it was in the sky or in the middle of the lake, the moon displayed its exquisite beauty in the surrounding silence. In such circumstances, Wang Lin's heart, weary after arriving at the primordial star realm, gradually calmed down. "Do you want some wine?" After an unknown amount of time, the old man's hoarse voice rang out. Wang Lin picked up the wine gourd beside him, and without looking, brought it to his lips and took a large gulp. The wine instantly transformed into a bitter, acrid stream that flowed down his throat and into his stomach, as if he had just swallowed a fire dragon. Tiny beads of sweat beaded on Wang Lin's forehead, but the moment they appeared, they instantly turned into a cloud of white vapor. The burning sensation didn't dissipate. Instead, it intensified, instantly engulfing his entire body, making him feel as if he were being consumed from the inside out. The power of fire seemed to want to erupt from within him. The heat flowed throughout his body, suddenly infusing his internal energy with a surge of vitality, its circulation speed greatly increasing. A moment later, Wang Lin clearly noticed that his internal energy had unexpectedly increased by a significant amount. If that were all, it would be fine. But the moment a surge of primal energy appeared in his body, the fiery sensation intensified exponentially, raging intensely throughout Wang Lin's body. Even his outer skin felt like it was on fire. Waves of heat erupted from his hair and skin, incredibly terrifying. The flames grew stronger and stronger, quickly revealing the vermilion birthmark in Wang Lin's left eye. A blue flame erupted from his left eye, engulfing his entire body and merging with the heat within him. A sudden vermilion bird cry rang out. A blue vermilion bird flew out from Wang Lin's left eye, circling in the air, looking extremely relaxed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the vermilion bird returned to Wang Lin's left eye once more, disappearing completely. The intense heat throughout his body gradually subsided. Wang Lin took a deep breath and spoke. Delicious wine. The old man turned his head to look at Wang Lin, a benevolent smile appearing on his face, then looked back at the lake. Ha, you really are something, taking such a big gulp. What kind of wine is this? Wang Lin licked his lips. In that instant, he felt the fire element in his body become slightly stronger. What intrigued him even more was that the wine contained the power of flames, bringing Wang Lin one step closer to his next awakening. This isn't wine, it's blood. The old man's expression was amiable as he spoke. Wang Lin's eyes widened. At that moment, the calm lake suddenly became turbulent, and a low, rumbling roar emanated from the bottom. The clear lake water instantly turned murky, and even his divine sense couldn't penetrate even an inch. The old man chuckled, his right hand gripping the fishing rod and giving it a sharp tug. The rod lifted, and under the moonlight, a silver fishing line, which had been slightly slack, instantly straightened. As the rod was pulled up, it began to move. The roars from the bottom of the lake intensified, growing closer and closer. In an instant, the line was pulled taut. 100-foot-long head burst forth from the surface of the lake with a thunderous roar. This 100-foot-long head was surprisingly a dragon's head. In the center of the dragon's head, a small protruding mass, its color darker than its scales, was a dazzling red. This old man wasn't fishing. He was clearly catching a dragon. The dragon was entirely red, its ferocious mouth wide open, the fishing line lying inside. In a short time, the entire dragon's body emerged from the lake, stretching for 1,000 feet, obscuring the sky and earth, completely revealing itself before Wang Lin. This unexpected sight caused Wang Lin's expression to change, his eyes showing fear. In front of the giant dragon, Wang Lin was like a lowly ant, utterly insignificant. The red dragon roared with earth-shattering fury, its body thrashing as if trying to break free from the fishing line. But the line, made of some unknown material, was incredibly tough. No matter how much the dark red dragon struggled, it couldn't escape. The old man chuckled, stood up, and swung his fishing rod backward. This action only intensified the dragon's roar. Everything happened in an instant, unimaginably fast. At this moment, the giant dragon seemed to realize its struggle was futile, lowering its head and roaring, opening its mouth wide, and unexpectedly lunging straight towards the old man to devour him. Before its enormous body even got close, a foul-smelling wind swept over it. Within this foul wind, the dragon's head continued to approach, and an unimaginable oppressive force suddenly erupted from its body. This oppressive force was incredibly powerful, shaking the heavens and the earth. Wang Lin was struck by this oppressive aura, his face instantly turning pale, his eyes filled with terror. The giant dragon was like a monstrous cauldron capable of crushing all living beings. Wang Lin instinctively took a few steps back. Third step. He clearly felt this oppressive aura, surprisingly no less powerful than the one Shui Daozi had inflicted on him years ago. A powerful beast comparable to a third-step cultivator. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He couldn't imagine this scene. The old man before him wasn't just fishing, but a dragon, and unexpectedly, he was catching a third-step dragon. With a long laugh, the old man's body flashed, his right hand holding the fishing rod, his left hand raised towards the giant dragon. Wang Lin clearly saw flame erupt in the old man's left hand in a short time. This flame seemed illusory, like a cloud of fiery mist. The old man waved his hand, but no divine power appeared. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded. The giant dragon let out a mournful cry, its head struck by an invisible force and thrown backward, directly swept away. In the instant it retreated, a cloud of fire spread throughout the part of its body that had extended out of the lake. Sizzling sounds of burning filled the air. The dragon screamed in agony, its body flashing as it retreated back to the bottom of the lake. The old man, holding a fishing rod in his right hand, swung it, the line straightening and gripping the dragon tightly, causing it to scream in agony as it was dragged back several hundred feet. HMPH, in front of me, a mere little fire dragon dares to escape. The old man muttered, and in midair, he swiftly landed on the dragon's head, raising his left hand and fiercely striking its head. In an instant, the old man raised his left hand, and Wang Lin's mind was violently shaken. His pupils contracted, revealing a look of terror. He clearly saw a statue appear behind the old man in a flash. This statue was a vermilion bird statue much larger than Wang Lin's, seemingly obscuring the sky. A desolate aura emanated from the enormous vermilion bird's body. An illusory flame also enveloped the entire vermilion bird. Void flame. As soon as this vermilion bird appeared, it immediately tilted its head back and let out a piercing, earth-shattering cry. This scene left Wang Lin wide-eyed and speechless. The flames contained within this vermilion bird far surpassed those of the former vermilion bird Saint Emperor. Even the two were incomparable. This was like a young vermilion bird compared to its ancestor. The old man's left hand suddenly lowered. In the instant his arm descended, the enormous illusory image of the vermilion bird began to activate, rushing straight towards and condensing outside his left arm, instantly merging into one, striking directly at the dragon's head. From afar, the old man's left arm unexpectedly resembled a sharp vermilion bird beak. Though it sounds slow, the event happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sharp beak struck the protruding part of the dragon's head, piercing directly inside. A stream of blood spurted out. "What are you still doing? Quickly bring out the wine gourd. Are you making this old body roll around like this?" The old man raised his head. A low growl, like thunder, echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Without hesitation, Wang Lin picked up the wine gourd. His body flashed, and he flew forward, collecting the fresh blood into the gourd. However, the gourd had limited capacity. Even after filling, there was still a lot of dragon blood that couldn't be collected. Wang Lin immediately took out several medicine bottles to hold the blood. But the medicine bottles instantly dissolved upon contact with the blood, rendering them unusable. This happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing that there wasn't much dragon blood left, and it was about to fall into the lake, Wang Lin knew how precious it was. His eyes widened, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, taking a powerful gulp. This single gulp sucked all the remaining dragon blood that was about to fall into the lake into his mouth. This amount of blood was equivalent to 3 gulps Wang Lin had just drunk. The old man, seeing Wang Lin's action, beamed with joy. With a flash, he left the dragon's head, swung his staff, and retrieved the beetle nut rope. He then kicked down from the dragon's head. The giant dragon was extremely enraged but dared not roar. Following the old man's kick, it quickly plunged into the lake, disappearing without a trace. Good, worthy of being a member of my vermilion bird clan, knowing that wasting is bad. The old man laughed heartily and sat down beside Wang Lin. After swallowing the dragon blood, Wang Lin's body was now engulfed in raging flames, his face flushed crimson. Ignoring the old man, he immediately sat down cross-legged, rapidly circulating his elemental energy to refine it. The old man sitting beside Wang Lin scanned him up and down, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "I thought I wouldn't see another junior from our clan, but unexpectedly, I see one now. He seems to be the 6th generation vermilion bird of our clan. Not bad, not bad." The old man grew increasingly delighted, squatting down and pinching Wang Lin's face with his right hand, then carefully patting his entire body. "Yes, he is indeed a member of our vermilion bird clan, no mistake. Not an enemy, but this young man's body is unexpectedly that of an ancient god." "Haha, interesting, interesting." The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. The 4th generation vermilion bird was a womanizer by nature, unable to cultivate my divine abilities. The 6th generation brat's expression was icy cold. He was certainly capable. The old man who was patting Wang Lin's body suddenly gasped, let out a cry, and stopped patting, sitting down to the side. These youngsters nowadays, alas, only I, back then, possessed such composure, and the young energy of my primordial spirit remains full to this day. The old man muttered to himself for half a day, looking at Wang Lin with a regretful expression, shaking his head repeatedly. With the young energy of the primordial spirit destroyed, it's impossible to cultivate my divine abilities. Even the illusory fire is difficult to compare with someone whose primordial spirit has abundant young energy. What a pity, what a pity, what a great pity. The old man sighed, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly widening as he let out a soft cry. Something's not right inside this kid's body. This is The old man's eyes widened, his body suddenly rising as he strode towards Wang Lin, his face showing excitement, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He decisively raised his right hand and pressed down on Wang Lin's head. This strike didn't injure Wang Lin at all, but a strange force directly entered Wang Lin's body, then erupted. The old man retracted his right hand, his eyes wide, staring intently at Wang Lin's head. At that moment, an invisible stream of fire suddenly erupted from Wang Lin's head. As soon as it appeared, it instantly filled the heavens and earth, radiating an unimaginable heat. This invisible stream of fire contracted, finally transforming into a weak flame. But even though it was weak, it emitted an aura that made it difficult to breathe, containing Wang Lin's fire essence. The old man's expression remained unchanged upon seeing the essence, as if he had known this all along. After the flame appeared, Wang Lin's head once again emitted a dazzling light. This light was earth-shattering and blinding. Then, a thunderous roar erupted. From within Wang Lin's head, a bolt of lightning appeared, transforming into a mark, surrounded by 9 lightning bolts, radiating a force that caused the heavens and earth to change color and the winds to swirl. This lightning diagram contains an overwhelming and extremely potent primordial aura. It is Wang Lin's second primordial Dao. That's quite something. The fire elemental power isn't the main point yet. After all, the vermilion bird has only awakened a few times. But this lightning elemental power, although I've seen it before, seeing it firsthand still amazes me. This lightning elemental power has reached a peak capable of opening the void gate. How did he cultivate it? Could it be that he devoured an ancient thunder dragon? The old man took a deep breath. Just then, a light suddenly flashed on Wang Lin's head. The old man's eyes widened, revealing excitement. That's right, I saw it inside this kid's body just by looking. A light flashed on Wang Lin's head. A stream of black and white light surged out. A phantom river suddenly appeared in the sky. This was the Yellow Springs, formed by Wang Lin's cycle of life and death. This river swept across the sky, its interior murky, and a surge of life and death energy suddenly erupted. This was the life and death realm of Wang Lin's consciousness transformed into its origin. The old man's face showed unimaginable excitement, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. He hadn't felt this kind of joy in tens of thousands of years. He widened his eyes and laughed loudly, saying, "Good, very good. I didn't expect there to be 3 origins. I haven't examined them carefully before. It's truly a surprise." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze, seeing a light flash on Wang Lin's head. A phantom Tai Chi diagram flew out from his head. This Tai Chi diagram contained karma, and after appearing, it seemed to surge throughout heaven and earth, causing the heavens and earth to become chaotic, with many cyclical feelings of karma manifesting. Fortunately, there were no other cultivators around, otherwise they would immediately be entangled by this karmic force trapped in inner demons, and it would be very difficult to control themselves. At that moment, all the causes in his life would become the fruit of self-destruction, erupting in an instant, body and soul utterly annihilated. Unexpectedly, there's still more. The old man was completely stunned, his expression showing terror. For fundamental origins. How did this kid cultivate to possess 4 fundamental origins? This is too extraordinary. The old man was still trembling, his pupils contracting again, his speech faltering. Because at this moment, a light flashed above Wang Lin's head once more. This light was extremely bizarre, seemingly existing yet seemingly non-existent, trapped between truth and falsehood, rapidly changing and appearing as a series of vague, illusory images, making it impossible to discern clearly. Staring blankly at the 5 different fundamental origins hovering above Wang Lin's head, the old man swallowed hard, speechless for a long time. Only when all 5 fundamental origins returned to Wang Lin's body did he take a deep breath. No more. Perfect. Perfect. The old man looked at Wang Lin as if he were a monster. 5 fundamental origins. 5 fundamental origins. This kid is even more mutated than the 4th generation vermilion bird. How can there be such a monster in this world? The old man muttered, but the excitement in his eyes was indescribable. The moonlight grew brighter, and a gentle breeze rustled the plants around the lake. Gradually, a night passed, and the dawn broke through the horizon, slowly dispelling the darkness and carrying away the chill of the night. Wang Lin had been meditating all night. The flame power in his body was now considerably stronger, but he was still a hair's breadth away from the fourth awakening of the vermilion bird, unable to break through. The selection of elders for the LCC Sin Society took place early this morning. As the sun began to rise, nearing noon, the power of the dragon blood that Wang Lin had swallowed slowly dissipated, allowing his complexion to return to normal. He opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of dark, turbid air, which immediately caused the ground to crack and splinter as it fell, appearing as if it had been burned. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, he saw the old man sitting opposite him. He remained silent for a moment, then stood up, bowed, and respectfully said in a low voice, "Junior Wang Lin greets the fourth-generation ancestor." The old man's gaze towards Wang Lin was somewhat strange. He coughed, concealing the strangeness, and smiled, saying, "I am not the fourth-generation vermilion bird." Wang Lin was startled, looked up at the old man, his mind shaken. You are the first-generation vermilion bird." The old man chuckled, shaking his head and saying, "I'm not the first-generation vermilion bird, but the second. This happened a long time ago, and there are many complicated matters. The fourth-generation vermilion bird is also here. After him, you are the second clansman I've seen. Are you a great emperor?" Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "Just like you, a young emperor, T." The old man's face broke into a smile, and seeing Wang Lin's thoughtful expression, he explained, "I am that young man from the fourth generation, are both young emperors. As for the title Mad Emperor, that's how outsiders refer to him. In our Vermilion Bird Holy Clan, he's the Vermilion Bird Ancestor, one of the four extremely powerful generals under the ancient Immortal Venerable." Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he looked up sharply. "You'll know the specifics related to our Vermilion Bird Holy Clan after you complete the trial," the old man said with a smile. "This trial isn't something you can just decide to do. For you, this might be a tremendous opportunity to break through the realm of true fire and transform it into illusory fire. But this is very difficult, and you shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself." The old man stood up, his gaze fixed on the northwest, deep in thought, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction as he said, "Mozi challenged you. Why didn't you accept? Does our Vermilion Bird Clan fear him? After the trial, feel free to fight. I'll handle everything." All those who came here to participate in the so-called elder selection of the Luosheng Assembly are merely playing a game. This time, inviting so many third-stage cultivators is to let everyone know that a new young emperor has emerged in the land of madness. You are a member of our Vermilion Bird Clan, regardless of whether you're from within the realm or elsewhere. This cannot be changed. If you leave this place, I cannot protect you. But within our clan, let's see who dares to harm you. Remember, the Vermilion Bird Clan must act with dominance and protection. Dominance means no one can resist. Only then can we maintain neutrality in this chaotic place. Only then, after you leave, will those who dare to touch you be wary. Therefore, it's better to establish your authority than to hide your true intentions. See, Mozi is the target for you to establish your authority. What about a third-stage cultivator? Use him to establish your authority." The old man's words were extremely domineering. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, the old man was slightly pleased, looked towards the lake thoughtfully for a moment, and then said, "You should drink the dragon god blood wine before the trial. I have another divine ability that you cannot cultivate. But since I've met you, I will teach you a few things. How about this? I will teach you a secret technique of my clan." After saying the words secret technique, the old man's expression was very strange. "After all, you are a member of my clan, so telling you is fine. Our Vermilion Bird Clan has never had any secret techniques because this secret technique was actually acquired by the patriarch when he was young, using the great divine techniques of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, and then claiming it as a secret technique of the three tribes. The Black Tortoise tribe has the greatest strength, and I've discovered that your body has somehow become that of an ancient god. If you use this technique to unleash the power of an ancient god, its might will obviously be even greater. This isn't a divine technique, but rather a method of utilizing power. Watch carefully," the old man said as he walked to the lake, looked at the water, and raised his right hand, striking the surface of the lake with a palm strike. Immediately, the lake water trembled and caved in. But as soon as this cave-in formed, the old man's right hand, without touching the water, struck the surface. A deafening explosion resounded. The lake water shook violently, waves surged outwards, and another layer of lake water shattered into countless tiny droplets. But these droplets, upon appearing, immediately collided and shattered again. The water there continued to disintegrate, and in almost a short time, a layer of lake water completely dissipated, turning into a cloud of vapor rising into the air. The water level on the lake dropped by a meter. This scene was quite ordinary, seemingly unremarkable. If one were to use divine power, let alone a meter of lake water, even evaporating the entire lake would be extremely easy. Even Wang Lin, without this old man's knowledge, possessed more than 10 methods capable of delivering a far more powerful blow than this. It's quite ordinary, isn't it? The old man turned his head to look at Wang Lin, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the lake, the scene of the opponent's palm struck flashing in his mind. He concentrated, his eyes showing a pensive expression. Seeing Wang Lin's eyes flash, staring at the lake, the scene of the opponent's palm struck flashing in his mind, his eyes showing a pensive expression. The old man felt even more at ease and didn't disturb him. He wanted to see how Wang Lin's comprehension was, whether he could discern the essence of this technique. But I see that this person's talent is definitely incomparable to the 4th generation vermilion bird. His current cultivation level must be due to immense luck, or it's related to that disciple of the 4th generation vermilion bird. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for someone who has only cultivated for nearly 2,000 years to have comprehended the edge of the void fire. Even the ancestor probably couldn't do it at his age. Thinking of this, the old man suddenly remembered the 5 abnormal fundamental origins in Wang Lin's body, and his inner thoughts immediately froze. Perhaps, maybe this kid can see through it. The old man looked at Wang Lin with a hint of annoyance. Wang Lin frowned, the scene from earlier constantly flashing through his mind. The opponent's palm strike was extremely ordinary, merely shaking the surface of the lake slightly, causing a few water droplets to rise. Then these droplets collided, and after countless collisions, they completely shattered and turned into vapor. But according to this opponent, this technique clearly contains some extremely powerful principle. Lost in thought, Wang Lin walked to the lake, squatted down, and gently pressed his right hand against the surface. He didn't use any divine abilities. He was almost human, striking the lake's surface. The instant his hand struck the lake, Wang Lin clearly felt a recoil force. This recoil force was very weak, almost imperceptible. That was the truth. Even though the water's surface was very soft, it could still support floating leaves. Naturally, a hand descending would encounter a small resistance. This hadn't caught Wang Lin's attention in the past, nor had he pondered why. But now, the moment the recoil force appeared, Wang Lin's eyes widened. Ripples spread across the lake's surface, circling around Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's heart, too, rippled like the sound of a zither in his heart. He and others disagreed. He was originally an ancient god. Besides divine abilities, the ancient god tribe's greatest strength lay in sheer power. A single punch could shatter an entire cultivation planet. Such earth-shattering power created the unimaginable might of an ancient god. That's why Wang Lin was so different from cultivators who possessed divine techniques, or rather, relied on them. I've read in books about how a drop of water can penetrate stone. Water looks incredibly soft, but in reality, it's still matter. A single drop of water falling onto a stone shatters into countless tiny droplets. But the moment it hits the stone, it creates a counterforce. This counterforce, though weak when continuously falling and vibrating over the years, is enough to penetrate the stone. Not to mention a stone, even an ancient god lying there over the long years, whose body couldn't be broken by divine abilities, would be penetrated by this drop of water. Wang Lin's eyes lit up with enlightenment as he stood up and looked at the old man. The old man's expression immediately became serious, revealing a hint of fear. He couldn't believe that Wang Lin could, through his own efforts, vaguely grasp the boundaries of this technique. This person's talent is incomparable to that of the 4th vermilion bird. It's a world apart, yet his ability to comprehend is terrifying. He unexpectedly used enlightenment to compensate for his lack of talent, reaching the level of comprehension of the 4th vermilion bird from back then. No wonder he possessed 5 such extraordinary fundamental origins. This is probably not a coincidence. The old man took a deep breath, his gaze towards Wang Lin filled with more admiration. After nodding, he was about to explain. In his opinion, the fact that the other party had reached this point was already extremely commendable. It was likely the limit, and he couldn't understand any deeper. But before he could speak, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he slowly said, "There's more." The old man was startled. Water contains an incredibly soft yet resilient force. After a drop of water forms a lake, the surface of the lake naturally also possesses a counterforce. The stronger the force contained in my hand, the stronger the counterforce will be. A punch to the surface of the water actually generates a counterforce no less than the force of my punch. Therefore, it's equivalent to two forces instantly changing, creating an extremely terrifying collapse. That's why when you just struck with your palm, countless tiny drops of water collided tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times in an instant, causing a layer of lake water to completely shatter. This shattering process is also a transformation from a water state to a vapor state. It looks simple, but in reality it contains an earth-shattering force. It's the force that changes the form of living beings. As Wang Lin spoke, his eyes shone brighter, his mind becoming incredibly clear, filled with all sorts of thoughts. The scene of the old man striking the lake with a palm strike replayed itself over 1,000 times. It must be like this. The senior's palm strike just now contained a certain principle. A single punch can shatter an entire cultivation planet, but it also generates a powerful counterforce. This counterforce instantly shatters the planet, causing it to disintegrate. The force that shatters a cultivation planet, besides its own power, can also harness its own counterforce. But water is different. Water is resilient, arguably the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Especially after accumulating to a certain level, it transforms into a lake or a sea. The power contained within it is astonishing. Even a single punch, if thrown into a vast ocean, can cause a person to collapse. Old Vermilion Bird's eyes widened, staring intently at Wang Lin. The expression of fear he had felt earlier at Wang Lin's 5 fundamental origins gradually reappearing in his eyes. This kind of enlightenment of heaven and earth, I have never encountered anyone like him in my life. This kind of enlightenment power is countless times stronger than innate talent. This person possessing 5 fundamental origins is no coincidence. Old Vermilion Bird took a deep breath, his gaze towards Wang Lin becoming even more peculiar. At this moment, he didn't know that if Wang Lin mastered the ancient soul forbiddance technique, he might have a slight chance of merging and understanding the peak of the forbiddance technique, reaching the void level, and thus possibly giving birth to a 6th fundamental origin, the fundamental forbiddance technique. Of course, this was only a very small possibility, but it was still possible. Senior, this technique is meant to teach me how to utilize this counterforce. Therefore, with a single punch, I can use the counterforce to kill the enemy, greatly increasing its power. It can even change the form of matter. Although this isn't a divine ability, it's a technique beyond comprehension. Senior, am I right? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, a look of joy appearing in them. This method of utilizing power wouldn't be very effective for others. Most cultivators wouldn't fight using fists and feet. But Wang Lin is an ancient god. This is comparable to any divine ability for him. In Wang Lin's ancient god memories, there was no technique for utilizing power. Now receiving this instruction from the old Vermilion Bird, it was incredibly significant for Wang Lin. Especially when recalling his battle with Thaxam, it was clear that Thaxam far surpassed Wang Lin in this aspect. That year, compared to Thaxam, he was like a child compared to a middle-aged man. Calling him an ancient god who only knew how to rely on brute force was absolutely correct. Old Vermilion Bird swallowed hard, his expression struggling to suppress his overwhelming joy. After all, he was a living, experienced old monster. It wasn't difficult for him to appear profound and unfathomable. Hearing this, he nodded, his eyes showing admiration, and slowly opened his mouth to say, "That's right, what you said is all simple principle, and it's exactly what I intended to tell you." Although old Vermilion Bird said this, he was very cautious inwardly, thinking, I can't let this brat see through my flaws. If he knows I don't understand, wouldn't I lose face as an old elder? If I had known, I would have passed on the secret techniques of the White Tiger or the Azure Dragon to him instead. Not everyone wants to practice those things. With this little demon's level of comprehension, he should be studying them. Old Vermilion Bird hastily coughed a few times, avoiding saying those words, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted, "All right, the secret technique is learned. Follow me to the trial. After the trial, we'll use the Mosey to establish our authority." As he spoke, he immediately waved his hand, engulfing Wang Lin, transforming him into a phantom flame that flew straight towards the northwest. Wang Lin carefully observed the phantom flame several times, secretly astonished. Is this an illusion? There's no high temperature radiating from it, yet it feels as if one's soul is being burned. With Old Vermilion Bird's cultivation, in the blink of an eye, he had swept Wang Lin to the northwest, above the 1,000-mile arena. At this moment, two cultivators were fiercely fighting in the arena, vying for the position of elder. Tens of thousands of cultivators surrounded the arena, their expressions solemn as they watched. In the air, there were several areas that no cultivator dared approach. One of those spots was occupied by TNCCT and Van LCC, the Grand Master of the Trong Tun Society. In another spot, near them, a father and son were enveloped in blue light. Another was a figure in a green robe. At first glance, this person appeared to be just a young boy. He lay on a cloud, lazily watching the battle below, yawning, and with a flick of his right hand, produced a peach-like fruit, which he took a bite of. Finally, a gigantic beast, its body pitch black and its appearance extremely ferocious, hovered in midair. An old man in animal skins sat cross-legged on its back. This old man's entire body was covered in holes, with two large, fist-sized black earrings in each ear. Even his lips were pierced by 4 red needles, as if they were being gagged. In an instant, the faces of those who dared not approach changed, and they all looked up. This time, quite a few old monsters have arrived, haven't they? In an instant, everyone looked up, and the voice of the Vermilion Bird echoed down from the sky, tinged with sarcasm. His body hovered, surrounded by a hazy aura. The flames that filled the surroundings dissipated the moment his body descended. Behind the Vermilion Bird appeared Wang Lin. Wang Lin's appearance immediately attracted many gazes. The first was from C. Mosey. C. Mosey's eyes were extremely cold, revealing a murderous intent. The second was gentle, carrying a hint of bewilderment, as if reminiscing. It was the woman among the two father and son figures enveloped in blue light. The third was from the handsome young man eating a peach. A light flickered in his eyes, his expression a mixture of amusement and seriousness. Wang Lin's expression was calm, his eyes sweeping over the two father and son figures enveloped in blue light. A faint, complex expression flickered in his eyes, quickly disappearing. "Greetings, Senior Taoist Lam Meng," Wang Lin said respectfully, bowing. Taoist Lam Meng smiled, nodding slightly and saying softly, "I truly underestimated you before." The fact that Wang Lin and Taoist Lam Meng knew each other was unexpected for the Old Vermilion Bird. His expression was strange as he glanced at Li Chiamai beside Taoist Lam Meng, chuckling, then glaring at C. Mosey. "You little brat, what are you looking at? Are you dissatisfied with me? Do you want to challenge me? Come on. If you want to fight, I'll play along." The Old Vermilion Bird showed no trace of seniority, glaring at C. Mosey and raising his right hand in a gesture. C. Mosey's expression changed instantly. He knew the other party was the first young emperor of the Land of Madness, a renowned figure, arguably the highest-ranking person under the great emperor. He had investigated this old man and knew he was extremely difficult to provoke. "Senior's cultivation is extraordinary. I am no match for you." C. Mosey hastily clasped his hands, the killing intent in his eyes having long since dissipated, and said in a low voice, "Humph, you dare not fight me, yet you repeatedly try to attack my junior, and you even dare to speak nonsense. You deserve a beating." Old Vermilion Bird found C. Mosey utterly displeasing. He snorted coldly, raising his right hand and swinging it forward. This swing didn't seem to conjure any divine power, but the expression of Grand Marshal Yunluo suddenly changed drastically, and without hesitation, he quickly took several steps to the side. The pupils in C. Mosey's eyes also contracted. He let out a low growl, and his hands formed a hand seal. But before the seal was complete, an earth-shattering roar resounded. Suddenly, C. Mosey's body recoiled, his hands trembling involuntarily, his face pale, and his entire body was engulfed in a phantom flame. He retreated 3 meters, the flame flashing 3 times. Each time it flashed, the burning force on C. Mosey's body intensified. After 3 meters, C. Mosey's body shook violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with terror. Senior, you're taking advantage of me, attacking me in front of so many people. What is your intention? The anger on C. Mosey's face caused the phantom flame outside to surge even more fiercely, seemingly absorbing his rage and becoming even more ferocious. C. Mosey spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Grand Master Yunluo hurriedly stepped forward, placing her hand on C. Mosey's back, clearly employing some kind of secret technique. Only then did C. Mosey's complexion improve slightly, though it remained pale. Taking advantage of me, you know how to take advantage of me. You dare to use your 3rd stage cultivation to force a fight against me, and yet you dare to say that I'm taking advantage of the weak. So what if I am taking advantage of the weak? Don't be fooled by the fact that the old vermilion bird has cultivated for many years and seems to be amiable towards Wang Lin, appearing to have a good temper. In reality, when he rose to fame, he was known for his fiery temper. At this moment, upon hearing C. Mosey's words, his eyes widened and he took a step forward. His speed was so fast that neither ordinary eyes nor divine sense could perceive it. The old vermilion bird reached C. Mosey's face, raised his right hand, and slapped him directly across the face. With a loud crack, C. Mosey's face was sent flying. This slap caused C. Mosey to cry out in pain. His body recoiled several meters, and the left side of his face immediately swelled up and turned black. Yunluo, the grand elder behind him, instantly turned pale, and he also retreated, saying in a low voice, "Senior, please stop. Our Changsun Society." "Shut your mouth, you little brat. Say another word and you'll get slapped too. Today, I'll play the game of taking advantage of the weak." Before Grand Marshal Yunluo could finish speaking, the old vermilion bird glared fiercely. This single sentence immediately made Grand Marshal Yunluo bite her lip, not daring to say anything more. C. Mosey, who had just retreated a few yards, felt dizzy. "Who are you to dare insult my son as a bastard?" "You're the bastard, damn it! Your whole family are bastards." The old vermilion bird spoke as he advanced, raising his left hand and once again slapping C. Mosey across the face. C. Mosey cried out, spitting out fresh blood, and hastily retreated, his rage soaring. However, this rage instantly transformed into a fire consuming him, causing him to cry out miserably as he frantically suppressed his anger. "If my son is a bastard, then isn't I also a bastard? How dare you insult me?" Old vermilion bird glared, then took another step to chase after him. "I didn't." C. Mosey's mind was greatly shaken. He wanted to explain, but obviously his speed couldn't match old vermilion bird's. In an instant, old vermilion bird's right hand swung up again. With a loud slap, C. Mosey's already blackened face swelled even more, spitting out several teeth and fresh blood. His body was sent flying far away in a straight line. "Humph, you dare insult me." Old vermilion bird's eyes revealed a faint murderous intent. If he hadn't intended to let Wang Lin use the opponent to establish his authority, this time it wouldn't have been just 3 slaps, but he would have directly taken the opponent's life. This old vermilion bird even dared to lure a dragon. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. C. Mosey, although only at the 3rd stage, had only just entered it. If it were someone else, even someone with the cultivation level of the old vermilion bird would hesitate, thinking of the Changsun Society behind C. Mosey. But the old vermilion bird didn't worry about this at all. His only thought was, provoking the vermilion bird clan was unacceptable. Even if the opponent's cultivation was higher than his, the old vermilion bird didn't need to fear, obviously, with the 1st-generation ancestor stepping forward. The vermilion bird clan was known for its protective nature, a tradition passed down through generations and ingrained in their very being. Wang Lin smiled at this scene. Looking at this old vermilion bird, he unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity with Qing Shui, as well as a reflection of the old vermilion bird Saint Emperor. Wang Lin's personality was sometimes very simple. He would reciprocate kindness several times over to those who were good to him. Like Sichuan, like Qing Shui, like the old vermilion bird Saint Emperor, like Deng Tia. The cultivators fighting in the arena for the position of elder of the Wosheng Society had stopped and retreated. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the land of madness were extremely respectful. Among them were 11 envoys of the great emperor, also respectfully looking up at the sky. As for the rest of the people in the air, they did not utter a word to stop him. After a few slaps, the old vermilion bird withdrew his gaze and walked to Wang Lin's side, completely ignoring the extremely distressed emoji and the gloomy expression of the Cloudfall Grand Master. I am very pleased that you all have come to the great Emperor Star today. Although some old fellows didn't come, that's all right. Today, you are here to witness the trial of the third young emperor of our land of madness. If he succeeds in the trial, from now on he will officially be our young emperor. Those who are his enemies are also my enemies, and enemies of this land of madness. The old vermilion bird bowed to all sides, pulled Wang Lin forward, and pointed a finger at the young man. Young man, you already know the dreamy dream Tao Venerable, so I won't introduce him again. Look at that young man eating a peach. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He's actually an old monster. You've probably heard of him before. He's one of the 5 ancient venerables, the wonderful sound Tao Venerable. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his mind was shaken. He had heard of the wonderful sound Tao Venerable before. At this moment, seeing him, he couldn't detect any cultivation on him. Wang Lin calmly bowed to him. The handsome young man chuckled and nodded towards Wang Lin. And that old man with the needles in his mouth, you should know him too. He's not one of the 5 ancient venerables, but his cultivation is no less impressive. His name is Tai Wang Gong, a master of poison techniques. His reputation is notorious. The old vermilion bird pointed towards the old man in animal skin sitting on the lizard. The old man's eyes flashed, and he snorted coldly. His lips didn't move, but a voice emanated from his body. Old bird, I'm not here to observe anything today, but to fight you again. But this young man is quite capable. I'll give you something to protect yourself. The old man in animal skins raised his right hand and flicked it. Immediately, a section of his index fingernail broke off and flew straight towards Wang Lin. A flash of light, and half of the fingernail flew in front of Wang Lin. Old vermilion bird, whose eyes had widened upon hearing the words old bird, now beamed with joy upon seeing the half-nail, chuckling. You little poisonous insect are quite generous. Take it, it contains the poisonous techniques of the little poisonous insect. It can be considered a powerful weapon to injure your opponents. As old vermilion bird spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it towards the 1,000-mile arena, softly shouting, after the selection of the Luosheng elders. The young emperor's trial begins. His voice boomed like thunder. 1,000 miles of battlefield beneath the ground resounded with banging sounds. Immediately afterward, a thunderous roar of a dragon turtle echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The giant turtle that had previously appeared under Wang Lin's divine power, transformed from a piece of turtle shell, suddenly materialized. The colossal turtle, thousands of miles in size, was incredibly enormous, its ferocious appearance unforgettable. The moment it appeared, a powerful shockwave spread in all directions, causing tens of thousands of cultivators outside to show expressions of fervent reverence and fear, hastily moving aside and surrounding it from a distance. After its roar, the giant turtle suddenly raised its head and stared intently at the old vermilion bird. Offer incense. Old vermilion bird raised both hands, his playful demeanor gone, replaced by an extremely serious expression. Immediately, a sense of unyielding authority emanated from him, imbued with a domineering aura. As he spoke, the heavens and earth rumbled, and 3 enormous incense sticks appeared on the giant turtle's back, pointing straight up to the sky. From afar, the giant turtle seemed to transform into a colossal altar. On this colossal altar rested 3 awe-inspiring incense sticks. In our land of madness, the trial for the young emperor is extremely simple. These 3 incense sticks represent the 3 illusory realms of heaven, earth, and man, into which you must place your soul. Burn these 3 incense sticks. Secondly, after burning these incense sticks, don't be fooled by their thousands of feet in length. They will quickly burn to ashes. What you need to do is find a way to make them burn slowly, so that your soul can escape and return to your body before they are completely consumed. The old vermilion bird's expression was extremely serious as he looked at Wang Lin. Any trial has dangers. The trial of the young emperor in the land of madness is no exception. If you cannot pass, after burning the incense, if you cannot get out before the incense is completely burned out, your soul will be consumed and you will die inside. With me here, even if you don't die, you will still greatly disappoint me. Only 2 people have ever succeeded in this trial. I was the first, and before you, there was someone else. This person possessed extraordinary talent. The first incense stick took 5 breaths, the second 9 breaths, and the third 14 breaths. Even I couldn't compare to him. Do you dare to take the trial? Answer me. The old vermilion bird's eyes, like torches, stared at Wang Lin. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Lin said calmly. All right, I hope you can bring me joy a third time, T. He old vermilion bird laughed loudly, waving his right hand, transforming it into a whirlwind that directly enveloped Wang Lin's body. Under the whirlwind, Wang Lin naturally transformed into a flash of lightning, hurtling towards the back of the giant turtle, nearing the first incense stick. Mosi's eyes showed extreme malice as he stared at Wang Lin. At this moment, his face was dark purple, a mark that even divine abilities couldn't erase in a short time. After all, this was an injury inflicted by the old vermilion bird, deliberately left behind to humiliate him. At this moment, Mosi didn't dare show his hostility towards Wang Lin as openly as before, but the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. The trials in this mad land have been thoroughly studied by the Changzun Association. This little bastard's cultivation level is such that he absolutely cannot succeed. Mosi inwardly snorted coldly. Young Luo, the grand elder beside him, also looked gloomy. Her right hand, hidden in her robe, subtly moved, forming a hand seal, seemingly performing some kind of divination, but her eyes secretly glanced at the Miaoyan Taoist in the distance. As for Miaoyan Taoist, still perched on the cloud, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a strange glint. That brat is Wang Lin, as Shui Daozi said through telepathic communication. The master of the sealed realm isn't dead, is he? Shui Daozi surely wouldn't dare deceive me. But this matter still requires caution. The reason I acted back then was because the Grand Elder offered me great benefits. And now, if you want me to act, you'll have to see what the Grand Elders are willing to give. Miaoyan Taoist calmly looked directly at Wang Lin approaching the incense stick, sighing inwardly. This person, in such a short time, caused the destruction of the Thunder Clan, and yet he has such deep connections to the Land of Madness. I truly underestimated him. As one of the 5 ancient venerables, I have a responsibility to protect the ancient star spirit, but this person and you are. Lam Mengdaozhen glanced at his daughter beside him, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. I can do without the elder venerable's assembly. Even if the grand venerable were to come out of seclusion, I could still refuse. But what if Menor comes? Remembering his wife, Lam Mengdaozhen felt a pang of pain. He could never forget how his wife had become a stranger after her death. The old man in animal skins simply closed his eyes, completely unconcerned, as if nothing today mattered compared to the battle with the vermilion bird. 2 streams of white mist spewed from the nose of the giant lizard beneath him, his cold eyes closing. On all 4 sides surrounding the giant turtle, tens of thousands of cultivators calmly focused their attention, watching Wang Lin's figure approaching the first incense stick. Their hearts filled with various thoughts. HMPH, this guy is really lucky. Unexpectedly, he's valued by the first young emperor. But that trial is extremely difficult. I'm sure he won't succeed. Even with the cultivation level of the first elder of the Luosheng Society, who has the 5 declines of heaven and man, I wouldn't dare attempt the young emperor's trial. Even if this guy is valued by the great emperor and the first young emperor, his success is just wishful thinking. Above the great emperor star's arena, tens of thousands of cultivators watched intently. Wang Lin walked to the side of the first incense stick and landed on the turtle's shell. Standing near the incense stick, Wang Lin's figure seemed incredibly small. The incense stick looked like a mountain, and a fragrant aroma wafted out, invigorating the senses. Wang Lin took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and placed it on the incense stick in front of him. The moment his hand touched the incense stick, his eyes closed. His body remained motionless, and his soul entered the incense stick. The first trial gate was the human realm within the heaven, earth, and human realms. The sound of rushing water reached Wang Lin's ears. Many noises gradually arose, becoming clearer and clearer, until they drowned out the sound of the water, replacing the sound in Wang Lin's ears. The sky was a beautiful deep blue, with white clouds drifting lazily. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat unreal. Wang Lin was standing on a bridge. The river beneath the bridge flowed downstream, and in the distance, several boats could be seen in the middle of the river, faintly emitting music. On either side of the bridge were bustling streets, filled with many people, their faces indistinct. Withdrawing his gaze from the sky, Wang Lin seemed to enter a dreamlike state, everything illusory, leaving him without any sense of reality. Even the bridge appeared hazy in his eyes, as if it could vanish at any moment. It seemed that in this world, everything except him was clear, everything else was blurry. This was a mortal city, not large, but densely populated. The streets were filled with vendors, their cries of war echoing incessantly. Yet, everything was hazy, completely out of place for him. Is this the first pass? Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. Just as he was about to turn and descend the bridge, his body trembled, and he abruptly turned towards the riverbank. A large boat was slowly drifting towards him. Sitting on the boat was a young man, holding a wine cup, with several girls dancing before him and a few attendants behind him. All things in heaven and earth are merely temporary. Time flies, 100 years pass in the blink of an eye. Life is a dream. How can one know what is joyful, what is not joyful? Amidst the prolonged laughter, his voice was weak yet arrogant. The young man drained his cup of wine since arriving here. Everything around Wang Lin had been hazy except for himself. But at this moment, upon seeing this young man, everything instantly became clear. This clarity was completely opposite to the surrounding haze, extremely brilliant. Wang Lin only glanced at him, his body froze, his mind reeling as if the world was collapsing. He was extremely familiar with the young man's appearance, almost identical. This seemed to be him. The young man, who had been reveling in the wild poetry, raised his cup and drank it all unexpectedly. He looked exactly like Wang Lin. The only difference was the passage of time. Although Wang Lin looked like a young man, he was actually 2,000 years old. He was clearly imbued with the aura of time. The young man drinking, however, was full of vitality. No matter how you looked at him, he was just a mortal nearing 30. Wang Lin stared in stunned silence at the boat drifting away. The young man on the boat put down his cup and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth. Excellent! Young master's poetry is truly extraordinary. In my opinion, this poem could only exist in heaven, rarely heard in the mortal world. Excellent, superb. A young man's attendant, seemingly around 40 years old, sighed and shook his head. Nonsense, this is clearly poetry left behind by ancient masters. You speak as if it were something I composed myself. The young man smiled, pointing his fan at the attendant. The attendant chuckled, unfazed, and looked around, sighing, "Young master, we don't have much money left. Renting a boat on this river is very expensive. It's already been 4 days. Perhaps we should return to the capital." The young man shook his head, picked up his wine gourd, took a sip, and was about to speak when his body froze. He looked up, his gaze falling on the bridge spanning the river. On the bridge stood Wang Lin, his eyes meeting the young man's for a fleeting moment. The young man's body trembled, his expression instantly changed to one of astonishment. He gently put down his wine cup, stood up, and bowed to Wang Lin, who was standing on the bridge, saying in a loud voice, "Brother, would you mind coming up here for a drink at this moment?" Wang Lin gradually suppressed the shock in his mind, his eyes revealing a strange light. He took a step forward, his whole body like a leaf carried by the wind, gently landing on the boat. The 3 or 4 attendants beside the young man all stared at Wang Lin with wide eyes, their expressions showing disbelief. They were startled not only by Wang Lin's movements but also by his appearance, which was exactly like their young master's. After landing on the boat, Wang Lin said nothing and directly sat down opposite the young man. The young man carefully observed Wang Lin several times, his astonishment growing with each glance. The other man's appearance was strikingly similar to his own. He hesitated for a moment, then sat down and instructed his attendant to prepare a cup of wine. Soon, the attendant brought another cup and placed it on the table. The young man poured the wine himself, his gaze still appraising Wang Lin, secretly feeling puzzled. "Your appearance is quite similar to mine. I've met many people along the way, but never one like this. May I ask your name, sir? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" The young man smiled, his expression tinged with curiosity. Wang Lin remained silent, his eyes thoughtful, and he drained his cup alone. Seeing Wang Lin's silence, the young man didn't mind, and he took the wine flask and refilled Wang Lin's cup. The gentle sound of flowing water filled the boat. Gradually, the boat followed the river bank, passing under the stone bridge, slowly drifting away into the distance. The dancers on the bow of the boat were still performing, but the audience remained silent. Wang Lin drained cup after cup, his eyes filled with contemplation, his mind becoming entangled in 1,000 threads of thoughts, making the wine tasteless. What exactly is going on? This is a human cultivation technique. Why did I encounter such a person? This person not only looks like me, but even their soul is the same. Wang Lin frowned, draining his cup once more. The young man, still smiling, remained silent, but his attendants pursed their lips, secretly disdainful. This is the osmanthus old wine from Suzhou, extremely expensive. Gradually, night fell and a cool breeze from the river gently blew across the boat. The dancers on the bow had long since withdrawn, leaving only Wang Lin and his 3 attendants. The moonlight slowly spread across the land, illuminating the entire river. The gentle breeze created streaks of light on the water's surface, a breathtaking sight. The attendants' expressions showed impatience. Looking up at the sky, they soon seemed unable to restrain themselves, bowing and tugging at the young man's robe, giving him a knowing wink. The young man shook his head and smiled, ignoring them. The attendant gave a wry smile and whispered, "Young master, if we continue, we'll have to pay more for the boat, and this wine is almost gone. Drink mine?" The pensive look in Wang Lin's eyes gradually faded as he produced a gourd of wine. This wine was neither dragon blood nor ordinary wine. It was said that ordinary people who drank it would prolong their lives and broaden their minds. Seeing Wang Lin somehow conjure up a gourd of wine, the attendant's eyes widened in fear, and he dared not urge his young master any further. Pouring himself a cup, Wang Lin placed the wine gourd on the table, picked up the cup, took a sip, looked up at the sky, and suddenly said, "Is this Zhao Kingdom?" The young man was also startled by Wang Lin's appearance, and after a long time, he took a deep breath and nodded. "Senior, are you an immortal? I grew up in a mountain village. My father's name is Wang Jianshui, the second son in the family, a carpenter. My mother is Zhu Yingzhu from Du family village, who studied for several years. I was taught by my mother when I was young, and I began to read and write." Wang Lin held the wine cup, muttering softly to himself. These words were like thunder in the young man's ears. He was stunned. Wang Lin sighed, put down the wine cup, and looked at the young man with a complex expression, softly saying, "The life you chose will pass by like this." After speaking, Wang Lin stood up, looking at the bright moon in the sky. All the ambiguity before him vanished in an instant, everything becoming clear. He walked towards the river bank, ascending straight into the sky, slowly moving further and further away. The attendant on the boat trembled, his body stiffening as he sat beside him, his eyes filled with fear and bewilderment as he watched Wang Lin's figure disappear. He stammered, It really is an immortal. Young master, it really is an immortal. Your dream was real." The young man gazed at the sky in astonishment, then sighed deeply, glancing down at the wine flask on the table, his eyes filled with intense doubt. Wang Lin looked down at the ground from the sky. He was very familiar with this place. It was identical to the Zhao Kingdom on the Vermilion Bird Star. I entered this gate of humanity with my soul, originally thinking it would be a test like Tao Yunzi's Dao seeking, but I didn't expect this place to be a test of the Dao, but rather a test of inner demons. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, his eyes showing a complex expression. Am I disillusioned with cultivation otherwise? How could such a phantom human soul appear? Wang Lin remained silent. Compared to Tao Yunzi's questioning of the Dao back then, now I clearly know my own existence. I know that everything is illusory. I know that my soul has entered here. And I also know my purpose in coming here. I want to burn that incense stick. Wang Lin raised his head, carrying a hint of indescribable melancholy. In that instant, he had understood all the ambiguities in the heavens and earth, and the first barrier how to burn the incense stick representing humanity. If he wanted to, he could burn it now. But before burning the incense, I still want to see them, and her. A hint of loneliness and sorrow flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He knew it was all old, all formed from souls, yet he couldn't help but want to see it all real, to witness it once more. This was something he had never dared to touch in his life, his forbidden scale. Just a glance, and I'll light this incense stick. Wang Lin looked ahead, took a step, and completely vanished. On the great Emperor Star, the eyes of tens of thousands of people were focused on the back of the illusory giant turtle. The figure holding the first incense stick remained motionless. A gentle breeze blew, causing the figure's hair and clothes to flutter. Old Vermilion Bird's eyes showed a hint of worrying as he watched the figure disappear. Why is he so slow with his cultivation level? He should have finished lighting the first incense stick long ago. I originally expected him to burn the incense stick in at most 2/4 of an hour, escaping in a single breath. Now an hour has passed, equivalent to half a day. Could it be that this person, thousands of years old, is still trapped, his soul unable to return to his ancestral home? A faint smile appeared on C. Mosey's lips as he stared at the figure beside the incense stick, thinking to himself, this is only the first incense stick, and he's already showing incompetence. This little bastard definitely won't pass the trial. If he fails, he'll be humiliated in front of so many cultivators, and the first young emperor won't let him off the hook. Grand Master Yan Luo's delicate eyebrows furrowed, his right hand, hidden in his sleeve, moved even faster in its hand gestures, seemingly calculating the crucial moment. At this moment, the gaze of the old Vermilion Bird towards the incense stick suddenly froze. Not only him, but most of the cultivators here also saw the figure with eyes closed, dressed in white, hands resting on an incense stick, two streams of clear tears slowly flowing down from his eyes. The soul returns to its homeland. The soul is sorrowful. Upon returning to the body, painful tears will fall. The gate of humanity is truly remarkable. Lam Mengduozhen gazed at the tear, softly murmuring to himself. In the illusory realm of the gate of humanity, Wang Lin stood on the Hengyu sect, looking down at the mountain village below, then turned and left, wiping away the tears streaming from his eyes. In the fire-burning kingdom, Wo Gate. In the alchemy room behind the mountain, a beautiful young woman frowned, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at the black smoke rising from the alchemy furnace in front of her. Softly saying to the middle-aged woman beside her, "Master, water failed to refine it again." All right, always this pitiful look. Go to the back of my medicinal peak and get some water moongrass. I'll see if I can try refining this alchemy furnace again. The middle-aged woman glared at the young girl. The young girl stuck out her tongue, looking incredibly cute, her face beaming with joy as she hurried out of the knitting room. The young woman wore a small yellow dress, her hair braided into two strands that gently fluttered behind her, making her look incredibly adorable. Her appearance wasn't stunningly beautiful, nor exquisitely refined. Her face still held a childlike innocence, yet her gentle nature was evident. Alchemy is truly too difficult. I've been practicing for ages and still haven't finished. I've clearly put in so much effort, the young woman muttered, pouting as she walked through the mountains. I wonder how my brother is doing now. His talent surpasses mine. He received special training as soon as he joined the sect. I need to work harder so he doesn't look down on me. Suddenly, the young woman stopped, her gaze falling on a glowing herb under a nearby tree. She gently plucked a few leaves, completely unaware that a solitary figure had appeared behind her. Wang Lin gazed in astonishment at the young woman before him. Although her appearance was slightly different from years ago, he recognized her at a glance. His eyes softened, and he stood there, his heart filled with sorrow. After picking a few herbs, the young woman carefully placed them in her storage bag and stood up, intending to leave. Suddenly, she froze, took a few steps back, and sat down, pushing aside the grass to reveal a small animal. The animal resembled a squirrel, lying dying, its right thigh badly injured, its flesh and blood a gruesome wound, seemingly bitten. The young woman sighed, her eyes filled with pity. She quickly took out some herbs from her storage bag, crushed them, and applied them to the animal's wound. However, these herbs were clearly insufficient to save the small animal. Its eyes dimmed, blood flowed profusely, and it was on the verge of death. The young woman's eyes were filled with worrying as she hastily embraced the small creature, turning to head towards the alchemy room below to see her master. But as soon as she turned around, she let out a startled cry, recoiling rapidly, her eyes filled with terror. Her sudden turn clearly revealed Wang Lin behind her, instantly frightening her. "Let me help," Wang Lin said softly, his heart trembling at the sight of the young woman's fear. He raised his right hand and waved it forward. Immediately, a white light flashed and fell upon the small creature in the young woman's arms. The creature's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even its eyes, which had been dimming moments before, regained their vitality. After recovering, the creature leapt from the young woman's arms onto a branch, glanced back at the two of them, and then vanished into the distance. The young woman took a deep breath, patted her chest, and looked at Wang Lin curiously, whispering, "Junior Li Miwan greets Senior. May I ask which sect Senior belongs to? And are you here to find my master?" Wang Lin shook his head, looking at the young woman before him, his expression becoming even gentler, and softly said, "I'm not here to find your master. I'm here." "Here." Li Miwan's eyes widened. Wang Lin smiled, and with a wave of his sleeve, a whirlwind immediately erupted, enveloping Li Miwan's body. In an instant, the two disappeared, reappearing on the highest mountain peak, shrouded in swirling clouds. A cave dwelling had appeared here, seemingly out of nowhere. Outside the cave dwelling, Li Miwan's eyes widened, gazing at the scene. After a long while, she recovered her senses, her gaze towards Wang Lin filled with astonishment. Senior must be a reclusive old monster from our Wu sect. No, not an old monster, but a reclusive master. Li Miwan chuckled and took a few steps back, a hint of wariness in her eyes. The place was deserted, and she had been dragged here by Wang Lin. She was clearly startled. Although Wang Lin didn't look like a bad person, Li Miwan was still worried. Junior was ordered by my master to gather herbs. It's been a long time, and my master must be anxiously searching for me. I beg your leave." Li Miwan hurriedly retreated, her voice implying that her master could arrive at any moment. Wang Lin smiled. He had never seen Li Miwan look like that before, and nodded. Li Miwan quickly retreated, swiftly leaving along the mountain path. Only after descending the mountain did she breathe a sigh of relief, turning back to look at the mountaintop. Senior's sister once said that the old monsters in the cultivation world are all eccentric, and moreover, they like to use cauldrons for cultivation. It scared me to death. This old monster appeared silently, and in a flash, he coiled himself up to the mountaintop. Humph, if I hadn't reacted quickly and mentioned my master, I'd probably be in danger today. But this old monster looks very young, not like a bad person. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. Whispering a few words softly, Li Miwan hurriedly left. Wang Lin, on the mountaintop, could see everything, see Li Miwan's eyes, and even hear her words clearly. Only after Li Miwan left did Wang Lin withdraw his gaze, a faint joy appearing on his face, yet tinged with sadness. Is this a figment of my soul's memory, or is it truly real? This scene is clearly not in my memory. Wang Lin sighed softly, not wanting to think about it anymore, and quietly closed his eyes. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and murmured softly, "I'll look at her one more time, talk to her for a while, and then I'll leave. I'll light this first incense stick." Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days. 4 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 4 days, Li Miwan did not appear again. Wang Lin remained on the mountaintop, waiting, just as in his memory. Li Miwan was at the Cloud Heaven sect, accompanied by the sound of her zither, waiting for his return. For 4 days, Wang Lin did not meditate but sat silently gazing at the sky, waiting. Until the 5th day, afternoon, a series of gasps came from the foot of the mountain. Li Miwan climbed up from the foot of the mountain. After reaching the summit, Li Miwan wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes filled with terror and vigilance, but she gritted her teeth and approached Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently looked at Li Miwan, a gentle expression on his face. However, this gentle expression, when seen by Li Miwan, caused her to subconsciously take a few steps back, her vigilance intensifying. Senior, can you cure it?" Li Miwan bit her lip, carefully taking out a small, palm-sized creature from her bosom. The creature resembled a cat but was still small, its body covered in smooth fur. It trembled in Li Miwan's hand, its eyes only slightly open, seemingly wanting to open but lacking the strength. Wang Lin chuckled, nodded, and raised his right hand to stroke the creature. A white light flashed, and the creature seemed to be infused with life, its eyes opening and radiating vitality. Li Miwan's eyes lit up with joy, jumping and shouting excitedly, quickly stroking the creature's smooth fur. The wariness in her eyes towards Wang Lin lessened slightly. "Thank you, Senior." Li Miwan smiled, bowed to Wang Lin, and quickly retreated, hurrying down the mountain. Evidently, she still harbored considerable caution towards the old monster. She would never have returned unless absolutely necessary. This old monster is probably not a bad person. Li Miwan descended the mountain, turning back to look at the peak, and whispered softly, This was the second time Wang Lin had watched Li Muan leave, the reluctance in his eyes growing stronger. Just then, the sky suddenly churned. The heavens and earth changed color. Thunder rumbled down, spreading wildly in all directions. This vortex spun rapidly, filling the heavens and earth, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure that permeated the entire realm. But strangely, none of the illusory beings noticed anything. It seemed as if this change in heaven and earth was directed solely at Wang Lin, only for him. Wang Lin, hurry up and burn the incense. What are you waiting for? The last 4 words transformed into a whirlwind, creating countless echoes that shook the heavens and earth. What am I waiting for? On the great Emperor Star, the old vermilion bird, having waited too long, worried that Wang Lin's soul would be unable to control itself once inside, disregarded the trial rules and stepped forward. With his right hand on the incense stick, he leapt into Wang Lin's soul and growled softly, burning incense is not difficult. Just use the flames within your soul to quickly turn this entire world into a sea of fire, leaving nothing behind, and you can burn the incense. I don't want to. Wang Lin raised his head, his eyes burning with fire, looking at the vortex in the sky. Integrating the soul into a real world, tempering the soul's heart, erasing any remaining worldly thoughts, using flames to burn the outside of the soul, then merging the flames into the soul. Bestowing an immortal soul fire, causing the vermilion bird to awaken for the 4th time. Such a price to burn away a trace of my worldly thoughts. I cannot do it. Wang Lin stood up, looking at the vortex in the sky. This was his soul. Although the old vermilion bird possessed unfathomable cultivation, this place was created by the 1st generation vermilion bird using a magical artifact and an inexplicable divine power. Even the old vermilion bird couldn't interfere. This place is merely an illusion, not real. I once entered it myself. You only need to destroy it, then leave the incense tree, and you can pass through. Why are you still so stubbornly deluded? The old vermilion bird's voice betrayed his anxiety. The vortex in the sky suddenly shattered, and the voice gradually faded away. In the instant the voice vanished, Wang Lin's words echoed into the vortex. Throughout my life, I, Wang Lin, will never let go of the obsession in my heart. Even the heavenly tribulation triggered during the ascension to the peak wouldn't make me give up. This kind of immortal soul fire within my soul isn't something that can only be created by burning down this realm. If it's truly impossible to create a soul fire without doing so, then I'll go against the natural order, using my own obsession to create karmic fire, not needing the immortal soul fire, but using my obsession to burn away the karmic obstacles of reincarnation. On the great Emperor Star, the old vermilion bird retracted his right hand, looked at Wang Lin, who was closing his eyes, and sighed. Even though Si Mozi didn't know what had happened in the human realm, he could guess a little just by looking at the scene and couldn't help but coldly laugh. Senior, it's been a long time now. It seems that something unexpected happened during the 3rd young emperor's trial. Before he could finish speaking, the old vermilion bird suddenly turned his head, his eyes glaring, and directly slapped Si Mozi with his right hand. A loud slap followed, sending Si Mozi spitting blood, his body being swept away 10,000 feet. Unexpected, my ass. My descendants use obsession to burn away karmic obstacles? How could a mixed blood like you understand that? After giving him a slap, the anger in old vermilion bird's heart subsided slightly, his eyes gleamed, and he thought to himself, karma, karma. Excellent. This young man has spirit and courage to ignite the flames of karma. The 1st patriarch of the clan once said that the vermilion bird clan's achievement of the illusory fire, borrowing the immortal soul fire, is not the righteous path. It's because the karmic fire entering the soul is extremely difficult. From ancient times to the present, only the patriarch of that era could succeed, which is why clan members were not allowed to choose it. If this young man can succeed, he will become the foremost figure of our vermilion bird clan in the future. In the human realm, only Wang Lin felt the vortex in the sky collapsing with a thunderous roar, as if an invisible force was tearing it apart, gradually dissipating. A moment later, the sky returned to normal. This brief scene went unnoticed by anyone in the human realm except Wang Lin. It was as if it didn't exist. Wang Lin stood on the mountaintop, withdrawing his gaze from the sky, and sat down cross-legged. He ignited the cycle of karmic rebirth, transforming a single glimmer of obsession into karmic fire. Instead of burning the heavens and earth or destroying this realm, he consumed his own soul. From the brink of death, In the instant his soul was completely consumed and destroyed, he found a glimmer of hope, transforming it into the seed of karmic transformation. This gave him the opportunity to awaken the vermilion bird for the fourth time, breaking through from the realm of true fire and entering the realm of illusory fire, a realm rarely attained by anyone in the vermilion bird clan throughout history. Those who can reach the realm of illusory fire, while not as powerful as a third-stage cultivator, are still capable of commanding respect from them and engaging in combat. You cannot be angry, joyful, impatient, or experience any emotional fluctuations whatsoever, because any fluctuation will transform into an illusory fire, a terrifying divine ability to kill enemies. This is an extremely dangerous technique. It's important to know that all living beings, regardless of their cultivation level, possess emotions. Even the most reserved or reclusive individuals have feelings. Even the memories of the blue dream Taoist for his wife or the affection for his daughter can transform into illusory fire. Unless one can perfectly lock down or completely eliminate all emotions, one cannot fear a cultivator with illusory fire. The most terrifying aspect of a cultivator with the void fire is not their ability to fight alone, but their ability to engage in group battles. A cultivator with void fire can be like a vast army. In the universe, the initial stages of understanding lightning cultivation and entering the Tao are extremely difficult, and opening the void gate is incredibly challenging. This is because lightning is controlled by the heavens and earth. Using it to break through the heavens is even more difficult. The same applies to fire. Fire is one of the 5 elements of the universe. Only after reaching void fire can one transcend the 5 elements. No longer within the 5 elements, if one takes another step forward and forms the Tao fire, one can achieve the Great Origin technique, use fire to open the void gate, and become a third-stage cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely calm. The difficulty of void fire lies in igniting the flame, awakening the vermilion bird for the 4th time. But he didn't want to burn this realm to become the seed of immortal fire. Instead, he chose a more arduous path. This path is fraught with unpredictable life or death situations. At this moment, Wang Lin could still choose to give up, leave this place, and fail this trial. Old vermilion bird values me so much. How can I give up? Wang Lin murmured, his eyes filled with determination. Just as he didn't want to burn this place down, Wang Lin's character was such that he valued favors immensely. He couldn't let old vermilion bird down. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes slowly closing. The moment he closed his eyes, a raging blue flame erupted throughout his body. This flame didn't radiate outwards but burned fiercely within him. It was invisible to outsiders, yet it caused excruciating pain as it consumed his soul. Even Wang Lin trembled. He gritted his teeth, enduring the burning sensation of his soul, enduring the complete destruction of himself by his own will. I've entered the Tao with a single glimmer of obsession. Even the heavenly tribulation cannot destroy me. Who can stop me? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with anger. A raging fire enveloped his entire body. The flames blazed fiercely, yet no one outside could witness it. In the human realm, days passed. Li Muan's visits to this mountain gradually increased. Every time Wang Lin saw Li Muan, no matter how much his soul was being burned and tormented, his eyes showed not a hint of fear, transforming into a deep, gentle lake. Li Muan gradually adapted to this expression of Wang Lin, sometimes even curiously engaging him in conversation. However, Li Muan was very perceptive, slowly noticing that each time he came to this mountain, the eccentric senior seemed to become weaker. Even his posture seemed to age slowly. She had no idea that Wang Lin was suffering unimaginable pain at this moment. He wanted to ignite the karmic retribution, relying on a single obsession in his heart. The deeper this obsession, the stronger the flames would become. Each time he encountered Li Muan, Wang Lin's obsession deepened, and the flames became more intense. The suffering also intensified. Years passed, and he didn't know how long it had been, but the flames in Wang Lin's soul had become intensely concentrated. His eyes had glazed over, and his body was extremely weak. Even his face had transformed from that of a young man into that of a middle-aged man. It seemed that the past 2,000 years of his soul being burned had taken hold of Wang Lin's body at an incredibly rapid pace. Give up. You can't bear the suffering of your soul being burned. Although I haven't experienced this feeling myself, I know from a conversation with the ancestor that he could never forget it. In the sky, the previously collapsing stream reappeared. The old vermilion bird's voice carried anxiety and also a hint of reluctance. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, his mind hazy, and intense suffering, like a tidal wave, had already engulfed him. This kind of suffering was several times greater than anything Wang Lin had ever experienced in his life. Only the suffering he endured during the ancient god tribulation, when his body collapsed and reformed countless times, could possibly compare. However, these two kinds of suffering were vastly different. Right now, your soul is only being burned. Your obsession hasn't transformed into karmic fire yet. The suffering has only just begun. Only when the karmic fire appears will you experience the 9-turn karmic tribulation. Under the karmic tribulation, even the ancestors need someone to protect them to overcome it. You can still give up now. Once your obsession transforms into karmic fire and the karmic fire ignites, your soul will be instantly destroyed. And it will be impossible to transform into karmic debt. That old patriarch had the protection of a celestial venerable back then. If he hadn't been decisive, he wouldn't have succeeded. The voice of the old vermilion bird was filled with extreme anxiety. That little girl is the obsession in your heart, isn't she? In this human realm, everything is illusory. Why are you suffering so much, putting yourself in mortal danger for a fleeting memory? Wang Lin, why are you still so stubbornly deluded? The old vermilion bird's voice grew even more anxious, vaguely tinged with severity. Wang Lin said nothing. At this moment, his mind was no longer clear, the torment of his soul being burned into a mass of memories, flooding his soul. The first meeting with Li Muan, cultivating demon sea cloud heavenly sect. The withered beauty. Finally, becoming a sleeping corpse in the heaven-avoiding pass. All these things burned in his soul. It's been too long. If you continue like this, you will face mortal danger. You still can't let go of worldly affairs. You can't burn this realm down. Even if you hate me in the future, I will help you destroy this realm. As the old vermilion bird finished speaking, a raging sea of fire erupted from the vortex in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. In an instant, it surged from the sky in all directions, engulfing the entire sky and pouring downwards, threatening to incinerate this realm. At this very moment, Li Muan's figure appeared on the mountaintop, her breath heavy as she climbed upwards. She couldn't see the flames, but in Wang Lin's eyes, he saw the sea of fire descending from the sky, a massive fiery maw hurtling straight towards Li Muan. In that instant, the bewilderment in Wang Lin's eyes instantly cleared. His eyes blazed with a raging fire, and he leapt forward. The moment the flames struck Li Muan, who was still unaware of what was happening, Wang Lin embraced her waist, shielding her with his back. Li Muan was still stunned when Wang Lin, holding her, turned and roared softly to the sky. "I can do it. You!" The old vermilion bird's anger flared, and the flames in the sky immediately ceased. "Ancestor, I have cultivated the Tao my entire life for one person. Even if it is illusory, I do not wish to harm her, much less destroy her." Wang Lin looked at the sky, tears streaming down his face. These tears fell on Li Muan's face, carrying an extremely high temperature, yet they seemed to penetrate her heart, causing a dazed look to appear in her eyes. The moment Wang Lin finished speaking, the flame in his soul suddenly flared up again. This time it was countless times more intense than before. Beneath this flame, a black spark suddenly erupted. As soon as this black spark appeared, the heavens and earth changed color, and even the blue flame burning in Wang Lin's soul was instantly overwhelmed. Karma fire. The old vermilion bird took a deep breath and sighed. Obsession transformed into karma fire. Besides the first-generation ancestor, no one else can stop this karmic fire from burning your body. Since you have chosen this path, so be it. The old vermilion bird's voice gradually faded. The sea of fire in the sky completely disappeared, and the vortex vanished. The black flame quickly engulfed Wang Lin's body, spreading within the blue flame. Almost instantly, 8/10 of the blue flame had turned into black. The excruciating pain from deep within his soul caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. This suffering was 100,000 times more intense than before. His soul was visibly being destroyed at an alarming rate. His body was also rapidly dissolving. But his arms still held Li Muan tightly. His eyes, using all their might to conceal the pain and suffering, gazed at her tenderly. "Being able to be your companion for a few days is enough for me. Even if you are just an illusion, I will never allow anyone to harm you. Wang Lin silently looked at Li Muan, speaking softly. However, his words shook Li Muan's mind to its core. Who are you? Li Muan stared at Wang Lin in astonishment. 1,000 years ago, like a butterfly slipped from Wang Lin's hand, transforming into a lingering soul. He released his grip, watching the butterfly slowly vanish in his hand, carried away by the wind. Wang Lin held Li Muan in his arms. Her gaze was filled with reluctance and longing. Her face slowly aged, as if she had lived a lifetime, her hair turning gray and her skin wrinkled. She looked at Wang Lin with eyes he could never forget. She raised her right hand as if to touch Wang Lin's face, but ultimately lost all strength in midair, and it fell. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes onto the ground, spreading like damp stains. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the world changing in a flash. In this world, hundreds of thousands of years, though not as long as the heavens and earth, could make people forget everything. But time seemed to reverse. Wang Lin was holding the one he couldn't let go of, Li Muan, who had transformed into a wisp of ghostly soul all those years ago. His hands couldn't hold her. Although Li Muan was now an illusion, Wang Lin still felt it was real, as if he were embracing the entire world. However, he now had little strength left, and no physical body. His chest and arms, under the burning black flames of his soul, became transparent, passing through Li Muan's body and dissolving. His face also rapidly transformed, from a middle-aged man to a wrinkled old man. The scene from that year seemed to repeat itself, only his identity had changed. Only one thing remained unchanged, the tenderness in Wang Lin's eyes. As his body dissolved, the black flames finally spread throughout the blue flames, completely transforming into karmic fire. Wang Lin completely vanished from the heavens and earth, leaving only his eyes, filled with black flames, moving further and further away from Li Muan, higher and higher. Li Muan's body was paralyzed and convulsing as she sat on the ground. She stared in astonishment at the eternal gaze in the sky, her mind shaken. Who are you? Li Muan cried out, struggling to speak. A painful sensation surged through her head. She didn't know where it came from, but it grew stronger and stronger. The karmic fire flared up, destroying everything, but it couldn't destroy Wang Lin's heart, couldn't destroy his memories. Heaven's way is merciless to all things. What good is cultivation? I enter the Tao with attachment. I create karma with thoughts, transforming them into karmic obstacles and reincarnation. I may not ascend to heaven, but even if I descend to the 18 layers of hell, I will find peace there. What is there to fear? In the instant Wang Lin was annihilated by the karmic fire, a deafening cry of a vermilion bird suddenly erupted from within the black flames. A vermilion bird instantly materialized. Its body was no longer blue but black, like a black phoenix, seemingly reborn within the black flames, its cry resounding. The vermilion bird's cry quickly spread throughout heaven and earth, penetrating even the human realm, and from the first incense stick on the giant turtle's back on the great emperor star. It roared, shaking the entire great emperor star. The Taoist master Miaoyan, whose appearance resembled that of a young man, had already lost his patience. His body suddenly trembled, and he abruptly raised his head, staring intently at the first incense stick from which the resounding cry of the vermilion bird echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The eyes of Taoist Master Lanming suddenly shone brightly, a strange look in his gaze, also containing a hint of terror. This vermilion bird cry. It's not an ordinary vermilion bird cry. This is a vermilion bird cry like thunder, absolutely extraordinary. This cry reveals a ferocity, an aura of unwillingness and defiance, seemingly coming from the 9 layers of hell, not from the heavens. Impossible. Grand Master Yunluo has already calculated that this little bastard cannot escape death, absolutely cannot escape. Simozi's face changed drastically, his pupils contracting as he stared at the first incense stick. Yunluo, the Grand Elder beside him, also showed a look of terror. The speed of her hand movements within her sleeves increased, almost creating after images. But in that instant, her fingers trembled, her fingertips ripped open, and fresh blood spurted out. It seemed as if a force in the netherworld had suddenly interrupted her calculations. It seemed as if Wang Lin's state exceeded her ability to predict. The old vermilion bird's expression changed, and he let out a long laugh, his eyes flashing. He was a second-generation vermilion bird, and he understood the vermilion bird's cry very well. At this moment, just hearing the cry was enough to know what had happened inside the incense tree. Well done, young man. I didn't expect you could transform into a vermilion bird in the karmic fire. Once you pass this gate, the 9-turn fire tribulation will begin. This is the most difficult hurdle. Only the old man sitting on the lizard remained with his eyes closed, seemingly unaffected by anything. The woman beside Taoist Master Lan Meng gazed in astonishment at the first incense stick, biting her lip, tears of complex emotions streaming down her face. In the human realm, the black vermilion bird soared into the air amidst black flames, stretching its body as if to cover the sky. Endless black flames swirled around its entire body, radiating unimaginable heat. Yet, this heat offered no destructive force to the human realm. Instead, all its intensity was concentrated within the vermilion bird itself. The fierce cries of the vermilion bird echoed high into the air, revealing the mental fluctuations of the black vermilion bird, formed from Wang Lin's soul. The karmic fire has been kindled. I will ignite the cycle of karmic rebirth and assist my fourth awakening. The black vermilion bird let out a long cry, its colossal body soaring towards the horizon. The moment it spoke to the edge of the sky, black flames erupted from its body. From afar, the flames resembled a giant torch. At the center of the flames, the vermilion bird soared. Take the karmic fire fueled by my obsession. Wang Lin's voice resounded, and the flames surrounding its body instantly transformed into a sea of fire. This sea of fire, centered around the vermilion bird, suddenly spread outwards in all directions. In an instant, the entire sky was completely engulfed in black flames. However, no living being in the human realm felt it. The sky-covering flames grew increasingly intense, sweeping across like a massive wave in a flash. Across the sky. Burn human incense! Wang Lin roared softly, transforming into the voice of the vermilion bird, and in this instant, he furiously attacked towards the edge of the sky. In a short time, the sea of flames suddenly contracted, rushing straight towards the vermilion bird that Wang Lin had transformed into, forming a towering pillar of fire that shot upwards. Within this flame on the black vermilion bird, Wang Lin's soul image suddenly condensed again. He looked up at the sky, his hands waving upwards. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions immediately resounded in the sky, transforming into a tearing force, seemingly wanting to split the heavens apart. At this same moment, on the great Emperor Star, a wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared on the top of the first incense stick on the back of the giant turtle. It's burning. The first incense stick has burned. Let's see how many breaths he can hold out. The tens of thousands of cultivators who had been waiting for days on all sides had lost their patience. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't dare leave, they would have probably been in a lot of trouble. This place had dispersed a long time ago. The moment the black smoke rose, the whole crowd became agitated. The black smoke, initially like silk threads, instantly transformed into a thick, swirling smoky haze, like a raging fire engulfing the horizon. A wave of intense heat radiated in all directions. Under this heat, the incense stick burned fiercely, blazing intensely. From afar, the flames seemed to reach the sky, devouring everything below with furious ferocity. The incense stick burned incredibly fast, beyond imagination. Almost in an instant, more than half of it was reduced to ashes. Tens of thousands of cultivators witnessing this terrifying scene believed the incense stick would be completely consumed in a flash. But then, suddenly, the flames on the incense stick froze, seemingly merging into the minds of all the cultivators present, causing their hearts to tremble. Mosey stared intently at the incense stick, his eyes unmoving. Beside him, Yan Luo, the Grand Master, his face slightly pale, a hint of gloom in his eyes. In the human realm, Wang Lin gazed at the sky, standing atop the black vermilion bird, his entire body engulfed in black flames. Beneath the raging karmic fire, he sighed, lowering his head to look at the distant mountains below. His frail figure hunched over, looked up at the sky and softly said, "My name is Wang Lin." After uttering these last words to Li Muan, he abruptly raised his head. 9-turn karmic tribulation, come here. The 9-turn karmic tribulation is the fiery tribulation of karmic debt. The first generation vermilion bird nearly perished under this tribulation. If it weren't for the protection of an ancient immortal, its soul would have been scattered. But now Wang Lin, the 6th generation vermilion bird, has no one to protect him, and he will face the 9-turn karmic tribulation alone. In the heavens and earth there are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Above and below there are black and white, a total of 9 colors. Each color represents a turn. The 9 tribulations begin with black and end with black flames, that is reincarnation. If he overcomes it, he can ignite the karmic cycle of reincarnation, using this breakthrough to awaken the vermilion bird for the 4th time, transforming the true fire into illusory fire, and reaching the realm of illusory fire. As the 9-turn karmic tribulation descended, the black flames surrounding Wang Lin's body were instantly swept away by a raging storm, turning completely blood red. The red light illuminated the ground, staining it crimson. A deafening roar erupted. The endless red flames surrounding Wang Lin's body were suddenly swept towards him from all directions, burning him to ashes. The first incense stick on the great Emperor star, after a brief pause, was also instantly consumed by flames. Blood-red flames engulfed the human realm, transforming into a crimson wave of fire that surged from all directions, relentlessly burning Wang Lin. Within this sea of red flames lay a power capable of scorching heaven and earth. Wang Lin, standing atop the black vermilion bird, felt the intense heat intensely. As the crimson wave approached, a burning pain immediately surged through him. This crimson flame, the first of the 9 transformations karmic fire tribulation, represented the boundless killing tribulation born from Wang Lin's obsession. The tribulation now raged, burning fiercely. The vermilion bird beneath Wang Lin's feet, within the raging crimson flames, let out mournful cries, seemingly unable to endure. Even Wang Lin, whose soul had just been reformed, felt as if it were about to shatter, on the verge of being burned to death. Although he had highly valued the power of the 9 transformations of karma, he couldn't have imagined that even the first tribulation would be unbearable. Under this red flame, even a moment felt like tens of thousands of years. In an instant, the black vermilion bird couldn't withstand it, its body rapidly shrinking, and the black flames on its body at a speed visible to the naked eye, frantically turned red. Once completely red, this vermilion bird would become a part of the first transformation tribulation, further increasing its power and striking back at Wang Lin. Wang Lin roared to the heavens, his eyes revealing a look of madness. The unexpected power of this first tribulation was irresistible, but it was also absolutely impossible to make Wang Lin submit. He simply raised both hands and forcefully inhaled. First, the karmic fire tribulation. Let's see if you can completely incinerate me, Wang Lin, or be devoured and refined by me. A fierce determination surged within Wang Lin, the greater the danger, the more unyielding he became. At this moment, with a single inhale, the crimson flames that filled the surroundings suddenly rushed into his mouth, instantly engulfing him. All of this happened in a split second, incredibly fast. The overwhelming crimson flames vanished in an instant, but within Wang Lin's body, they erupted violently. His body immediately resembled a blood-soaked figure, blood-red light spreading from within, seemingly tearing him apart. Wang Lin's body was formed from his soul, and at this moment, the crimson flames were burning within his soul. On the great Emperor star, the first incense stick on the turtle's back suddenly blazed up like a torch. As soon as it ignited, under everyone's gaze, the swirling black smoke instantly turned red. The red smoke filled the sky, illuminating the entire great Emperor star. Tens of thousands of cultivators on all sides gasped, involuntarily stepping back. At this moment, an even more intense red light emanated from Wang Lin's body beneath the first incense stick. This red light circulated within his body, creating a surging heat. Simultaneously, the burning speed of the first incense stick inexplicably stopped, as if an internal force had erupted, preventing it from continuing to burn. Old Man Joe stared intently at the first incense stick, his eyes filled with worrying. Inside the human realm, Wang Lin devoured the entire red flame. His body felt as if millions of fire lightning bolts were shattering, the intense suffering threatening to completely disintegrate him. With a low roar, Wang Lin swung his right hand forward. The vermilion bird, half dyed red, let out a long cry and lunged towards Wang Lin, instantly merging with him. Wang Lin's expression was fierce. He allowed the flames to burn within him, relentlessly refining the red flame amidst the excruciating pain, trying to absorb it into his body. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. An orange light suddenly appeared, and as the orange light flashed, the second tribulation of the 9 transformations of karmic fire descended, giving Wang Lin no time to refine it. The surrounding air was instantly engulfed in a sea of orange flames, surging and roaring, converging towards Wang Lin. If that were all, it would be fine, but immediately after the orange flame, a dazzling yellow light appeared, and a sea of yellow fire suddenly emerged outside. Even more terrifying, immediately after the yellow flame, streaks of green light, like demonic flames, erupted with earth-shattering force, seemingly forming a wall, transforming into a terrifying green flame appearing simultaneously with the other two flames. The three tribulations of karma appeared at this moment. This was the true terrifying aspect of the nine-turn karmic fire tribulation. Unlike the heavenly tribulation, which still left people a glimmer of hope, each time a tribulation descended, there was a brief gap. This nine-turn karmic fire tribulation was a destructive tribulation. Once it appeared, it would undoubtedly cause death. The three tribulations permeated the sky in the human realm, and even on the great emperor star outside the first incense tree, there was a reaction. Suddenly, from within the swirling red smoke, three streams of orange, yellow, and green smoke appeared, billowing upwards. Before even overcoming the first tribulation, the three tribulations of lemon, yellow, and green descended simultaneously. What is this? Old Vermilion Bird's face changed drastically. This was his first time witnessing the nine-turn karma tribulation, but he hadn't expected it to be so ferocious. The happiest was T. Mosey, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he stared at the first incense stick, thinking to himself, although I don't know exactly what happened to that little bastard inside. Judging by his appearance, he's unlikely to escape death. It's a pity for the secrets he holds, but it's better that he dies. Yun Luo Dati also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The wound on her right hand had healed. She looked at the first incense stick, her heart heavy. It seems he's not the person the ancestors' divination spoke of. Li Qiamai bit her lower lip, turning to look at Len Mengdozen. Her beautiful eyes, once filled with bewilderment, were now replaced by an expression of anguish and fleeting. Lam Mengdozen sighed and said softly, I will help him, rest assured. It's just this one tribulation. I feel he can overcome it. In the human realm, Wang Lin's entire body was still enveloped in a red glow, his eyes revealing a struggle against fate. Nine-turn karmic fire, three tribulations descending at once. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I, Wang, want to see how this three-tribulation karmic fire will destroy my soul. In the midst of the pain, he showed no sign of surrender. He suppressed the suffering in his body with a long laugh, and with a wave of his hand, he opened his mouth and sucked forcefully. Suck all four of these karmic fires into my soul. If you cannot completely burn me, then I, Wang Lin, will bite back at you. An indescribable magnanimity, an inexplicable attitude towards life, an indescribable arrogance towards the Tao of heaven and the universe, and a scene of pursuit of an unimaginable obsession all merged into one, culminating in Wang Lin's prolonged laughter, playing a melody of defiance against fate. 2,000 years of cultivation flashed before Wang Lin's eyes, each scene a fleeting memory, the image of his parents, the anguish of his soul returning to his ancestral home, the image of the young man kneeling before their graves, and the feelings he had for his parents during those stormy, thunderous nights, each scene appearing in succession. As these memories unfolded, the orange flame roared forward, fiercely plunging into Wang Lin's mouth, being absorbed into his body, intertwining with the red flame. If the soul is sorrowful, parents from 1,000 miles away return, tears welling up before their graves. Behind the orange flame, the third-generation yellow flame flashed, rushing forward with a roar, closely following the orange flame, fiercely entering Wang Lin's body, burning furiously. The sky of the underworld also has memories from the heavens entering the earth, but the years pass mercilessly, and the memories separated by distance, like man and heaven, become an eternal wound, never to heal throughout life. The gloomy green flame roared forward, dyeing the entire sky green, extremely eerie. The ghostly green flame suddenly and fiercely entered Wang Lin's body. A glimmer of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. The flowing memories stopped abruptly. The four flames in his body burned furiously. A destructive power surged forth, completely unbearable for Wang Lin at the speed of refinement in his body. Just as he sensed he would be completely incinerated, Wang Lin forcefully raised his right hand and swung it forward. The heavens and earth rumbled, and his storage space opened. With a grab, a gourd full of dragon blood appeared in his hand. This dragon blood, even a single sip could cause the flames within Wang Lin's body to surge. Without hesitation, he grabbed the gourd with a long laugh, gulped down the blood in one go, not leaving a single drop, then threw it away with a flick of his right hand. The flames within Wang Lin's body surged violently. The dragon blood was extremely hot, transforming into a sea of fire, fiercely clashing with the four flames within his body. During this clash, deep within Wang Lin's soul, amidst the burning sea of fire, a swirling vortex slowly appeared. Within this vortex, an aura from the heaven-defying pearl was gradually awakening. I will devour the entire fourth transformation fire tribulation within my soul, extinguishing all fire within the human realm. The fifth transformation fire tribulation. Why haven't you descended yet? His entire body was engulfed in flames, reaching their limit. While burning fiercely, Wang Lin roared to the heavens, charging forward and soaring into the sky. The sky seemed like a wall, and as Wang Lin approached, he forcefully struck its edge. A deafening roar echoed, and the sky shattered. After the sky broke, another land suddenly appeared. It was a land filled with countless souls, like the 9 underworlds outside the great Emperor Star. Tens of thousands of cultivators stared at the first incense stick, seeing that its flame had completely stopped, remaining motionless 10 feet above Wang Lin's body. Time passed slowly, one breath, then another. In the blink of an eye, 5 breaths had passed. The 4th generation vermilion bird, back then, under this incense stick, could only last 5 breaths, but today, Wang Lin unexpectedly surpassed 5 breaths, 6 breaths, 7 breaths. The young-looking immortal venerable Miao Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, a strange expression appearing in them. Just as the first incense stick lasted 7 breaths, a sudden cry of surprise erupted on this great Emperor Star. It wasn't just one person crying out, but thousands, even tens of thousands of people simultaneously. The number increased rapidly, seemingly filling the sky in an instant. What shocked them wasn't just that the first incense stick lasted 7 breaths, but that the human fragrance incense, at the 7th breath, suddenly went out. This unexpected scene immediately caused a commotion. Even the old vermilion bird's eyes showed disbelief. Here. TMCCT was momentarily stunned, his eyes revealing a look of terror. Vin LCC, the Grand Master beside him, also changed his expression drastically, ignoring the wound on his hand and immediately beginning his calculations. The human incense has gone out. This kind of thing has never happened before, not even during my trial, not even during the trial of the 4th generation little vermilion bird. This incense has truly gone out. Old vermilion bird's mind trembled as he looked at the extinguished human incense, his eyes filled with fear. This incense has gone out. Was the trial actually 7 breaths, or eternal? What happened during the trial of that 3rd young emperor? How could this incense go out? This is incredibly terrifying, completely unimaginable. Just as the cultivators around were in a state of shock and fear, something even more shocking happened. The second incense, the earth incense representing the trial in the earth realm, suddenly and strangely ignited. No one touched it, but this second incense stick suddenly emitted thick smoke that billowed into the air. Wang Lin broke through the sky of the human realm, appearing in a vast and boundless land of the earth realm. Where he appeared, the ground was filled with countless cracks, and there was also a gigantic abyss. This abyss led to the human realm. Wang Lin rushed out from within this abyss, his entire body engulfed in flames that spread powerfully in all directions, instantly illuminating the entire land. Just as he appeared, at the far end of this land stood a barren mountain, on which sat a person. This person appeared to be a middle-aged man, dressed in scholarly robes and wearing a hat, with a phantom vermilion bird between his eyebrows. He had been sitting cross-legged, seemingly motionless for tens of thousands of years, but now, he slowly opened his eyes, a strange light flashing in them. The aura of the clan. The moment Wang Lin appeared in this local realm, a raging sea of fire immediately erupted, a flash of green light quickly engulfing the heavens and earth. Looking back, one could only see a green flame suddenly burst forth. Behind the green flame followed a blue flame, the two colors intertwining, rushing towards the sky. Green, originally from blue, now swirled together, the heat surging. Behind the green and blue flames, a purple hue swept across, obscuring the sky, transforming into a swirling mass of purple, demonic energy. The three-colored flame of green, blue, and purple roared closer, transforming into a raging sea of fire, charging straight towards Wang Lin to burn him. Wang Lin's face contorted. his soul seemingly on the verge of shattering, various flames erupting within his body, causing him to turn a dark, ominous color. In a short time, the flames within his body surged outwards, erupting with a thunderous roar. The four flames, crimson, orange, red, and green, dragonized, suddenly tearing his body apart. Even the vermilion bird that had merged into his body was burned to death amidst a mournful scream. Wang Lin's soul shattered. At the same time, the three colored flames of blue, purple, and cyan approached. Around Wang Lin's shattering soul, seven colored flames gathered, seemingly forming a rainbow burning across the sky from afar. The middle-aged man at the far end of the ground's expression changed. He suddenly raised his right hand and swung it forcefully forward. The mark on his forehead suddenly flashed, flying out from within his forehead at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the air and rushing straight towards the seven colored flames. In an instant, Wang Lin, under the influence of the human fragrance on the great emperor star, was completely enveloped in seven colored flames, his body instantly covered in countless cracks. These cracks instantly spread throughout his body, and fresh blood oozed from the red fissures. A somewhat horrifying sight. The old vermilion bird didn't hesitate. His body flashed, and he directly moved to the second incense stick that had suddenly burst into flames. Ignoring the fact that this incense stick was burning rapidly, he immediately placed his right hand on it, his boundless divine consciousness surging out and penetrating deep inside. The blue dream Taoist also moved forward, instantly appearing beneath the second incense stick. His entire body flickered, and his two right fingers suddenly pointed at it. In the earth realm, within the seven colored flames, the nine-turn karma tribulation, which even the generations of vermilion bird ancestors couldn't overcome and required the protection of immortal venerables, was burning Wang Lin's soul. Just as his soul was dissipating, three streams of saving power suddenly surged forth. But as these three streams of energy approached, from within the blazing seven-colored flames, a strange power suddenly seemed to awaken, erupting with a thunderous roar. This power revealed an ancient desolation, and also an aura of supreme power in heaven and earth, like the ancestor of all things, surging out from within the seven-colored flames. The vermilion bird mark of the middle-aged man at the far end of the earth, upon touching this strange power, immediately let out a loud bang and was directly repelled, swept away thousands of miles. It seemed that this newly awakened strange power absolutely forbade anyone from approaching, or perhaps no one was qualified to approach it. On the barren mountain at the far end of the earth, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, his body instantly standing up, his eyes filled with a look of frantic terror. What is this? Old vermilion bird's consciousness approached, but as soon as it touched this strange power, it was immediately swept away, unexpectedly being directly blasted out of this realm. Blue Dream Taoist's consciousness followed closely, but after touching the strange power, it also quickly flashed with blue light, suddenly retreating, and in a short time was forced out of this realm. On the great emperor star outside the second incense tree, old vermilion bird's right hand was pushed back by a powerful force, his eyes showing disbelief, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps. What kind of power is this? Blue Dream Taoist's fingers tingled. His body also retreated several steps, his expression showing fear. He knew Wang Lin very well, and at this moment, with a glance, he recognized the terrifying power. Heaven-defying. Blue Dream Taoist didn't speak, pondered for a long time, then turned and walked to Li Qianmai's side. He's not a threat this time. Timianzi watched the whole thing, his expression showing a hint of shock. He clearly saw the rescue efforts of the Blue Dream Taoist and his group, but he never imagined that these two great masters would be unexpectedly knocked away. Yan Luo, the great master, had an extremely gloomy expression, her right hand rapidly forming hand seals. She vaguely felt as if she would soon uncover the entire mystery of what was happening here. And then there was Miaoyan Taoist, who rose forcefully from the clouds, his eyes flashing. What Shui Daozi said was indeed true. Within the earth realm, just as Wang Lin's soul was completely burned, the heaven-defying finally appeared. Since the master of the Wind Realm left all those years ago, the heaven-defying had never appeared. No matter how hard Wang Lin searched within his mind, he couldn't find it. It seemed to have vanished. But now, the heaven-defying has reappeared. As soon as it appeared, the seven-colored flames on all four sides suddenly trembled, instantly spinning wildly, and were all sucked into the strange power of the heaven-defying technique, transforming into seven immortal flames. A pearl the size of a child's fist suddenly floated in the air, with the 7 immortal flames hovering around it. Gradually, a illusory figure seemed to be condensed, appearing in the middle of heaven and earth. The positions of the 7 immortal flames were surprisingly the same positions on the body of that illusory figure. With its eyes open, the 7 colored flames surged out, transforming into a 7-colored firestorm that roared and rushed out into the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Within this 7-colored firestorm, he looked up at the distant sky. In that instant, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have lost all color. Except for the 7-colored firestorm surrounding Wang Lin's body, everything around him turned into black and white. Like a watercolor painting, these 2 colors, black and white, revealed an endless sense of desolation. The 9 transformations of karma, the final to tribulations, had descended. White represented the sky, black the earth, transforming into 2 contrasting flames, converging towards Wang Lin. In an instant, these 2 flames roared closer, as if heaven and earth were pressing down at that very moment, intending to annihilate the 7-colored firestorm and Wang Lin within it. Their speed was incredibly fast. In a flash, they were close. The white flame in front directly incinerated the 7-colored firestorm as it spread its heat. The swirling 7-colored firestorm immediately stopped, and as it merged with the white flame, the 7 colors faded. Surrounded by the 8-colored flames, Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he watched the final black flame hurtle towards him. The 9 transformations of karma, from the rising of the black flames to their extinction, became a cycle of reincarnation. As the black flames approached, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. A rumbling sound suddenly erupted, the black flames sweeping across the ground, transforming the 8-colored flames into 9 supreme colors in a short time. The 9 transformations of karma had fully manifested, forming a world-shattering whirlwind that roared within the heavens and earth. Wang Lin was at the center of the whirlwind, his hair fluttering without wind. Outside his body, besides the 7 immortal flames, 2 black and white flames also rapidly condensed. The white flame gathered in his dantian, the black flame in his forehead. As the 2 flames completely transformed, Wang Lin forcefully opened his eyes. The heavens and earth roared. Wang Lin's voice echoed in all directions. In a short time, the 9 colored flames within his body converged from various places to his forehead, instantly merging together to form a 9-colored fiery lotus. That fiery lotus had 9 petals, each a different color. As soon as it appeared, a 9-colored vermilion bird suddenly materialized from within the fiery lotus, directly leaping out. The 9-colored vermilion bird, seemingly reborn from the flames, soared through the sky, tilting its head back and letting out an earth-shattering cry, the cry of the vermilion bird. The cry of its 4 awakenings. On the great emperor star, this awakening cry echoed, and the earthly incense, which was nearly half burned, suddenly stopped, emitting a 9-colored light that illuminated the great emperor star. The old vermilion bird was startled, then looked up at the sky and burst into laughter, its expression revealing excitement. Unexpectedly, he overcame the 9 transformations of karmic tribulation, stirring up karmic cycles of reincarnation, causing the vermilion bird to awaken for the 4th time. This 4th awakening requires immense firepower. Whether he can fully awaken, whether he can transition from the realm of true fire to the realm of illusory fire, depends on this moment. As an elder, even if it means cheating, I must help him. With a long laugh, the old vermilion bird's body flicked, and before everyone's astonishment, his figure vanished. Almost instantly, a furious dragon's roar echoed from the distant great emperor star. The roar revealed anger and resentment, and in the far horizon, a 10,000-foot-long fiery dragon was seen being trampled by the old vermilion bird's foot. While the monks on all sides stared in astonishment, old vermilion bird stepped on the still struggling and roaring fire dragon, walked towards the burning incense, and with a wave of his right hand, suddenly opened a new wound on the fire dragon's head, causing fresh blood to gush out and stain the burning incense red. In its pain, tears seemed to well up in the fire dragon's eyes, filled with resentment and unwillingness, and it struggled even more violently. With a loud bang, old vermilion bird placed one hand on the fire dragon's body, and a raging fire surged into its body, urging it on, causing the blood to gush out faster and more profusely. Damn it, you little dragon, don't cause any trouble. This time, if that brat successfully awakens, I'll set you free. Upon hearing this, the flame dragon's eyes immediately showed hesitation, but it quickly gritted its teeth and forcefully squeezed out the fresh blood.